This guy is the biggest simp in the world. He just got dumped by his girlfriend over text messages, and this loser is begging her to stay, typing paragraphs about their future, kids, a house. This guy has no game at all, and she just straight up blocks him. His Chad roommates bust in, only to find him crying like a wimp, and his virgin rage is boiling over, so he bolts out of there to cry alone. Now let me tell you about Chen Yuan's reputation on campus. He's known as the ultimate simp who chases girls way out of his league, and here he is begging her not to leave, saying he worked 4 part-time jobs just to buy her gifts. She hits him with the most devastating line possible, saying she prefers her ex over him. Her ex? That guy was a real piece of work. This guy cheated on her numerous times and made her go through an abortion. But it doesn't matter because he's a pretty boy with a Mercedes. She tells Chen Yuan they shouldn't meet anymore because her boyfriend might get jealous. And just like that, she's gone, leaving him standing there alone. The food he bought her ends up in the trash, along with his dignity. So where does a heartbroken man go to drown his sorrows? The convenience store where he's chugging drinks and questioning his entire existence. He's crushing the bottle thinking maybe there's nothing wrong with being a simp. But then something awakens inside him, a desire to become the opposite, a player king. And that's when the universe decides to grant his wish with a system notification. The Tiangu system has chosen him as its host, and check out that balance. 9 quadrillion coins just sitting there, waiting to be spent. But before he can process this, someone calls him a pervert for staring. And honestly, when she looks like that, can you really blame him for looking? The system explains the rules. Get her impression to 95 points, and she becomes his devoted follower. So basically, the system turns the tables on the whole simp dynamic. 9 quadrillion coins to spend on women, and he gets cash back when successful. The system even gives him a fancy black card to make purchases look legitimate. Our protagonist gets that look in his eyes, the kind that says revenge arc loading. He decides to test this system on the beautiful stranger who just insulted him. He smoothly offers to pay for all her expenses today, playing the gentleman card. The system immediately binds them together and gives him a counterattack mission. She laughs at him, asking if he really thinks he has the money to back up that offer. Turns out this is Zhu Lele, the campus queen who once made a guy spend 30,000 just talking to her. But our boy just smirks and tells her to try him and find out. She decides to test him by demanding he treat every single student in the store. She mocks his cheap clothes, promising to show him what real embarrassment looks like. He transfers 50,000 yuan without even blinking, and her whole attitude shifts instantly. Everyone's shocked that this plain-looking guy just dropped money like it was nothing. He casually asks if dropping 50 grand is enough to add her on social media. She's suddenly wondering if she completely misjudged this guy's wealth. And you can literally see the calculations happening behind those pretty eyes. She agrees to add him but says he has to go somewhere with her first. She promises to ruthlessly dominate him, and honestly the vibes are getting interesting. She takes him to the fancy shopping district downtown, clearly planning to drain his wallet. Standing outside a luxury store, she claims she's not a materialistic woman. She just wants to see his sincerity and attitude, which is code for expensive gifts. But Chen Yuan is thinking this gold digger is perfect for testing the system's limits. He tells her to pick out whatever she likes, fully ready to let her go wild. But then he hears a familiar voice asking about a bag for someone named Jun Kai. And who walks into the store but his ex-girlfriend's sister, Shu Dan. She immediately notices him and her expression says she was not expecting this. Chen Yuan recognizes the situation and sees an opportunity forming. Shu Lele leans in close and teases him about running into his ex at the worst time. But he smiles and says actually she came at exactly the right time. Shu Lele asks the staff about the spring collection bag that everyone wants. The staff points to Lin Shutong, saying she's currently trying it on. Lin Shutong watches Chen Yuan, annoyed that he's being so persistent even now. She asks Jun Kai to buy her the bag since her birthday is coming up soon. But Jun Kai points out that she literally just celebrated her birthday. She claims that was her lunar birthday and the solar one hasn't happened yet. Jun Kai gives her a look that says he's not buying this excuse at all. He lectures her about not being materialistic since that's supposedly not why she's with him. Lin Shutong is left standing there humiliated in front of everyone. And that's when Zhu Lele makes her move on the bag. She snatches it right out of Shutong's hands, saying if she's not buying, she'll take it. Zhu Lele is absolutely thrilled with her new bag, and her impression jumps by 20 points. Chen Yuan realizes one designer bag gained him 60 impression points total. This system is powerful, though he's a bit disappointed the cashback reward is smaller than expected. The store staff are gossiping about how this ordinary-looking guy just dropped thousands like nothing. Zhu Lele walks out saying bags are like boyfriends, the stolen ones are always better. She's already plotting how to keep this big fish on the line no matter what. She clings to his arm happily, while he just smirks at how perfectly this is going. Lin Shutong watches them leave together, tears forming in her eyes. She snaps and yells at Chen Yuan that he's gone way too far this time. But Chen Yuan just looks back coldly and says they have plenty of time to settle things. The system dings again, binding Lin Shutong as his second target for the counterattack. Remember, get her favorability to 95 and she becomes his devoted follower instead. Shulele asks where they're heading next, clearly ready for more shopping. Chen Yuan looks at the store and has only one thing on his mind. They're gonna keep shopping because one bag is definitely not enough for what he's planning. Chen Yuan points at the first thing that catches his eye and says that one, and those bags too while we're at it. Our boy just tells them to wrap up everything except those 2 items and swipe his card. The staff promises delivery while Shulele is holding her new bags, thinking men who swipe cards are so hot. And just like that, the shopping spree begins with perfume and jewelry flying into bags. Designer makeup sets, lipsticks, everything she even glances at gets charged to the card. They hit up the clothing stores too, and her impression of him just keeps climbing higher. But then she actually tells him to stop, saying if he buys any more there won't be space in her rental. Chen Yuan just casually responds, no space? No worries, he'll just buy her an apartment. And that's when her impression actually drops because even a gold digger has her limits apparently. Chen Yuan realizes he came on too strong because yeah, a multi-million yuan apartment on the first date is a bit much. Good thing the system has her entire profile, from her favorite food to the fact that she loves horror but is scared to walk alone at night. So he leans in close and asks her, if he didn't truly like her, why would he be so impulsive? Then he asks the staff about their membership card system and casually tops it up with 500,000 yuan just for her. He hands her the card and tells her to consider it an apology gift for startling her earlier. And just like that, her heart is absolutely pounding because this man is something else entirely. But then he goes and ruins the moment by teasing that if she really feels that bad, she could always offer herself to him. She slaps him playfully and calls him annoying. But the smile on her face says she doesn't mind at all. The system dings with a massive 30-point boost to her impression, so clearly that worked. Chen Yuan just smirks, knowing that when it comes to flirting, money really does make all the difference. Shulele asks if he's getting anything for himself since she's gotten so much already. He just shrugs in his worn-out clothes and says he doesn't have any money, which is technically true for himself. And that's when Shulele decides it's her turn to spoil him for a change. As night falls over the city, the date continues in a very different direction. She picks out clothes for him, finally giving our protagonist a wardrobe upgrade he desperately needed. She even takes him to get a proper haircut while supervising the whole transformation. And when he steps out of that changing room, suddenly Chen Yuan actually looks like the rich guy he's pretending to be. Shulele is absolutely floored because apparently he cleans up extremely well. He asks if it looks weird since he's never cleaned up like this in his life, and the best part is it didn't cost him a thing. She gets close and tells him it's not weird at all. In fact, he now looks perfect standing next to her. For a moment, their hands almost touch before she pulls away, saying she has to go. She blows him a kiss goodbye and admits there were moments where it seriously felt like she was falling in love. Chen Yuan returns to his dorm with her affection sitting at 68, not bad for a first date. His roommates take one look at his glow-up and immediately lose their minds. Chen Yuan casually mentions he went on a date with Shulele like it's no big deal. His roommates can't believe it, saying he couldn't even handle Lin Shu Tong and now he's aiming for the art department goddess. They tell him girls like that are way out of his league, which he finds absolutely hilarious given what he knows. Meanwhile, his phone buzzes with a message from Lin Shu Tong asking if they should just remove each other since he hates her so much. Chen Yuan just smirks because he knows exactly how to play this manipulation game. He replies saying, hate? How could he ever hate her when she'll always be someone special in his heart? And then he sends her 50,000 yuan like it's pocket change. From across campus, you can practically hear the scream of disbelief. Lin Shu Tong is freaking out because she just mentioned it casually and he actually sent the money. She rants that Jun Kai wouldn't even buy her a bag, but Chen Yuan just dropped 50,000, and her roommate points out she literally dumped him today. She's genuinely questioning everything now, wondering if this loser was actually rich the whole time. Her favorability jumps 5 points as she starts flooding his chat with questions about the money and his relationship with Shulele. The messages just keep coming, asking if he's secretly some rich second generation hiding his wealth. Chen Yuan's phone is blowing up with notifications from both the transfer confirmation and her desperate messages. He mutes her, thinking that she's way too manipulative and he can't rush things with Shulele either. But here's his real problem: where else can he legally spend crazy amounts of money on women? And that's when he remembers live streaming platforms exist, which is basically professional simping. He opens up Shark Livestream and finds this absolutely adorable streamer named Xiaomi with her chat going wild. Chat is roasting him for his low-level account, asking if he can be her #1 supporter, saying stop pretending. But Chen Yuan is grinning because apparently becoming top supporter costs over $1 million, which is way faster than buying bags. He selects the rocket gift option because go big or go home apparently. Xiaomi thanks him for the rocket gift with a cute heart gesture, not knowing what's about to happen. And then her eyes go absolutely wide as she realizes this isn't a normal donation. Because Chen Yuan just sent 100 rockets at once, and her entire screen is exploding with gift animations. He's watching all the chat members who doubted him now scrambling to take back their words. Then he decides to show them what real money looks like. He types in 900 rockets because why stop at 100 when you can go insane? The entire livestream platform basically crashes from the sheer volume of gift animations flooding the screen. Meanwhile, at Shark livestream headquarters, someone bursts into the boss's office, screaming that something huge just happened. The boss literally spits out his drink when he hears some unknown rich guy just drop 10 million on Xiaomi in one go. He's so shocked he's wondering if this is money laundering because who even does this? Other streamers on the platform are absolutely losing it, trying to slide into this mystery whale's DMs. They're all freaking out because his casual gift drop is worth more than several months of their salary combined. Xiaomi is literally in tears, asking if she's dreaming because someone actually spent 10 million on her. She pinches herself to make sure it's real when suddenly there's a knock at her door. Her manager is holding up a sign saying the boss wants her to lock down this whale with a 10% commission bonus on the line. Her eyes turn determined as she vows no way is she letting a sugar daddy like him go to some other girl. She blows a kiss on stream, thanking him and offering to make him a mod if he DMs her. But Chen Yuan is already passed out in bed, phone showing Xiaomi desperately messaging him to reply. The next morning arrives and news of the mysterious tycoon has spread everywhere. His roommates are freaking out over the trending news about some rich dude dropping 10 million in half an hour. They're daydreaming about having that kind of money while Chen Yuan just lays there half asleep pretending to care. He checks his system binding list, which still only shows Yu Lele and Lin Shutong. Turns out the system only binds people he meets in real life. So did he just waste 10 million for nothing? But then he notices his DMs are completely flooded with messages from every streamer on the platform. His roommates are rushing out the door, excitedly saying they need to hurry before the good spots are taken. Chen Yuan asks where they're going in such a hurry. They explain there's a public lecture today featuring goddess Zhao Yuqi, and suddenly Chen Yuan is very interested. The scene shifts to the university campus where something interesting is about to go down. And there she is, Zhao Yuqi, the campus goddess that every guy at this university dreams about. She's not just pretty either, because this girl has piano level 10 certification, looking absolutely flawless while playing. Principal of a ballet troupe, level 2 athlete in fencing. Basically, she's so talented and beautiful that she feels completely out of reach. But our boy Chen Yuan is already doing the math, thinking since she's so hard to get the cash back must be absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong spots him and her roommate points out how handsome he's gotten, asking if he dressed up just for her. And Lin Shutong's heart starts doing backflips because she already has a boyfriend, but now her emotions are all over the place. The system registers another 10 favorability points from Lin Shutong just like that. Chen Yuan notices the notification and thinks, wow, just changing his outfit was enough to boost her favorability. What a shallow woman. But enough about her, the real question is how should he go about binding with Zhao Yuqi? The system is absolutely hyped, cheering him on to go conquer the goddess. His roommates are backing him up with full confidence as Chen Yuan declares he'll have her falling head over heels for him. But before he can make his move, some random dude with green hair beats him to it, asking Zhao Yuqi to add him on WeChat. And that's when her roommate Wu Xiaofei steps in, asking what exactly he thinks he's doing. This guy really tries the smooth approach, asking to just be friends while getting way too close, and instantly gets grabbed by his tie before he can even finish that sentence. Wu Xiaofei is absolutely not having it, threatening to make him regret ever approaching Yuqi. The poor guy is sweating bullets, claiming it's all a misunderstanding, and he just wanted to join the student council. Wu Xiaofei doesn't buy it for a second, calling him a toad trying to eat swan meat before sending him flying. And just as the dust settles, our protagonist casually walks up asking if he can add Yuqi on WeChat too. Wu Xiaofei is losing her mind, wondering when this parade of guys will ever end. But Chen Yuan just pulls out his phone with the QR code ready, asking if it's alright like it's the most normal thing in the world. Wu Xiaofei can't believe the audacity, asking if this one wants to join the student council too. Chen Yuan just smiles and says nah, he's got zero interest in the student council. Wu Xiaofei narrows her eyes, asking then why exactly does he want Yuqi's WeChat? Chen Yuan just smirks and says isn't it obvious? He straight up declares that he wants to pursue her. No games, no excuses, just pure confidence. The entire lecture hall is absolutely stunned that someone actually had the guts to confess like that. And against all expectations, Zhao Yuqi actually pulls out her phone and says alright. Lin Shutong's roommate nudges her, asking wait, isn't Chen Yuan supposed to be pursuing you? Chen Yuan's philosophy is simple. Everyone wants to be desired, so why hide it? Sometimes the most direct approach works best. And just like that, the system confirms he successfully bound Zhao Yuqi as a new target. Our protagonist is internally celebrating because this trip was definitely not in vain. His roommates are hyping him up outside, saying he actually got the goddess's WeChat, joking that he's changed but still a dog at heart. They're already asking him to introduce them to her friends, while Chen Yuan plays humble, saying she's way out of his league. And of course, someone has to ruin the moment. It's the green-haired guy from before, saying at least he knows his place as a loser. He shows up with his whole crew, acting like Chen Yuan should be grateful they're even acknowledging him. But Chen Yuan just fires back, saying yeah, willingly accepting humiliation is clearly his expertise. Maybe he should take notes. The guy is absolutely fuming, calling Chen Yuan a blind cat, who got lucky while his friends hold him back. Chen Yuan just dismisses the whole confrontation and notices something that makes him pause. because walking towards him is Zhu Lele looking absolutely devastating in a tight black dress, saying she's been waiting for him. Everyone around them is freaking out because this is Zhu Lele, ranked 6th on the campus beauty list, nicknamed the Straight Guy Slayer. Chen Yuan smoothly apologizes for making a beauty wait and offers to make it up to her with dinner. Zhu Lele is showing off her outfit, asking if he thinks she looks good, thanking him for buying it for her. And watching all of this from a distance is Lin Shutong, absolutely seething with jealousy. Chen Yuan and Zhu Lele walk off together flirting while Lin Shutong stands there processing what just happened. The green-haired guy is literally crying, asking what he's lacking that Chen Yuan has. He looks around wondering who could possibly feel more wrong than him right now. And the answer is Lin Shutong, who's actually crying, asking why she should care when she was here first. Meanwhile, Zhu Lele excitedly shows Chen Yuan a gift she prepared for him. It's a hand-drawn portrait of him that she apparently stayed up all night to create. She warns him that if he dares throw it away carelessly, she won't spare him. Chen Yuan looks genuinely surprised, saying this is the first time he's ever received a gift from a girl. Zhu Lele beams at him surrounded by hearts, asking if he likes it. Chen Yuan stares at her for a moment with an unreadable expression. But here's the thing, our protagonist isn't as naive as he used to be. He's already thinking about whether this gift is actually bait, wondering if she's been planning to trap him since he started spending money on her. Unfortunately for her, he's not the same person he used to be anymore. Zhu Lele notices his strange reaction and wonders if he doesn't like her gift. Chen Yuan asks her directly why she gave him this. She nervously explains she stayed up all night drawing it, and asks if he doesn't like it. Chen Yuan reaches out and takes the drawing from her hands. He gets close to her face, asking if she'll take responsibility if he never receives such a good gift again in the future. She calls him a scoundrel, demanding the drawing back while he teases that he wants to keep it as a family heirloom. She grabs onto his arm, saying gotcha, as they playfully struggle. Chen Yuan pulls her close and says compared to her gift, he definitely prefers her more. And her heart is absolutely racing. His reflection captured perfectly in her starry eyes. She's blushing hard, thinking this guy is way too good at flirting, and her favorability goes up another 5 points. Chen Yuan holds her with a satisfied smirk, everything going according to plan. But then someone yells Zhu Lele's name and things are about to get complicated. Chen Yuan's expression shifts as he senses trouble incoming, because standing there with absolute fury is some guy with glasses who clearly did not expect to see this scene. He's demanding answers because apparently she said she was getting her nails done with her best friend. So who exactly is this guy? And here's Wang Yu absolutely losing his mind, because apparently doing nails involves hugging now. He's pointing at Chen Yuan demanding answers, saying he's been pursuing her for so long and she won't even let him touch her hand. But our protagonist just looks at him with this knowing expression, thinking great, another lapdog he's all too familiar with. Zhu Lele snaps back at Wang Yu, asking what exactly he is to her in the first place. She demands to know what her dating life has to do with him whatsoever. And instead of fighting, Chen Yuan does something unexpected. He introduces himself politely and asks how long Wang Yu has been pursuing her. Wang Yu answers that he's from the School of Arts and has been chasing her for half a year now. Chen Yuan gets this melancholic look and calls him a lost boy who's lost his footing. Then he drops this bombshell, saying he also once chased a girl for 3 whole years. He talks about working 4 part-time jobs, eating plain steamed buns with pickled vegetables every single day just for her. But in the end, she chose to ride in someone else's car, and honestly, that hit different. Wang Yu is absolutely devastated hearing this, crying about how heartless women can be. Chen Yuan puts his hand on Wang Yu's shoulder and drops some big brother wisdom about using betrayal as motivation for self-improvement. He tells him to go back to the dorm, forget about her, work hard, and let her regret her choices later. Meanwhile, Zhu Lele is standing there completely baffled because somehow Wang Yu is now crying. She tries to explain to Chen Yuan that Wang Yu is just a regular friend, and she didn't expect this whole situation. Chen Yuan tells her that he doesn't care about her past at all, but then he hits her with this line about feeling like she doesn't respect him or herself. He tells her she can keep using his card, but until she handles her messy relationships, they shouldn't meet anymore. And as he walks away, our boy has this smirk on his face, curious how she'll respond to his little strategy. Zhu Lele is left there thinking that for the first time someone has truly been so understanding of her, and now she's actually crying, realizing he genuinely likes her but she completely messed it up. The sun is setting on campus as our protagonist walks away from yet another successful manipulation. Chen Yuan is thinking to himself that women really can't be too complacent. It's good to tease them sometimes. He checks his phone, figuring Lele has been dealt with. Time to switch focus to Zhao Yuki. But wait, Zhao Yuki is live streaming too. Is she also a streamer on top of being a company president? He opens her stream and she's introducing herself as Kiki, a trainee streamer who does singing, dancing, and piano. Chen Yuan stares at his phone, trying to process what he's seeing right now. He notices she only has a few hundred viewers and thinks that's way too low for someone like her. Meanwhile, some other streamer girl named Xiaomir sees him online and immediately starts messaging him for attention. She's desperately trying to get him to meet up, saying she'll dance just for him while dodging all his requests. Chen Yuan is annoyed, thinking she's just trying to milk him for gifts when he spent 10 million and got nothing in return. But then a notification pops up that Zhao Yuki is in a PK battle, and that gets his attention immediately. And wouldn't you know it, Zhao Yuqi got matched against Xiao Mir of all people. Our protagonist is absolutely delighted by this development, thinking this is going to be very interesting to watch. Xiao Mir immediately starts taunting, congratulating Zhao Yuqi on matching with her and hoping they have a great time together. Chen Yuan watches with amusement, thinking what a strange fate that these two got matched up. The PK battle screen shows both girls going head-to-head, and the stakes are looking intense. But there's one problem: Zhao Yuqi is getting absolutely destroyed with 200 points against over 10,000. Xiaomir is feeling confident, telling Zhao Yuqi to take a break because she has brother Yan, a big spender, backing her. The chat is going wild, people asking if this brother Yan is the rich guy who dropped 10 million yesterday. Xiaomir is smugly thinking that with her skills, this brother Yan must already be completely impressed with her. Rockets start flying across the screen as donations pour in for Xiaomir's side. Xiaomir is absolutely thrilled, thanking brother Yan with blown kisses for all the support. But then she suddenly deflates, letting out a disappointed sigh, because the screen just exploded with rockets flooding for Zhao Yuqi's side instead. Xiaomir can't believe what she's seeing, saying this is absolutely impossible. Lonely One Cigarette just dropped 1,000 rockets on Kiki's stream and the scoreboard completely flipped. Zhao Yuqi and her assistant are staring at the screen in complete shock at what just happened. Xiaomir is fuming because all those gifts weren't even meant for her in the first place. Someone signals her that the boss is calling and she needs to explain what just happened. Xiaomir quickly tells her viewers she has something to attend to and ends the broadcast early. Her stream goes dark, showing host is lost while the chat roasts her for getting humiliated. Chen Yuan is smirking, asking rhetorically if he can give gifts to whoever he wants or does she think she can control him. He's still watching Zhao Yuqi's stream, thinking about his next move. He mutters to himself that he's invested a lot in her, so she better not let him down. Meanwhile, at some corporate building, someone is yelling that something big has happened again. An employee rushes in to report that it's that lonely cigarette guy causing chaos once more. The boss is freaking out because another 10 million was spent, asking if this guy is some kind of oil prince. The scene shifts to the streamer's lounge where everyone is buzzing about the news. A group of streamers are gossiping about how some wealthy guy just donated 10 million to a piano stream. One streamer dramatically demands her assistant bring her triangular needle because she's about to do something crazy. Another one wants her swana brought out too, everyone trying to figure out how to impress this mysterious tycoon. Someone shows Zhao Yuqi that her live stream is trending with headlines about the mysterious local tycoon. Her assistant is ecstatic, telling her she's going viral and about to become an internet sensation, but Zhao Yuqi just scoffs, saying seeking attention from men online isn't a sustainable long-term plan. She lectures that the most important thing for a woman is having a career and being economically independent. Her assistant tells her to stop lecturing and asks what she's actually going to do about this. She leans in with a sly smile, asking if Zhao Yuqi actually knows this wealthy guy showering her with gifts. Zhao Yuqi insists she has no idea who he is, and her assistant can believe whatever she wants. But then she adds that out of courtesy she should probably send a private message to thank him. Her assistant is mentally screaming, thinking wasn't this the same person who just said seeking men's attention isn't sustainable? The assistant trips and crashes into the equipment in total disbelief at this hypocrisy. She asks what's wrong and her assistant just stares back completely bewildered. Then Zhao Yuqi looks at the profile and realizes she might actually know this wealthy guy, and it's Chen Yuan. Now let's get a little backstory on our protagonist Chen Yuan, son of a business tycoon who was raised in absolute luxury. But despite the elite education and the wealth, he grew tired of everyone looking up to him and just wanted to live freely. So he chose to walk among regular people, blending in rather than standing out as the rich kid everyone wanted something from. And when he met the girl he loved, he decided to pursue her as an ordinary person, not as the heir to billions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqi's assistant is absolutely convinced he's some hidden wealthy CEO, and honestly she might be onto something. She's theorizing that someone who's lived in luxury since childhood would find it really difficult to pretend to be ordinary. But Zhao Yuqi decides she needs to sincerely thank him for those gifts regardless of where the money came from. And speaking of Chen Yuan, our boy is fresh out of the shower looking absolutely built when his phone goes off. The notification reads Zhao Yuqi sent a message, and suddenly this manhwa has our full attention. She's asking if he's free and inviting him to eat crayfish tomorrow at 4, which is honestly a pretty bold move. Chen Yuan notices she didn't even ask where the money to send those gifts came from, just straightforwardly invited him to dinner. He's thinking to himself that he wants to see what exactly she's up to with this sudden invitation. The next day, our protagonist rolls up to the meeting spot on his little electric bike looking happy as can be. And right next to him pulls up some guy in a fancy Audi, because there's always gotta be someone flexing. This cigar dude asks if he's waiting for someone, already sizing up Chen Yuan like he's some kind of competition. And that's when they both notice someone approaching, the click of heels announcing her arrival before anything else. Chen Yuan immediately perks up when he sees her, starting to call out her name. But Cigar Guy has the audacity to tell him to stop looking, saying he needs to work hard to make money or uncles like him will take all the beauties. Zhao Yuqi arrives looking absolutely stunning, and she's not even paying attention to Mr. Fancy Car over there. In her mind, Chen Yuan transforms into a Prince Charming on his noble steed, which is technically just an electric scooter, but whatever. She's got full heart eyes going on, internally screaming about how handsome he is, and honestly, same girl, same. The rich guy is laughing and asking when Chen Yuan will ever be able to afford his car, completely oblivious to what's about to happen. And then reality hits him like a truck when he realizes she's not here for him at all. He can only watch in disbelief as Zhao Yuqi hops on Chen Yuan's little scooter and they ride off together. The man literally collapses next to his expensive car, crying about what's even the point of earning so much money. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqi is living her best life, completely lost in romantic thoughts during the ride. She snaps out of her daydream when they arrive at their destination. They've arrived at a crayfish restaurant, which is honestly a pretty solid date spot if you ask me. The food arrives and these portions are absolutely massive. 2 giant bowls of spicy and garlic-flavored crayfish. Chen Yuan, being the gentleman he is, helps Zhao Yuqi get seated before they start eating. She's completely swooning, thinking that even in a simple food stall he doesn't forget his gentlemanly manners. Truly a noble demeanor. He even offers her gloves to keep her hands clean, and she's convinced this proves he was raised with strict upbringing. She watches him eat and thinks that despite being wealthy he's willing to eat at a roadside stall just to not pressure her. She's completely convinced now that he really is a gentle and refined person. Exactly like those CEO novel protagonists. In her fantasy, she sees him as an actual aristocrat dining elegantly in some fancy palace, which is hilariously dramatic. And just like that, the system notification pops up showing Zhao Yuqi's favorability went up by 10 points. Chen Yuan is genuinely shocked, wondering how the heck it increased just from eating together like this. As they're eating, she decides to peel some crayfish for him, which is kind of a big deal in dating terms. And then she actually offers to feed him the crayfish directly, which catches him completely off guard. Zhao Yuqi delicately eats her portion, looking absolutely beautiful while doing something as simple as eating seafood. Chen Yuan just stares at her, probably thinking this date is going way better than he expected. But of course, their peaceful date gets interrupted when new customers walk into the restaurant, and someone immediately recognizes what's going on at Chen Yuan's table. It's Lin Shudong, and she cannot believe her eyes seeing Zhao Yuqi actually feeding Chen Yuan shrimp. She's processing this information, thinking first it was Zhu Lele, now it's Zhao Yuqi. This guy is really something special. She immediately tries to bail, telling her date, Brother Junkai, that there are too many people here and they should go somewhere else. But Junkai dismisses her concerns, saying it's probably just a lot of acquaintances and no big deal. He insists that he just loves eating in crowded places, completely ignoring her obvious discomfort. Chen Yuan senses something is off, the atmosphere in the restaurant just shifted. And here comes trouble, because this Junkai guy has decided to make himself a problem. He walks right up to Chen Yuan's table and casually offers 500 yuan for his seat, like he's buying a parking spot. He throws the money at Chen Yuan like this is some kind of business transaction he should be grateful for. The money lands right on their perfectly good food, which is honestly just disrespectful to the crayfish at this point. Chen Yuan is internally cringing, thinking what is this guy even blabbering about? Does he think he looks cool acting like this? Junkai has the audacity to ask if that's not enough, and if adding more money would finally get Chen Yuan to move. But before Chen Yuan can even respond, Zhao Yuqi grabs her purse and she is absolutely furious. Chen Yuan notices she's getting angry because he was being provoked, and honestly that's kinda sweet. Zhao Yuqi is thinking, where did this stray dog come from, daring to interfere with her perfect date like this? Junkai keeps digging himself deeper, pulling out his wallet saying he'll add more money to the offer. Chen Yuan slams his hand down on the money, finally having enough of this nonsense. A waiter quickly intervenes, offering to take the money and find Junkai another table to avoid a scene. But Junkai grabs the waiter by the collar, yelling that this isn't about adding a table, completely losing it. And that's when Zhao Yuqi's purse connects directly with Junkai's face, because our girl chose violence. Chen Yuan turns around to see Zhao Yuqi holding her bag above her head, casually saying oops like it was an accident. But then a massive shadow appears behind them, and a terrifying voice calls out Junkai's name, demanding to know what's going on. Chen Yuan turns around and nearly has a heart attack because this woman is absolutely terrifying and clearly very angry. Junkai is instantly sweating bullets, stammering out her name and asking what she's doing here. Wei Xiaoqing is absolutely livid, calling him a despicable creature for wearing her clothes, driving her car, and using her money to chase girls. Junkai immediately starts begging, saying she's misunderstood and he could never possibly cheat on her since everything he has comes from her. And this absolute scumbag immediately throws Lin Shudong under the bus, claiming she was the one who seduced him. Lin Shudong screams back that he was the one who invited her first and claimed he was single, which sounds about right. Junkai responds to this by slapping her and telling her to shut up, showing his true colors as absolute trash. Lin Shudong is on the ground looking up at him in shock, calling out his name in disbelief. Junkai raises his hand again, threatening anyone who's staring at him, ready to hit her once more. But Chen Yuan catches his wrist mid-swing, stopping him in his tracks. Our protagonist asks him coldly if hitting a woman is really going to make him any less shameful than he already is. Lin Shudong looks up at her rescuer with hard eyes, completely smitten by Chen Yuan's heroic intervention. And boom, another favorability notification pops up, this time plus 20 points from Lin Shudong. The system announces that Lin Shudong's favorability has broken through 95 points, meaning she's been successfully converted into Chen Yuan's simp. Chen Yuan receives 20 strengthening points as a reward, because apparently saving a girl from her trash date has some excellent benefits. So Chen Yuan's got those 20 strengthening points burning a hole in his pocket, and his stat screen is looking pretty solid already. He decides to dump 10 points into strength and 10 into physical fitness, and you can literally see the power surge through him, and immediately puts those new stats to work by twisting Junkai's arm behind his back like he's folding laundry. But this idiot refuses to take the L and grabs a beer bottle, because apparently he wants to catch a felony tonight. He actually swings at Chen Yuan, screaming that he's gonna kill him, which is the dumbest thing he could possibly do. Chen Yuan casually kicks both the bottle and this man's dignity into the stratosphere while calling him annoying. Junkai crumples to the ground like wet paper, completely outclassed, and probably reconsidering his life choices. But of course this psycho pulls out an actual knife because losing a fight wasn't enough embarrassment for one night. Zhao Yuki screams for Chen Yuan to be careful, and honestly her concern is absolutely adorable right now. Junkai lunges at our protagonist with the knife like this is somehow going to end differently than the last 3 attempts. Chen Yuan catches his wrist and disarms him in one smooth motion because those strength points are really paying off, and then proceeds to absolutely ragdoll this man into the ground like he weighs nothing at all. The impact is so brutal you can practically feel it from outside the restaurant. Talk about getting absolutely cooked. Junkai lies there defeated, muttering something about a pearl among rice daring to contend with the sun and moon, which is pretty poetic for someone who just got folded. Chen Yuan just walks away like nothing happened, with both girls watching him leave with very different expressions. And here comes Lin Shudong grabbing his leg, crying that she was wrong and blind, begging for a chance to start over. Chen Yuan just looks down at her with this completely unimpressed expression that says everything without words. He asks if she means the Chen Yuan who ran over 10 kilometers to the emergency room at 3 in the morning. The Chen Yuan who once carried her on his back through the rain when she was sick, because that's what love made him do. Or maybe the one who saved money for half a year to buy her a phone but got rejected because it wasn't the latest model. The one who, despite knowing her shallow vanity, always believed she would come back to him someday. He coldly tells her that Chen Yuan is already dead and that she's the one who killed him with her own choices. And that hits her harder than any punch could, the tears streaming down her face showing exactly how deep that cut went. Later outside, Chen Yuan apologizes to Zhao Yuki for the chaos, but she tells him to just call her Kiki instead of being so formal. She admits she wasn't disturbed at all and actually got to see a completely different side of someone tonight. She's internally swooning, thinking the more she looks at Chen Yuan, the more intriguing he becomes, while he offers to treat her next time. She has a feeling he'll bring her countless surprises, with beaten Junkai still visible in the background as a reminder of tonight's entertainment. Meanwhile, the rain starts pouring down hard, and somewhere across town a certain someone is having a very bad night. Lin Shudong runs to her friend Ru completely soaked, sobbing about Chen Yuan like her world just collapsed. Her friend drops the bomb that Chen Yuan apparently gave Zhao Yuki over 10 million during her livestream, and he's secretly loaded. Lin Shudong's jaw hits the floor, asking if that's actually true, because 10 million is an absolutely insane amount of money. Her friend confirms it came from Zhao Yuki's roommate, and it's spreading through the entire female dormitory like wildfire. You can literally see the regret washing over Lin Shudong's face as the reality of what she threw away sinks in. Her expression shifts from shock to absolute devastation as she realizes she dumped a literal millionaire for a broke cheater. She breaks down completely, crying out Chen Yuan's name like it's the only word she knows anymore. Her wailing is so loud that people in the dorm building are yelling about who's howling like a ghost in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is absolutely demolishing in mobile games, getting MVP with 44 kills like it's nothing. His roommates are losing their minds because he's won 18 games in a row, and they're asking if he's secretly a pro gamer. Chen Yuan realizes those 20 attribute points even boosted his gaming skills, but he just tells them he's having a good night. One roommate suggests he become a live streamer, but Chen Yuan just heads off to take a shower instead of entertaining that idea. And now we see what those physical fitness points actually did, because our boy is absolutely shredded with the glow-up of the century. He's thinking he could proudly call himself the university's version of that famous actor now, and honestly, he's not wrong. His roommate is openly admiring that perfect body and wondering which lucky woman is going to benefit from all this. The next morning, his roommate yells that his phone is ringing, pulling him out of his thoughts about his new physique. He checks and sees it's Shulele calling him late at night, which immediately makes him suspicious about her motives. He remembers her as someone manipulative and wonders what new tactics she's going to use to try to use him this time. He answers the phone coolly, asking Senior Shulele what she could possibly need from him at this hour. But instead of scheming, all he hears is uncontrollable sobbing as she cries that she doesn't know what to do. The rain continues to pour across the city as this late-night phone call takes an unexpectedly serious turn. We see Shulele in her room, which is an absolute mess, crying on the floor as she desperately asks for his help. She asks if he can lend her 500,000 yuan, which is honestly a staggering amount of money to ask for. She explains that her dad got into massive gambling debt and threw their entire family into financial ruin. Their once prosperous family has fallen into a bottomless pit, dealing with high-interest loans from dangerous people every day. She says she's not materialistic, but they need to pay off the debts, and Chen Yuan immediately asks for her account number. She's absolutely stunned that he agreed so easily without any hesitation or conditions whatsoever. She hurriedly rattles off her account number before he can change his mind about helping her. The bank notification comes through showing 5 million yuan deposited, which is 10 times what she asked for. She's shocked, asking how it's 5 million, and Chen Yuan casually says he accidentally added an extra zero, no big deal. But internally, Chen Yuan is absolutely freaking out because he definitely did not mean to send that much money. His system explodes with favorability notifications as Zhu Leilei's opinion of him skyrockets with every passing second. She's sobbing with gratitude, promising to definitely repay him, and her favorability has shot up to 94 points. Chen Yuan is confused because 94 points should be nearly maxed out, but the system says he still can't win her over completely. He briefly considers whether he should just confess his feelings to push her over the edge and convert her. But then his inner strategist kicks in, thinking that whoever reveals their feelings first is at a disadvantage, so he holds back. The next morning arrives and a new day at the university begins with clear skies after last night's rain. Chen Yuan heads out with his roommates when someone calls his name from nearby. He turns around looking confused, wondering who's calling for him first thing in the morning. It's Lin Shudong, looking absolutely gorgeous, saying she brought him breakfast from the canteen, completely shocking his roommates. But before he can even respond, Zhu Leilei also shows up, calling him affectionately and announcing she brought breakfast too. She says she figured he'd be tired of canteen food and specially cooked seafood porridge for him, and she looks absolutely stunning. Both girls immediately lock eyes with each other, and you can feel the tension crackling between them. Chen Yuan is trapped in the middle of this standoff while his roommates watch in absolute envy of his predicament. And then yet another voice calls out Chen Yuan's name, because apparently the harem is still growing and his roommates can't believe it. And just when you thought the harem couldn't get any more chaotic, Zhao Yuqi shows up with beef noodles, looking absolutely devastating. Lin Shudong and Xu Lei are immediately on high alert because they recognize this threat the moment she appears. Because this right here is the number 2 on the campus beauty list, and she's walking up like she owns the entire university. Both girls are feeling the pressure of her aura, because apparently campus beauty rankings come with intimidation stats. Chen Yuan accepts the food and asks how she knew he loves beef noodles, genuinely curious about her research skills. Zhao Yuqi casually explains she deduced his food preferences from their crayfish date, which is honestly impressive attention to detail. Our boy is internally impressed, thinking President Zhao just won this round without even trying by simply paying attention. She delivers the killing blow by pointing out that if you really like someone, you should know these small things about them. And that comment lands like a nuclear strike on both Lin Shudong and Zhu Leilei's confidence levels simultaneously. But Zhao Yuqi isn't done yet, because she's got one more devastating move ready to deploy, and she absolutely demolishes the competition, metaphorically sending them flying with her superior strategy. The impact of her power moves reverberates through the entire battlefield of love. Then she hands Chen Yuan a gift box as a thank you, which is already suspicious levels of generous. Chen Yuan opens it and realizes this is the brand new iQOO 15 Pro Max, which is absolutely not a cheap gift. His roommates are losing their minds watching him receive expensive gifts from beautiful women like it's completely normal. Meanwhile, both Lin Shudong and Zhu Leilei are stunned because this phone is worth over 10,000 yuan. And just like that, the other 2 contenders have been completely knocked out by Zhao Yuqi's overwhelming victory. Chen Yuan tries to politely decline, but she insists it's the thought that counts, even if the thought costs a fortune. The scene shifts as life continues at the university and the breakfast battlefield drama finally settles down. Lin Shudong is having a moment, looking absolutely frustrated with how quickly things have escalated against her. She's lamenting that in just a few days there's now another major competitor she has to worry about. That's when Zhu Leilei approaches her with a proposition, suggesting they find somewhere private to talk. Lin Shudong's instincts kick in and she's immediately suspicious of what this silver-haired beauty wants. She starts yelling that everything is Zhu Leilei's fault, pointing fingers and blaming her for the mess. But Zhu Leilei stays completely calm, already knowing exactly what she's about to propose. She suggests forming an alliance against their common enemy, which catches Lin Shudong completely off guard. Meanwhile, elsewhere on campus, our protagonist has much bigger plans already brewing in his mind. Chen Yuan admires his new phone, genuinely impressed by how generous Zhao Yuqi was with this expensive gift, but the system shows her current favorability is only at 40 points, which seems surprisingly low given everything. He's thinking that without the system telling him otherwise, he'd almost believe she had fallen for him already. But here's the thing about this game, sometimes what looks like easy prey is actually the predator in disguise. And our boy Chen Yuan knows exactly what role he's playing as he positions himself as the hunter here. He's strategizing about how to push his progress further when his new phone buzzes with a notification. It's messages from someone called Xiao Mir, who's now interested in finally meeting him in person. Chen Yuan grins at the message, sensing yet another opportunity presenting itself on a silver platter. This mysterious girl seems quite eager to finally meet the famous big spender she's heard about. Then he gets added to some exclusive chat group and realizes this might be the legendary anchor community. The group immediately celebrates his arrival because apparently he's famous for dropping tens of millions casually. Someone immediately tries to do business with him, recognizing his ridiculous spending power right away. Chen Yuan realizes these wealthy individuals want to test if he's actually that rich, and decides to play along. They ask him to add them privately to discuss some interesting business details they have in mind. The business proposition turns out to be a villa for sale, which is quite the upgrade from just phone gifts. And not just any villa, this is in Jiangkou district where properties start at tens of millions minimum. Chen Yuan is actually shocked by the scale of this opportunity that just fell into his lap. He casually agrees to check it out, mentioning he needs a place to store sundries like any normal billionaire. Cut to the villa in question, which looks like it belongs to actual royalty rather than a storage facility. The seller confirms to his boss that this lonely cigarette guy actually has real money, not just clout. The boss, known as Dragon King, figures they'll find out soon enough if he's legit, and making rich connections never hurts. He orders his people to send the address and see what kind of person this mysterious buyer actually is. Time passes as preparations are made for what promises to be a very interesting meeting. Chen Yuan receives the villa address and a brilliant plan starts forming in his scheming little mind. And that plan involves bringing Zhao Yuqi along, wondering how much favorability a villa gift would earn. She's confused about why he brought her to this mysterious location in a fancy sports car. They arrive at the villa where the bald seller and his assistant are already waiting to greet them. Hong Yuankao welcomes them warmly with excessive enthusiasm, trying to make a great first impression. He's internally assessing Chen Yuan and noting that while he looks plain, his stunning companion suggests serious hidden wealth. However, he's already worried that today's negotiation might not go as smoothly as he originally hoped. He introduces himself as Hong Yuanchao and explains he's reluctantly selling due to unfortunate financial issues. They're invited inside to see what 60 million yuan worth of real estate actually looks like. The interior is absolutely stunning, 500 square meters of pure luxury that makes normal houses look pathetic. The tour continues showing the massive pool area and custom Italian furniture because why settle for less? Hong dramatically gestures at the river view and feng shui, claiming he'd want to be buried here if he didn't need money. Zhao Yuqi is connecting the dots and wondering if Chen Yuan is actually planning to buy this mansion. Chen Yuan cuts through all the salesmanship and asks directly for the price with zero patience for games. Hong tries his negotiation tactics, mentioning other buyers and asking for 50 million, while hoping to go higher. He holds up a finger nervously, waiting to see if his carefully inflated price will actually stick. Chen Yuan sighs with what looks like disappointment, and Hong immediately panics thinking he went too high. But then Chen Yuan says he didn't expect it to be so cheap, completely flipping the entire negotiation. Hong is now kicking himself internally for not quoting 70 or even 80 million from the start. Chen Yuan casually turns to Zhao Yuqi and asks if they should buy this house like it's grocery shopping. She's completely confused, saying whether to buy or not really has nothing to do with her decision. And then Chen Yuan drops the absolute bombshell that he's buying this house specifically to give to her. Hong is absolutely floored by this level of wealth flexing, hoping he didn't offend this clearly powerful man. Zhao Yuqi can't even process what's happening, asking if he really means 60 million yuan as a casual gift. Her mind immediately jumps to worst-case scenarios, imagining this must be some elaborate scam from a drama. Zhao Yuqi immediately tries to shut down the whole villa gift situation, saying she absolutely cannot accept it. But Chen Yuan isn't taking no for an answer, pulling her close as she tries to continue her refusal. And then he drops the most devastating line possible, saying he wants to give her a home. Zhao Yuqi's brain completely short-circuits because did he really just say that? Her mind immediately jumps to the fact that property transfers are restricted to legally married couples, which means she's now fully convinced that Chen Yuan has actual romantic feelings for her. Chen Yuan doubles down by asking what's the distinction between what's his and what's hers anyway. The system confirms his smooth talking is working perfectly, racking up plus 10 favorability multiple times. And just like that, Zhao Yuqi's favorability hits 90 points, putting him dangerously close to the finish line. Our boy is absolutely cooking right now, fully aware that his investment is about to pay off big time. Their fingers interlock in one of those classic romantic moments that seals the deal. Meanwhile, Hong Yuankao and his very attractive assistant are watching this whole display of wealth. Hong is internally crying about how he could never afford to flex like that on a woman. Chen Yuan casually swipes his black card like he's buying groceries instead of property. He drops a casual 10 million yuan down payment and tells Hong to handle the transfer paperwork. Hong waves them off enthusiastically while the narrator points out he still takes taxis despite being rich. Hong calls him a role model while his assistant is clearly wondering if Chen Yuan needs a secretary. The taxi cruises through the city as Chen Yuan runs the numbers in his head. With 70 million spent and favorability at 90, he's about to get a fat 7 million cashback plus attribute points. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqi is secretly glancing at him, thinking about what happens next in romance novels. Her imagination immediately jumps to wedding locations, debating between Milan and the Alps. Then she worries about whether Chen Yuan will get dementia and forget who she is when they're old. This girl has already planned their entire life together and he doesn't even know it. She snaps back to reality and realizes she needs to make her move right now. But before she can say anything, they've already arrived at the university campus. And Chen Yuan casually says his roommate invited him to the internet cafe so she can head back alone. The taxi drives off with a playful kiss sound effect while Zhao Yuqi just stands there. She's absolutely devastated because what happened to her confession opportunity. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan arrives at the internet cafe, ready for some quality gaming time. His roommates greet him and immediately complain that they already lost one game without him. They blame each other for the loss but tell Chen Yuan they've reserved a machine for him to carry them. Chen Yuan heads to the counter to pay, and that's when he hears a very familiar voice call his name. Our boy is genuinely surprised to find Xu Lele working behind the counter of all places. She explains her dad owns this chain of internet cafes, and thanks to Chen Yuan, her family's debts are cleared. She's so grateful that she offers him a lifetime membership with unlimited computer usage. Chen Yuan starts to politely decline when suddenly the whole cafe erupts into chaos. A thug with a baseball bat storms in asking when her dad is going to repay the money he owes. Turns out the 5 million she paid was just the principal, and there's still 15 million in interest. Xu Lele rightfully calls this what it is, straight-up extortion and robbery. The thug grabs her and suggests she could work at his nightclub to pay off the debt instead. And that's when Chen Yuan decides he's seen enough of this nonsense. He grabs the thug's arm and tells him to get out before things get ugly. Xu Lele looks at him with absolute relief and admiration in her eyes. The thug is absolutely furious that some random kid dared to touch him. His goons rush in to attack, and now Chen Yuan is surrounded by multiple enemies. But our protagonist's eyes flash red, activating his enhanced abilities. He launches a devastating kick that connects directly with the thug leader. His roommates are absolutely losing their minds, recognizing the move from their fighting game. They can't believe he just executed the first blood cyclone kick in real life. The roommates are screaming about how unfair it is that the strong ones can bring the game into reality. The thugs retreat while shouting empty threats about catching him next time. Xu Lele clings to Chen Yuan, thanking him for saving her yet again. The system announces her favorability has reached 95, meaning another successful counterattack and major rewards. Chen Yuan is celebrating internally when he notices Lin Shudong has just arrived at the worst possible moment. Lin Shudong immediately accuses Xu Lele of being unfaithful to their alliance. She goes full rage mode, calling Xu Lele a deceitful woman for trying to seduce Chen Yuan alone. Chen Yuan immediately tells the system to dump all strengthening points into agility because he needs to escape. By the time everyone looks around, our protagonist has already vanished from the scene. Cut to the school sports field where Chen Yuan has fled to avoid the incoming drama. He's thinking about how Lin Shudong and Xu Lei are basically complete, and he needs to find new targets. That's when someone taps his shoulder and tells him to move because he's in the way. And wouldn't you know it, it's another absolutely gorgeous girl in a sports tracksuit asking him to step aside. Chen Yuan immediately notes that she seems fierce but also quite attractive, a dangerous combination. So naturally he pulls out his phone and says he'll leave if she adds him on social media. She's completely caught off guard by his shameless request in broad daylight. But before she can respond, a muscular guy appears claiming to be her boyfriend. Chen Yuan immediately recognizes that this guy has a serious attitude problem, because this is the same guy who used to bully someone mercilessly back in the day. Chen Yuan remembers exactly how this bully would stomp on his victims without mercy. The boyfriend continues mocking him, saying a toad like him shouldn't dream of eating swan meat. Chen Yuan's eye glows red as he realizes fate has brought him face to face with an old enemy. The system identifies her as He Jing, with -5 favorability but a reward of 22 strengthening points. Chen Yuan grins because 22 points is quite the interesting reward for his next target. An announcement calls for all spring competition participants to get ready. The boyfriend heads to the starting line with absolute confidence in his athletic abilities. He Jiang cheers for her boyfriend but notices someone suspicious crouching outside the track. All the runners get into starting position, including one unexpected participant at the edge. The starting pistol fires and the race officially begins. The crowd cheers as the runners explode off the starting blocks. The boyfriend takes an early lead and mocks everyone else as a bunch of ants. But then he hears footsteps rapidly approaching from behind him. The boyfriend turns his head just in time to see someone about to pass him. Chen Yuan blazes past him at impossible speed, leaving the supposed champion in complete disbelief. Our protagonist tears through the track like a literal speedster, leaving nothing but dust in his wake. And as he runs, he's mentally declaring war on Li Yang, vowing to crush him in his own domain. Meanwhile, Li Yang's face is turning red from sheer frustration at getting absolutely demolished. So what does our boy Li Yang do? He dramatically releases some kind of limiter like this is Dragon Ball. His legs start glowing with power as he activates what can only be described as anime protagonist energy. He's thinking he'll show this nobody what it means to have the potential of an emperor, but then he looks around and Chen Yuan has completely vanished from his sight. and Chen Yuan casually zooms past him with a simple "on your left." Absolute disrespect. Lai Yang realizes in horror that Chen Yuan actually lapped him in just a few seconds flat. Our protagonist is smugly thinking about how Li Yang's 10 years of training can't compete with a week of his skill points. The announcer is losing his mind, screaming about how Chen Yuan circled the entire playground in 50 seconds. And just like that, Chen Yuan crosses the finish line to a shower of confetti in celebration. Somewhere a drink gets slammed down in what can only be pure shock or frustration. He Jing is standing there looking absolutely stunned, wondering if her boyfriend actually lost. The announcer declares that a new champion has been born who broke human limits, but plot twist, he's not even registered. A coach immediately approaches Chen Yuan, practically begging him to join the track team and offering a national team recommendation. Lai Yang is in tears, crying to the coach about how that spot was supposed to be his, but Chen Yuan simply declines with a casual "sorry, not interested," leaving everyone speechless. He Jing is watching this whole thing unfold, and the system pops up showing her favorability just increased by 5. Liang notices his girlfriend seems distracted and asks what's wrong with her. She claims she's just worried about him, but the system keeps racking up favorability points for Chen Yuan in the background. We cut to an apartment building as the scene shifts away from the track. Someone's asking Zhao Yuqi where she's been, and she casually lets slip that Chen Yuan bought her a house. Her friend's jaw practically hits the floor because "he bought you a house" is not normal relationship progression. Zhao Yuqi casually mentions it costs 60 million, and her friend is seething with jealousy over this luck. The friend offers to help check prices when suddenly they see something shocking on the phone. There's a viral post calling Chen Yuan a top-tier scumbag who's allegedly juggling multiple relationships. Both of them are staring at the screen in disbelief, repeating "scumbag" and Chen Yuan like they can't process it. Chen Yuan sees the post and insists he's a money-splitting boy, not a scumbag, while Hong laughs at the whole situation. Our protagonist starts thinking about who might be unhappy with his recent high-profile activities. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone's asking if the post was successfully uploaded. A group of guys are celebrating because their post went viral and they think Chen Yuan's reputation is completely ruined. Someone walks in and catches them in the dark like a bunch of conspiracy theorists, asking what they're doing. They explain there's an arrogant guy named Chen Yuan in the liberal arts school that they're trying to take down. Li Yang immediately recognizes the photo as the guy who just humiliated him at the sprint race, and suddenly it clicks that this is the same kid he used to beat up mercilessly back in high school. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the revenge wheels start turning in his head. He claims he knows Chen Yuan from high school and has plenty of dirt to share about his sycophant past. The group eagerly gathers around, begging him to share all the embarrassing stories they can add to the post. Lei Yang's thinking he doesn't care about winning races or impressing coaches, he just wants Chen Yuan completely destroyed. The updated post now labels Chen Yuan as the university's top scumbag with even more exaggerated accusations. They keep adding wilder claims, saying he chased hundreds of girls and even ruined his high school's admission rates. The post spreads like wildfire across campus, with everyone from students to faculty seeing it. The situation escalates all the way up to the principal's office. Someone slams their phone on the desk, absolutely furious about this outrageous post. The principal declares he won't allow such a black sheep at his school and vows to personally investigate and expel the scum. But here's the twist. Someone's imagining Chen Yuan as a generous, wealthy hero who helps girls in need. In this fantasy, he's literally kicking villains like Batman, standing up for women everywhere. The fantasy shows him as a mysterious guardian watching over the city full of sin and desire. It's Zhao Yuqi in an interrogation room, declaring with complete conviction that Chen Yuan is a hero. The security officers question if calling him a hero isn't a bit exaggerated. Zhao Yuqi clenches her fists, clearly emotional about defending the man she believes in. The principal reviews her testimony, noting that as the vice president of student union, she probably wouldn't lie. But the principal refuses to believe it, demanding they question more classmates because no one can be that perfect. The school bell rings as the investigation continues across campus. Security officers approach another female student, asking her to come answer questions about Chen Yuan. They bring her to the interrogation room to get her statement on the situation. The girl starts crying, saying Chen Yuan is a good person but she's not good enough for him. She keeps sobbing, admitting she's greedy for vanity and that thinking of Chen Yuan makes her heart ache. The security officer is completely confused, trying to understand how she got rejected but still thinks he's great. She insists through her tears that he's a good person and did nothing wrong, he just doesn't love her. The principal quietly leaves the room, looking completely defeated by this testimony. He lets out a heavy sigh, processing everything he's been hearing. The principal starts wondering if maybe Chen Yuan is actually innocent and the forum post is just a smear campaign. Just then, someone notices visitors approaching with what appears to be a ceremonial banner. The principal goes to greet them, introducing himself and asking who they're looking for. It's Xuleta and her father presenting a commendation banner for Chen Yuan who bravely helped their family. The principal's face says it all as he realizes everything keeps pointing back to Chen Yuan being genuinely heroic. The principal waves goodbye to Xuleta and her father, but his mind is clearly elsewhere right now. And that's when the doubt starts creeping in as he wonders if maybe he blamed Chen Yuan wrongly this whole time. He pulls up the forum post and the comments are absolutely wild, with girls saying if he's a scumbag, give me a dozen. There's video evidence of Chen Yuan absolutely destroying the competition on the track, leaving everyone in the dust. And here he is being all charming, offering water to a girl while hearts are literally floating around him. The comment section is absolutely flooded with girls defending him, saying even if he's a scumbag, they'd still love him. The principal is genuinely confused now, wondering if this Chen Yuan guy is actually some kind of popular male idol. Meanwhile, his mind drifts back to his own past as he scrolls through more content. He remembers being young and popular himself, the kind of guy girls would swoon over. But of course, being too popular always came with jealous guys who couldn't stand seeing him succeed. He remembers finding his desk covered in insults, targeted simply for standing out too much. The teachers were no better, calling him a societal parasite and threatening to bring his parents in. And suddenly it all clicks as the principal breaks down, saying he finally understands what Chen Yuan's been going through. He vows to give Chen Yuan justice, declaring that as the genius of this university, he won't let this injustice stand. The principal stands at his window, looking out over the campus with renewed determination. And just like that, a full school assembly is called with a banner announcing a commendation ceremony for Chen Yuan. The principal takes the stage and announces that after thorough investigation, the forum post was nothing but slander. He declares that he's here to clear Chen Yuan's name, praising him as someone who acts bravely for justice. The principal gets genuinely emotional, crying about what a noble soul and majestic personality, and then comes the certificate ceremony, with the principal urging everyone to learn from this model student. The entire crowd erupts into applause, chanting to learn from classmate Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy Chen Yuan is standing there completely confused, wondering when he ever showed courage or helped anyone. And in the crowd, Li Yang is absolutely seething, unable to comprehend how his plan completely backfired. He's thinking that he should be the one on that stage receiving flowers and applause, not Chen Yuan. But then he notices something that makes his blood boil even more: his girlfriend Ziying enthusiastically cheering for Chen Yuan. And the system keeps doing its thing as Chen Yuan's favorability with someone just went up by 10 points. It's Ziying looking absolutely smitten as she cheers, and that favorability notification pops up again. After the assembly, Li Yang corners Ziying and demands an explanation for her behavior. He accuses her of enthusiastically applauding Chen Yuan and asks what exactly that's supposed to mean. She fires back, asking why he's so jealous, saying she just has genuine admiration for someone who does good deeds. She goes on about how Chen Yuan has done so much good yet remains indifferent to fame and wealth. She keeps praising him, saying how after winning against Li Yang, he could have become a star but chose to stay humble. And that's when Li Yang completely snaps, grabbing her and screaming that Chen Yuan can never beat him. Jiang cries out in pain, telling him he's hurting her and to let go right now. Li Yang goes full villain mode, ranting that Chen Yuan is just a dog he stepped on and that his dad can buy him a Tesla. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Chen Yuan is on the phone giving someone permission to drive in. He specifically tells them to keep a low profile and not pick him up in some overly expensive car. And naturally, what rolls up is the exact opposite of low profile: a luxury Rolls-Royce gleaming in the sun. Chen Yuan sighs and scolds Fatty Hong for bringing such a flashy car when he specifically asked for discretion. Nearby, Li Yang and Ziying witness this exchange, with someone warning him to be careful around such important people. The luxury car drives off, leaving Li Yang standing there in complete shock at what he just witnessed. And then Ziying drops the bomb, telling Li Yang that since he doesn't trust her, they should just break up. Li Yang completely short-circuits, muttering that this is impossible while she clarifies they never even got that serious. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan has more important things to handle as he arrives at a real estate exchange building. He casually swipes his card at the terminal like it's the most normal thing in the world. And just like that, a 50 million yuan transfer goes through as Fatty Hong stands there impressed by how straightforward the boss is. With property certificate in hand, Chen Yuan declines the ride back since the car attracts too much attention. As he walks back, he's thinking he still needs to prioritize President Zhao since maxing her favorability gives a 25-point attribute bonus. The house alone won't cut it, so he needs to figure out what else he can give her to max out those points. He checks his phone and sees the group chat blowing up about how Mr. Smokey just bought someone's villa. Everyone's praising his generosity, amazed that he gave away tens of millions like it was nothing. Chen Yuan replies humbly in the chat, saying it's no big deal and he's just helping out a bit. And then the idea hits him, he can also give President Zhao a car to really seal the deal. So naturally, he heads straight to the fanciest luxury car dealership in the city. The manager himself comes out to greet him, introducing himself as Zhang Haotuan, who runs a small family car business. Chen Yuan takes one look at the business card and sees it says Zhang Group, which is definitely not small. And when he looks up Zhang Group, the results show a massive corporate building with their logo plastered on it. Turns out they've got car manufacturing facilities, shipping operations, the whole 9 yards. This guy is definitely a rich second generation. Chen Yuan casually compliments him for managing such a large operation at such a young age. Zhang immediately goes humble mode, insisting Chen Yuan not call him brother and that he's honored to meet the legendary Mr. Smokey. The staff are whispering amongst themselves, wondering who this VIP is that has manager Zhang personally attending to him. Zhang gives him the tour, bragging that they've got the most complete collection of luxury cars in the entire city. Chen Yuan doesn't even hesitate before casually asking if they have a Bugatti Chiron available. Zhang's confident smile freezes as his brain tries to process what he just heard. He nervously explains that the Bugatti Chiron is a limited edition with only 20 units in the world, worth over $1 billion. Chen Yuan just casually confirms that means they don't have it, which lands as a critical hit to Zhang's pride. Then Chen Yuan starts listing more cars: a Lamborghini Veneno, a Pagani Huayra Roadster, each request landing another critical hit. Zhang admits their vehicles only range from 2 to 89 million, essentially admitting defeat. Chen Yuan turns to leave, commenting that the selection here doesn't seem that extensive after all. But Zhang isn't about to let a customer who drops 50 million on houses just walk out of his store. He rushes after Chen Yuan, dragging something covered in a sheet behind him. Zhang stops Chen Yuan, insisting that even though he doesn't have those cars, he does have one expensive option available. With dramatic flair, he whips off the cover and announces the arrival of his trump card, the Ferrari LaFerrari. He launches into the specs: a 6.3-liter V12 engine with 588 kilowatts of power, plus an electric motor bringing the total to 800 horsepower, doing 0 to 100 in under 3 seconds. The Ferrari sits there gleaming under the spotlight with a price tag of 22.5 million yuan. Zhang nervously asks how Chen Yuan plans to respond to such an offer, clearly hoping this will close the deal. Chen Yuan considers it, thinking that while the Ferrari isn't the most expensive, it would make a fitting gift for President Zhao. He agrees to take it, telling Zhang to deliver the car to Hanqing Riverside Villa Community, number 1. Zhang stands there absolutely stunned, barely managing to stammer out an agreement as he holds the card. Just as Chen Yuan reaches into his pocket to complete the transaction, his phone starts vibrating. He checks the caller ID and sees it's Lu Wenjie calling, which immediately makes him wonder what this guy could want. And the moment he answers, Lu Wenjie is screaming about being cheated on, his voice echoing with pure desperation. Now what kind of mess has this guy gotten himself into, and why is Chen Yuan the one he's calling for help? So remember Lu Wenjie, who is screaming about being cheated on. Let's rewind to his birthday, where his girlfriend Liao Jia claimed she was getting her nails done with a friend. Our boy was worried because she didn't bring an umbrella, so being the thoughtful boyfriend he is, he went out in the pouring rain to find her. And that's when he found her, all right, except she wasn't exactly alone, and she definitely wasn't doing nails. Because there she was, his girlfriend of 3 years, making out with some random dude next to a luxury car in the middle of the rain. Lu Wenjie just stood there, completely frozen, the umbrella he brought for her now forgotten as the rain soaked through him. 3 years of relationship down the drain, and this man is absolutely devastated, crying about how he was going to introduce her to his parents. Chen Yuan tries to stop him from drinking, and I use the term loosely because this man has somehow downed 8 bottles of Pocari Sweat in his misery. Lu Wenjie is crying his eyes out, desperately asking if he did something wrong and if he can somehow win her back. But Chen Yuan grabs him and tells him to get it together because the mistake here is absolutely hers, not his. Lu Wenjie quietly admits that he knows, his voice barely above a whisper. He knows the truth, but he's still absolutely broken inside, unable to fully accept what just happened to him. Chen Yuan looks down at his broken friend, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head. And then our protagonist pulls out his phone, announcing that it's time to teach someone a lesson. Lu Wenjie is confused, wondering who on earth Chen Yuan could possibly be calling right now. Chen Yuan tells him to trust him completely and promises to make Liao Jia kneel before him and repent for what she did. And then he casually calls Zhang Haotian from the dealership, asking to borrow a few cars worth a few million each like it's nothing. Zhang Haotian immediately agrees, guaranteeing he'll handle everything properly for his new best customer. Lu Wenjie is standing there completely confused, wondering why borrowing luxury cars involves some kind of elaborate scheme. Then Chen Yuan makes another call, this time reaching out to Xu Lele and asking if she's free to meet up tonight. Lu Wenjie is thinking that his friend Yuanzi seems completely different now, while Lele agrees to meet up without hesitation. The scene shifts to a bustling food street at night, with neon signs lighting up the area. Xu Lele shows up and immediately clings to Chen Yuan, gushing about how much she missed him while Lu Wenjie's jaw hits the floor. Lu Wenjie cannot process what he's seeing, wondering if this is still the same Chen Yuan who used to be an absolute simp, now with a gorgeous girl pouring him drinks. Chen Yuan introduces Lu Wenjie as his good brother, and poor Wenjie can barely stammer out a hello to this stunning woman. Xu Lele is wondering why brother Yuan called her out so late just to introduce friends, and her mind immediately goes to, is he bringing me into his private circle? And this girl is absolutely glowing, convinced that Chen Yuan has her in his heart to be introducing her to his inner circle. But Chen Yuan explains that he actually needs her help putting on a little performance tomorrow. And now things are getting interesting. Cut to the next day and Lu Wenjie is absolutely transformed, decked out in a massive fur coat, gold chains and sunglasses, looking like a certified rich second generation. And who happens to see him but Liao Jia herself, her eyes going wide as she barely recognizes her ex-boyfriend. Lu Wenjie is playing his role perfectly, telling the gorgeous Xu Lele not to worry about the car that almost got hit because he'll just buy her a new one. the guy who was kissing Liao Jia, is standing there absolutely shocked, wondering if Lu Wenjie was secretly a rich second generation this whole time. Liao Jia is completely speechless, staring at her ex with his new gorgeous companion and apparent wealth. Liao Jia confronts him, asking if he's putting on an act for her, but Lu Wenjie dismisses her completely and tells his baby to get in the car. Liao Jia isn't backing down, saying she knows his family background, and while she admits she was wrong, his disgusting performance today doesn't make him blameless either. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is watching everything unfold from inside a car, noting that the woman figured out the act, so it's time for the real show to begin. And right on cue, a convoy of luxury sports cars comes tearing down the mountain road. These aren't just any cars either. We're talking Ferraris, Porsches, the whole lineup of multi-million-dollar supercars just casually rolling up. The cars pull up and someone casually greets Lu Wenjie like they're old friends, completely selling the illusion. Out steps Brother Bai with his crew, recognizing Ma Kai immediately and asking if he remembers him. Brother Bai proceeds to expose Ma Kai right in front of everyone, revealing he's a habitual liar who pretends to be rich to deceive women into bed. He keeps going, mocking how clumsy Ma Kai's tactics are, and expressing surprise that there are still naive girls falling for his scams. And then he turns his savage tongue on Liao Jia, asking if she really thinks she deserves to be with wealthy people, which hits her like a lightning bolt. Meanwhile, Xu Lele is just vibing, looking absolutely stunning as always because this manhwa knows what it's doing with her character design. Later, Ma Kai and Liao Jia are driving away in his car, speeding down the highway. Ma Kai is trying to comfort her, saying she won't be happy with that loser Lu Wenjie and promising to buy her a new bag for her birthday. But suddenly a red Ferrari comes roaring up behind them on the highway. The Ferrari aggressively passes their car, cutting dangerously close as it speeds by. Ma Kai is panicking and screaming at the driver to drive properly as their car swerves. Their car has to slam on the brakes and swerve to avoid a collision with the Ferrari. Ma Kai is absolutely furious, sticking his head out the window and cursing while flipping off the Ferrari driver. But then he sees who steps out of the Ferrari and his angry expression immediately freezes. Because stepping out of that Ferrari is Xu Lele, and the manhwa is not subtle about showing off her curves, legs, and assets in that red dress. Ma Kai is absolutely losing his mind over how gorgeous she is, ranting about what a peerless luxury car this is, and how a Ferrari is nothing compared to her. And Liao Jia finally realizes she's been completely played, attacking Ma Kai and screaming that he's worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Wenjie simply says let's go, and Xu Lele follows along, leaving the chaos behind them. Liao Jia is on her knees crying, begging Lu Wenjie not to leave her behind, claiming she's not vain, she's just afraid of being poor. Lu Wenjie coldly tells her not to call him that way anymore, completely done with her excuses. He walks away without looking back, declaring that they're officially broken up and she should never contact him again. The group of rich second generations are chatting in the background while Ma Kai sits there completely dejected after being utterly humiliated. But wait, Chen Yuan isn't done with Ma Kai yet, stopping him from slipping away. Chen Yuan tells Ma Kai with a smirk that he can go, but first he needs to give himself 100 slaps. And so Ma Kai stands there surrounded by luxury supercars, slapping himself while everyone watches the satisfying conclusion to this revenge arc. Scene changed to later that night, and the crew is at some kind of concert or club event celebrating. Everyone raises their glasses for a toast, celebrating getting to meet the powerful Mr. Yan, which is apparently what they're calling Chen Yuan now. Chen Yuan thanks everyone for their support, while they assure him that Hao Tian's friends are their friends too. No need to be formal. Chen Yuan mentions he's heard that Yanzong is a master on the Shark live streaming platform and has a favor he'd like to ask. Yanzong looks intrigued, asking what this favor could possibly be. A couple of guys in the background exchange knowing glances, clearly up to something. Brother Bai explains he has a favorite streamer he wants to support but ran out of money this month, wondering if Chen Yuan could help him out. Chen Yuan immediately recognizes this for what it is, thinking here we go again, these wealthy folks always want to test if he's actually rich. Zhang Haotian tries to smooth things over, telling Chen Yuan it's just a joke and that supporting his girl is Brother Bai's own responsibility. But Chen Yuan is clearly annoyed by this little test, gripping his drink tightly as he processes the disrespect. Some of the guys are wondering if he's actually angry and ready to fight over this. But instead, Chen Yuan calmly unlocks his phone, asking if this is really just about sending some gifts. He hands his unlocked phone directly to Brother Bai, saying he's going to the bathroom and to feel free to use his account however he wants, and absolutely don't save him money. Everyone watching is completely stunned, wondering what's going on as Chen Yuan casually walks away. Brother Bai is holding the phone in disbelief, wondering if Chen Yuan really trusts him enough to just hand over his unlocked phone like that. He looks at the streaming app gift options on Chen Yuan's phone, thinking, well, if he said to spend freely, then he'll really spend freely. And just like that, Chen Yuan has set up yet another flex, because whatever's about to happen to that account balance is going to leave everyone speechless. Chen Yuan strolls into the bathroom, thinking to himself that if they asked him to pay the actual bill, that might be where he draws the line. But streaming gifts, those are basically free real estate since the system covers everything anyway. Both of them are just casually vibing in the bathroom like nothing in the world matters. But suddenly the muscular guy's expression completely shifts like he's seen a ghost. Because apparently this random dude in the bathroom has a golden dragon spirit beast casually chilling in his coat pocket. Chen Yuan is completely unbothered, wondering who this person even is, while the muscular guy behind him gives an enthusiastic thumbs up. Meanwhile, back at the VIP area, Chen Yuan returns to absolute chaos as everyone is counting gifts and screaming about hitting over 1,000. The numbers are climbing so fast that the whole group is losing their minds watching the gift counter explode. Chen Yuan walks up casually asking what all the excitement is about, as if he didn't just hand over his unlimited credit card. Brother Bai is practically in tears, begging Chen Yuan to save him because apparently his wallet is having a spiritual crisis. But Chen Yuan just looks at the numbers and scoffs, disappointed that they only managed to spend less than 20 million while he was gone. Everyone is absolutely floored, wondering what kind of identity this Yan guy has if his family is wealthier than banks themselves. Brother Bai is clutching his head in agony, explaining that on a normal day he makes tens of thousands, but spending over 13 million is destroying his soul. Chen Yuan casually decides that 20 million sounds weird, so they should just round it up to a nice even 60 million instead. Brother Bai is literally grabbing his arm, begging him to stop, insisting the streamer doesn't deserve this much money, and questioning if Chen Yuan has actual divine powers. Zhang Haotian steps in to put Brother Bai in his place, telling him to realize he's out of his league and to toast properly to Boss Yan. And just like that, Brother Bai completely surrenders, raising his glass and pledging to follow Chen Yuan's lead from now on. The whole club is buzzing with energy as everyone processes what they just witnessed in the VIP section. A group of gorgeous girls are gossiping about the mysterious Mr. Yan, noting that joining his circle would set you up for life. But then Chen Yuan's phone starts buzzing with a notification that catches his attention. He glances down at the screen, and whatever message just came through has definitely piqued his interest. Chen Yuan announces he's got something to handle and bids everyone cheers, promising to meet up again next time. Some people wonder if he's ditching to avoid the bill, but others quickly shut that down because Boss Yan's pocket money is more than their annual income. The message is from Xiao Mir, a streaming girl who's excited to meet him in Seoul, and Chen Yuan agrees to meet up tomorrow. Our protagonist has a scheming look on his face, thinking it's finally time to harvest some goodwill after leaving her hanging for so long. The next day arrives and we see a plane touching down at the airport, setting up what's about to be an absolutely chaotic meetup. And here she is, thinking to herself that it's just a simple meeting, and all she needs to do is turn on the charm. She struts through the airport looking absolutely devastating, and the manhwa is not subtle about showing off every curve while she plots to add Chen Yuan to her collection. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's getting messages from his ex-Lin Shutong, who wrote an entire essay about dreaming they were married and begging to start over. When Shu Yan asks what he's looking at, Chen Yuan casually says it's nothing, just someone thinking about garbage thoughts. He puts away his phone with a knowing smile and asks her what she was saying before that interruption. Now here's where we get her backstory, and apparently her manager has been screaming at her to capture Chen Yuan at all costs, even if she has to throw herself at him. The system pulls up her stats. Xu Yahan, 26 years old, 167 centimeters tall, and rated 7.8 on looks, which honestly feels like an understatement. But then the system throws a curveball. Her favorability is already at 60 points, which means it's too high to bind her properly. Chen Yuan is internally screaming because if he can't bind her, all his gifted money went down the drain. So he needs to lower her favorability first. So he starts lying through his teeth, claiming he's just an unemployed wanderer with nothing going for him. But she's not buying it, smiling and insisting he must have a company or business because where else would the confidence to spend so much come from? Chen Yuan doubles down, claiming all his gift money came from his dad, whose company went bankrupt because of his spending, now owing tens of millions to banks. Then he drops the bomb, grabbing her hands and asking if she can refund some of the gift money while she freaks out that he hasn't even washed his hands. She completely loses it, screaming about how dare he pretend to be rich while broke and how asking for gift refunds means he's not even a real man. The system registers her favorability dropping by 20 points as she calls him a loser and says she must be crazy to waste her time here. She immediately calls someone named Brother Lan, fake crying about being at the airport coffee shop where some loser is bothering her and she's so scared. Chen Yuan just watches in amusement, thinking he's met materialistic women before but never one. This shameless about distorting reality in real time. And so the trap is set as we see another plane taking off in the background, the drama about to unfold. The door swings open dramatically, and in walks Brother Lan, a purple-haired rich second generation ready to play White Knight. Xu Yan looks up at her savior arriving, ready to play the victim card to its full potential. She runs up to him crying about how scared she is and how the pervert even grabbed her hand against her will. But instead of comforting her, Xiaolin grabs her by her braids and yanks her aside because he just spotted someone far more important. He immediately greets Chen Yuan with complete shock and respect, asking why Brother Yan is here of all places. Xiaolin enthusiastically introduces himself as the guy who followed Brother Bai to toast Chen Yuan at the club yesterday. The two of them are suddenly best buddies, with Xiaolin insisting on treating Chen Yuan since he regretted not drinking more with him yesterday. Xu Yihan is standing there with her brain short-circuiting, realizing that Mr. Lan is being unexpectedly polite to the guy she just called a loser, and the manhwa helpfully shows us exactly how rich Xiaolan is. His family literally owns half the airport and money rains around him like confetti. She meekly asks Mr. Lan what's going on, still not fully processing the massive mistake she just made. Xiaolan absolutely goes off on her, screaming that Brother Yan is his eldest brother's eldest brother and she had no idea who she was disrespecting. He keeps going, telling her that Chen Yuan has enough money to bury her entire family alive if he wanted to. And that's when the realization hits her like a truck. Was he testing her sincerity this whole time and she completely failed? Her eyes narrow with determination as she decides she absolutely must salvage this situation somehow. She immediately switches to maximum cute mode, apologizing profusely and asking if he could possibly forgive her misunderstanding. And just like that, the system confirms the binding is successful, granting Chen Yuan 25 strengthening points for capturing another simp. Chen Yuan's eyes narrow with a dangerous glint, knowing he's got her exactly where he wants her now. He casually takes a sip of his drink and tells her it's fine, she's young and inexperienced, and he was just joking around anyway. She's absolutely melting with gratitude, hearts floating around her as her favorability shoots up while she declares he's still her favorite. Chen Yuan thinks to himself that she's a professional streamer after all. As long as money's involved, her favorability rises like crazy, but he's not letting her off easy. Xiao Lan is offended that Chen Yuan gifted her millions and she's repaying him with cheap coffee, demanding proper hospitality. Xiao Lan invites Chen Yuan to a proper dinner since they bumped into each other, and Chen Yuan agrees since they're brothers after all. Outside, Xiaolan is helping Chen Yuan into his luxury car while Xu Yan desperately chases after them, yelling to wait for her. The car speeds off through the city streets, heading to their next destination, and somehow Xu Yan ended up in the car, pressing herself against Chen Yuan in ways the manhwa makes sure to emphasize. She's clinging to him, asking if he's still angry, admitting she knows she was wrong and trying to make up for it. Chen Yuan tells her not to worry as he pulls out his phone, and she notices he's opening the Shark Live streaming app. The phone screen shows the streaming gift options, all those expensive virtual presents just waiting to be purchased. Xu Yan's expression shifts to pure panic as she realizes what he might be about to do with that app. And sure enough, Chen Yuan starts absolutely flooding gifts to someone else's stream while Xu Yan loses her mind watching her rival get showered with money. The gifts just keep coming, and we're talking rockets by the hundreds, by the thousands, absolutely flooding someone else's stream. And the streamer on the receiving end is trying to count, but her brain is short-circuiting at 3,000 gifts. Her neurons just gave up completely and she's fading into unconsciousness from sheer financial shock. Her assistant is literally screaming to call emergency services because her sister has never seen this much money in her entire life. Even seasoned streamers are losing their minds because usually people who gift this fast don't have this kind of money to back it up. And Xu Yan is having a full mental breakdown, realizing all that money could have been hers if she hadn't fumbled so hard earlier. She's internally screaming that this man is clearly playing with her while Chen Yuan just smirks at his phone with zero remorse. But here's where it gets weird, because Xiaomir is actually getting turned on by his spending habits and her favorability just jumped 30 points. She's fantasizing about what else those fingers could be doing if they weren't busy tapping on his phone screen. And the system registers another 30-point boost as her imagination runs completely wild. Chen Yuan is genuinely confused now, wondering if this girl is into some kind of financial humiliation, because gifting others is somehow raising her affection. They arrive at Black Pearl, the most exclusive 3-star private restaurant in the entire city, and this place screams old money. Xiaolan explains the restaurant runs on a members-only system with maximum privacy, but the real draw is its 3 famous highlights. Chen Yuan correctly guesses the first 2 are the outstanding food and the unique scenery, but what's the third one supposed to be? Xiaolan is impressed that Brother Yang got those right immediately and asks if he can figure out the last highlight. And then he spots her, a beautiful woman playing a traditional instrument in a stunning pavilion overlooking a pond. Xiaolan reveals the third highlight is none other than the boss's daughter herself, Zhao Yuki. But the moment she looks up and recognizes Chen Yuan, her expression shifts to complete disbelief, and Chen Yuan recognizes her too, stammering out her title as President Zhao while sweating bullets. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife as she processes what she's seeing. And when Xu Yan grabs Chen Yuan's arm possessively, the system shows Zhao Yuki's favorability dropping by 5 points. That's when President Zhao absolutely snaps, literally breaking her instrument in half, with pure rage while fire erupts behind her. And then comes the tears because this gorgeous woman is genuinely heartbroken right now. Chen Yuan is internally panicking because President Zhao was so close to a favorability comeback, and now everything is crashing. He's thinking this whole situation is about to completely overturn at the most critical moment possible. The beautiful traditional architecture of this place is about to witness some serious drama unfold. And then Chen Yuan pulls out the classic kabedon, pinning Zhao Yuki against the wall, because desperate times call for desperate measures. She's crying and screaming at him to let go, calling him a jerk for toying with her emotions like this. But Chen Yuan decides if this continues, he'll lose everything, so he has no choice but to go all in. and his opening move is to randomly ask her if she's ever watched this cycling movie called To the Fore. She's confused why he's bringing up movies when she's accusing him of cheating, but he reveals he's the tomato tycoon she's been hearing about. The realization hits her hard as she holds a lighter, suddenly questioning everything she thought she knew. Chen Yuan goes full dramatic protagonist mode, explaining his extraordinary family background while smoke wisps around him aesthetically. He explains his family's insane inheritance rule where the heir must spend 10 billion in a month to claim the 50 billion fortune. The flashbacks show him investing in the most random projects, including whatever this contraption is with the guy in swim gear. There's literally a pink blimp flying over buildings because when you have billions to burn, why not fund airships? He's also been participating in environmental protection initiatives including relocating actual Arctic glaciers. He explains the girl from earlier was just a streamer, he had to tip extravagantly to keep spending money, and he staged the whole drama. He holds her tenderly, saying this secret has weighed on him for too long and she's the only one who knows the truth now. He dramatically says goodbye and covers his face like he's making the biggest sacrifice of his life. And just like that, she realizes she's been causing unnecessary trouble while he's been working so hard on his family inheritance. The guilt is hitting her like a truck as she questions how she could ever have doubted him. Chen Yuan walks away into the starry night like he's the main character of a drama, which technically he is. She chases after him crying, begging him not to leave and admitting it was all her mistake for wrongly accusing him. Her hand desperately grabs onto his arm, refusing to let him walk away from her. She's thinking about how he honestly revealed family secrets like his entire inheritance situation just to her. Her eyes literally have hearts in them now as she realizes he truly cares about her. The system confirms Zhao Yuqi's favorability jumped 20 points, bringing her current level to a whopping 92. The gorgeous traditional architecture of the restaurant stands as the backdrop to this absolute masterclass in manipulation. Zhao Yuqi is all smiles now, apologizing for her earlier mood and insisting on covering the entire meal for everyone. Xiaolun can't believe what he just witnessed, amazed that it only took 5 minutes to completely turn this situation around. Meanwhile, Xu Yan is scheming internally, thinking this woman is acting all high and mighty like she's already won. She goes on the offensive, asking Chen Yuan to introduce this sister properly, wondering if he can handle two beauties competing for him. Zhao Yuqi smiles dangerously and addresses her opponent with barely concealed hostility. She coolly points out that Xu Yan doesn't even know his real name, so maybe she shouldn't be calling him brother when he's probably younger than her. The manhwa visualizes this clash as a phoenix, absolutely dominating a regular bird, which is honestly pretty accurate. Xiaolun is shook, realizing this isn't even a fair fight anymore, it's complete one-sided domination. Zhao Yuqi stands triumphant with a phoenix rising behind her because she absolutely demolished that challenge. Su Yan is absolutely seething with rage, barely able to contain herself after that verbal beatdown. A chopstick gets stabbed into a bowl of fried rice with dramatic intensity as tensions reach their peak. But Chen Yuan just calmly announces he's hungry and they should start eating, completely unbothered by the catfight. Both women are glaring at each other with ice and fire auras clashing between them over the dinner table. They simultaneously look away with twin sunder energy, refusing to acknowledge each other further. Xiaolun is mind-blown that Chen Yuan didn't even get angry, concluding his methods are truly mysterious and cunning. He compares the two rivals, one being a famous streamer who reaps wealth, the other a locally renowned talented woman with sky-high aspirations. Xiaolun decides that Chen Yuan's maneuvers have completely surpassed the normal art of charming women at this point. In his imagination, Chen Yuan has literally become a male succubus with both women fawning over him. Xiaolun admits he was originally conquered by Chen Yuan's wealth, but now the man has become his actual spiritual idol. He dramatically declares he will follow brother Yan to the death while Chen Yuan just looks confused about this sudden loyalty pledge. Later that night back at Huda campus, Chen Yuan is relieved someone else paid for that ridiculously expensive dinner. He decides to check his conquest progress, and Zhu Yan helpfully rounds down from over 10,000 to 8,000 because apparently that's how math works. The system shows 2 of his blonde targets have completed their conquest routes. Zhao Yuqi's profile shows favorability at 91 with 25 attribute points and a piano skill waiting as rewards. Xiaomir's profile is at 92 favorability with a dance skill ready to unlock once her conquest is finalized. Chen Yuan notes both favorability levels are pretty high and wonders if it's time to push things more aggressively. But then he notices a profile he doesn't recognize and wonders when the heck this person got bound to his system. It's He Jiying, Li Yang's girlfriend, now at 76 favorability when she started at only 25 points. Chen Yuan is walking with his buddies, genuinely confused about how her favorability increased this much without him even trying. That's when they hear someone's making a public confession downstairs and the boys get excited about witnessing a pure love warrior in action. Chen Yuan's interest is immediately piqued because a pure love warrior sounds genuinely entertaining right now. And the setup is absolutely insane. Candles everywhere forming a massive heart shape with crowds gathered around to watch the show. The guy is going all out, playing electric guitar with his head thrown back dramatically as he serenades his target. He's begging forgiveness with a massive bouquet of roses, admitting he was wrong for being mean and giving her cold treatment. And the girl standing in the spotlight surrounded by the chanting crowd is none other than He Jiying herself. Chen Yuan immediately recognizes Li Yang, that same guy who embarrassed himself before, and watches this cringeworthy ex-lover drama unfold with amusement. And He Jiying slaps away Li Yang's desperate attempt to grab her arm. She walks away looking absolutely radiant while Li Yang stands there completely shattered in the background. Li Yang is literally screaming her name into the void, begging her to come back. But she's not even looking at him because she's found who she was actually looking for, and it's our boy Chen Yuan. She's gushing about how lucky she is to find him while Chen Yuan is just standing there completely confused by this random encounter. And now she's shoving her phone in his face, begging him to add her on WeChat, which is pretty forward for someone he barely knows. The crowd is completely baffled watching the pure love warrior get absolutely demolished, and Li Yang is literally on his knees in defeat. Li Yang's face is pure rage as he demands to know why it has to be Chen Yuan of all people. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan just looks at this whole situation with complete indifference. He walks over to Li Yang and asks if he's feeling frustrated, like he's about to give this man a therapy session he didn't sign up for. Li Yang snaps back asking if Chen Yuan is here to humiliate him even more. But Chen Yuan hits him with the most unexpected line, saying he's actually always envied Li Yang. He explains how Li Yang used to have it all, the looks, the athletic talent, girls literally swooning over him with hard eyes. But now that aura has completely shifted to Chen Yuan, and Li Yang has to watch it happen in real time. Chen Yuan points out that Li Yang was so obsessed with winning and success that he completely ignored his girlfriend's feelings. He asks the real question here, how does it feel to realize you've turned yourself into a complete clown? And that completely breaks Li Yang, who's now crying and admitting that he's the one to blame. The girls in the crowd are going absolutely feral with commentary about how Li Yang's cold treatment was beneath dignity. He Jiying is watching all of this unfold and she looks genuinely moved by Chen Yuan's words. She realizes that he actually understands her, and just like that, her favorability shoots up to 91 points. Chen Yuan's friends are watching from the crowd wondering what kind of relationship he has with this new girl. One of them immediately decides they need to tell Zhao Yuki about this, already calling Chen Yuan a scumbag. Later that night back at the dorm, someone's about to get some very concerning news. Xiaofei bursts into Zhao Yuki's room, screaming about how Chen Yuan has cheated on her. But Zhao Yuki just calmly dismisses it, saying anyone could cheat, but Chen Yuan cheating is literally impossible. She explains that other people expressing feelings isn't something Chen Yuan can control, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Xiaofei pulls out the receipts, showing news about Chen Yuan spending lavishly on other women. Zhao Yuki casually drops that Chen Yuan already told her about it, and it was actually over 30 million, not what the news reported. She lectures Xiaofei about trust being the foundation of relationships, then roasts her for being single since birth and not understanding. Xiaofei is standing there completely dumbfounded watching her friend hum happily while she wonders what spell Chen Yuan cast. Meanwhile, at a murder mystery game, Chen Yuan is yawning because apparently solving fake murders isn't exciting enough for him. His friend Jiang Dao is scolding him for falling asleep during the game, but Chen Yuan points out he didn't even want to come. The girls at the table immediately start fawning over him, offering coffee and asking if he has plans tonight. Jiang Dao explains that the only reason the girls came was because Chen Yuan was coming, which is a struggle ordinary guys wouldn't understand. One girl in a bunny costume is crying about her character who abandoned her childhood sweetheart and got killed, saying she deserved it. Xiang Dao mentions that Lin Shutong showed up because she heard Chen Yuan would be here, and apparently she's been seeing a doctor lately. Chen Yuan starts wondering if maybe he went too far with how he treated her before. He sees her crying in the background and thinks that maybe she genuinely wants to repent after everything that happened. He acknowledges that she is at fault and bears guilt for what she did, but he genuinely asks himself if he's being too heartless about the whole situation. The other girls at the table start asking if Chen Yuan is the famous online sensation Shenhao Yanzong since the usernames match. Lin Shutong nervously tries to say something to him, clearly working up the courage. She boldly declares that if Chen Yuan is really Yanzong, she'll take her head off and use it as a ball. And that's when someone else walks in, a man in an expensive suit looking like he owns the place. Chen Yuan immediately recognizes him and his expression says this is definitely not someone he wanted to see. Li Yuntao wastes no time hitting on Lin Shutong, introducing himself as the shop owner and asking for her contact. Lin Shutong looks caught off guard by this sudden approach from a random wealthy stranger. Here's the thing about Li Yuntao. He was Chen Yuan's rival in high school and used his wealthy family to bully him constantly. The flashback shows Chen Yuan getting beaten down by Li Yuntao's goons. Just another day of being powerless back then. Li Yuntao watching with that smug satisfaction that only rich bullies can have. But Chen Yuan decides to let this guy show off, since he doesn't want to be too high profile in front of classmates anyway. Lin Shutong decides this is the perfect opportunity to give someone a little stress test. Chen Yuan introduces Li Yuntao to everyone. hyping up his elite university status, his company, and his millions in assets. Everyone at the table is visibly impressed by this wealthy newcomer while Lin Shutong watches closely. Then Chen Yuan deliberately downplays himself, claiming his family just got some demolition compensation worth a few million, nothing special. Lin Shutong's brain is visibly buffering as she processes that Chen Yuan might not be the wealthy Mr. Yang after all. She's comparing them side by side, a prestigious elite with millions versus some guy with just demolition money, and her favorability drops 40 points. The system announces that the dog-licking relationship has been terminated, with her favorability now sitting at a pathetic 15. And just like that, Lin Shutong happily agrees to add Li Yuntao on WeChat instead. She tells herself that even a fool knows how to choose between a wealthy elite and someone with pocket change. Li Yuntao is absolutely gloating, laughing that the girl Chen Yuan introduced ended up adding him instead. He gets right in Chen Yuan's face, bragging that in the past hitting him was like beating a dog, and now he can only be stepped on. Chen Yuan's eyes narrow at those words, filing that away for later. Li Yuntao calls over the waiter and announces that Chen Yuan's table is free because his old classmate made him so happy today. Chen Yuan can only laugh awkwardly at this performative charity meant to humiliate him. His friends are genuinely worried about him not understanding what's going on, but Chen Yuan waves them off with a smile, saying he's fine and just suddenly understood some things. He gave Lin Shutong the opportunity she wanted, but unfortunately a leopard really can't change its spots. From now on, he won't have the slightest trace of sympathy for her because she simply doesn't deserve it. As they're leaving, Li Yuntao throws out one more challenge, asking if Chen Yuan is brave enough to come to the high school reunion tomorrow. Chen Yuan pauses to consider this invitation that's obviously meant as another chance to humiliate him. But our boy just smirks and says since Li Deshao has personally invited him, he definitely has to come. And here we are at the high school reunion, room 888 at a fancy restaurant because of course Li Yuntao booked the most expensive room. Li Yuntao is standing up announcing he'll cover all expenses, talking about how money is meant to be spent, really laying on the rich guy act thick. And the classmates are eating it up, praising Brother Dao's generosity and saying they always knew he'd be successful since they were kids. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is just sipping his drink thinking, this guy really doesn't miss any opportunity to show off, does he? And then she walks in and suddenly this reunion just got a whole lot more interesting because Zhao Ruyu is absolutely stunning. She apologizes for being late, explaining her family driver had the day off so she had to take a taxi, which is rich people problems if you ask me. Now here's the thing about Zhao Ruyu. She was Chen Yuan's white moonlight throughout all 3 years of high school, the one he could never reach. Back in high school, she was so mysterious and noble that every single boy in school lost their composure around her, and they'd literally fight anyone who got too close. Chen Yuan smirks because he knows exactly what's about to happen at this table. Li Yuntao immediately swoops in asking for her WeChat, phone already out, because of course he can't resist going after the prettiest girl in the room. And Li Yuntao is already fuming at Chen Yuan, internally swearing he'll make him regret whatever he's planning. Xiao Ruyu agrees to the exchange, but she's thinking, who is this guy? She doesn't recognize him at all from school. And just like that, the system announces a new dog-licking relationship has been successfully bound with Xiao Ruyu. The stats pop up, appearance rating 9.2 because she's absolutely gorgeous, but current favorability sitting at a flat 0. The system rewards Chen Yuan with 35 points and proficiency in 4 languages while the classmates wonder when he became so impressive. But then a woman named Liao Jia chimes in asking if Chen Yuan's being impressive means playing lackey for rich second generations. She confronts Chen Yuan directly, accusing him of hanging out with Lu Wenjie and those notorious rich scumbags who've deceived countless innocent girls. One of the classmates tries to defend Chen Yuan, stammering that Liao Jia is clearly talking nonsense here. But Liao Jia doubles down, saying Lu Wenjie toyed with her feelings and then moved on like nothing happened after their devastating breakup. She starts crying dramatically while someone accuses Chen Yuan of trying to resell Xiao Ruiyu's contact information by asking for her WeChat. Xiao Ruiyu says she finds the whole situation disgusting and feels nauseous at the thought of dining with someone like that, and her favorability drops by 5. The system confirms her current favorability has dropped to -10, which is honestly impressive in the worst way possible. Li Yuntao piles on, offering Chen Yuan a job and bragging that at least his money is clean, really rubbing salt in the wound. But Chen Yuan sees right through it. Liao Jia attacks first while Li Yuntao assists. And if this were anyone else, they'd be completely destroyed by this coordinated hit. Our boy just smirks and pulls out his phone, saying this time they willingly offered their faces for him to step on. Cut to Chen Yuan driving Xiao Ruyu home in his red sports car, tearing through the city lights at night. Xiao Ruyu is having second thoughts, realizing she might have been too assertive jumping into his car since she doesn't really know Chen Yuan that well. Chen Yuan casually mentions he's been paying attention to something for a while now, which catches her off guard. He points out the pendant on her bag, saying it's probably Dikao Taiman, which is definitely not what she expected him to notice. She's completely surprised, asking if he actually knows what that is, her whole demeanor changing in an instant. Chen Yuan explains he also loves watching Oda Man, especially Dika, and thinks his transformation looks especially cool, which sends Xiao Ruyu over the moon. She looks at him differently now, genuinely connecting over something she loves, and the chemistry between them is suddenly very real. And then she gives him this smile that could honestly end wars, completely letting her guard down for the first time. Look at her, absolutely radiant. And Chen Yuan is seeing a side of her that most people never get to witness. Chen Yuan realizes this lively side of Xiao Ruoyu is surprising and wonders if her usual aloof demeanor is just a protective measure. Seeing her happy expression makes him feel an irresistible urge to protect such beauty. And honestly, same. Our protagonist admits to himself this is truly the first time in his life he's felt this way about someone. They pull up to her family mansion, and when I say mansion, I mean this place looks like it costs more than most people will ever earn in a lifetime. Chen Yuan does this cute gesture saying tonight was great because meeting a different side of Xiao Ruoyu made him really happy. She mirrors his gesture and tells him to call her Ruoyu from now on, thanking him for escorting her home. They both stand there doing the same silly pose, and you can feel the connection between them even through the awkward silence. And then they both just burst out laughing together, genuinely enjoying each other's company for once. Xiao Ruoyu is thinking Chen Yuan is quite interesting because he doesn't find her childish, unlike all those oily paternalistic guys she usually meets. But the moment is ruined when she walks inside and her mom is waiting, asking why she's coming back so late when she specifically told her not to wander around. Her mother immediately brings up the blind date arrangement, asking if Xiao Ruoyu has considered it yet. Mom explains that dad's company is in a tough situation and the investment from the Han family is absolutely crucial right now. Xiao Ruoyu protests, asking if her marriage and happiness don't matter. Why should she have to marry some playboy just for the company? Her mother fires back that they spent money to raise her and everything she eats, wears, and enjoys is because of them. Mom drives the point home, if dad's company is destroyed then their entire family will be destroyed too. She keeps pushing, saying Han Jiagang might not be great but circumstances are more important, and asks if Xiao Ruoyu really wants her mother to kneel and beg. Xiao Ruoyu's spirit breaks as she tearfully says she understands, giving in to her mother's demands. A teardrop falls onto her beloved Daikotaman pendant, the same one Chen Yuan noticed, and it hits different knowing what it represents to her. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is scrolling through his rich friends group chat where everyone's flexing watches and talking about pretty streamers. Then someone drops a message saying there's big gossip and tags everyone in the chat to pay attention. Chen Yuan is casually snacking, wondering what Zhang Haotian is about to reveal this time. The gossip is a news article speculating that the Zhao group is in financial crisis and their heiress might marry into the Hanmin group. Chen Yuan's eyes go wide as he realizes, wait a minute, did he just get involved in this gossip himself? The question burns in his mind. Xiao Ruoyu is going to get married to someone else? He thinks back to her beautiful face, the girl who just opened up to him for the first time tonight. The memories flood back to high school, watching her from his window while she walked past with friends, never brave enough to approach. Chen Yuan clenches his fist and says no, this time things will be different. He declares that this time he won't be timid anymore. He refuses to just be a passing figure in her life again. The next day, while Chen Yuan is out jogging, two women spot him and recognize him as that running guy from the viral video. Someone reaches out and stops Chen Yuan mid-run, putting a hand on his chest to get his attention. The woman introduces herself as Shen Shui and asks if he's interested in becoming an internet celebrity, and she's definitely using her assets to try and convince him. She hands him a business card from Dreambuild Media Company, trying to look professional despite her approach. Chen Yuan doesn't even hesitate, telling her sorry but he's not interested and trying to walk away. Shen Shui is thrown off by such a decisive refusal, and starts thinking she needs to try a different approach to hook this guy. She chases after him, insisting her company is a legitimate multi-channel network with strong capabilities and competitive salaries. Then she drops her trump card saying her company is backed by the godly wealthy Mr. Yan who dominates the Shark platform. She even threatens him, warning that if he doesn't sign with them, he should be careful about getting blacklisted by Mr. Yan. Chen Yuan is internally fuming, thinking why is this stubborn woman so annoying, and she keeps using his own identity to threaten him without even knowing it. She asks how he'd even fight back, and he's thinking, does this woman really believe he won't do anything about this? Chen Yuan tells her, just because he won't do something doesn't mean others won't, and pulls out his phone while she stands there confused. He posts in the rich friends group chat asking if anyone knows about Dream Media because some Shen Shui is harassing him using his identity, and the responses come flooding in. Somewhere across the city at the Dreambuild Media Company headquarters, the consequences are about to arrive. Shen Shui's phone suddenly rings and she sees it's her boss calling, wondering why he'd contact her directly. The boss is absolutely screaming at her through the phone, telling her to come back immediately, and if she doesn't want to work anymore then fine. Shen Shui is panicking, desperately stammering to her boss that she didn't do anything wrong, her whole confident facade crumbling. Chen Yuan walks away with newfound determination, thinking the Han group dares to compete for his woman, he'll show them exactly what he's made of. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoyu is being driven to what her parents are calling a simple meeting with the Han family children, just to exchange greetings and cheer up. Her mother tries to spin it as making a new friend, saying Han Jiaogang seems quite sincere, and honestly the manipulation is already working overtime here. But then Ruoyu's phone starts buzzing with a new message notification, and it's from Chen Yuan asking where she is. Because of course our boy is already making his move. She tells him she's headed to Emperor Palace restaurant for something scheduled, and he responds that he'll be waiting for her exact location. Ruoyu's brain immediately starts racing, wondering if Chen Yuan somehow knows she's going on a blind date right now. Her mind drifts to that night in his car, the city lights, the connection they shared. She catches herself thinking that if she has to be with someone, compared to that disgusting Han Xiaogang, Chen Yuan seems like a much better option. Her father interrupts her thoughts, saying he's never asked her for anything but please. If anything happens, just stay calm and consider it helping the family. An uncomfortable silence fills the car as everyone avoids eye contact, and the tension is absolutely suffocating. Ruoyu reluctantly whispers that she understands, though every fiber of her being is screaming that something is very wrong. They arrive at the Le Méridien Hotel, one of those places so fancy it screams corporate power plays and backroom deals. The Han family's assistant is already waiting at the entrance, and the way he perks up when he sees them is immediately suspicious. He greets them professionally, announcing that President Han is waiting in meeting room 305, and please follow him. And this creep is absolutely checking out Ruoyu's figure, commenting internally about how the natural beauty of the Zhao family daughter lives up to her reputation. His thoughts get even worse as he imagines her as meat for the Han family's mouth, and the vibes here are giving federal investigation energy. Ruoyu notices something off as they walk, her instincts screaming that this whole setup feels wrong. Her eyes lock onto the assistant's briefcase, which looks stuffed full of documents. She's thinking, isn't this supposed to be a blind date? Why the heck did he bring so many documents? They enter the meeting room, and there they are, Han Sanshui the patriarch sitting there smoking with Han Xiaogang beside him, looking absolutely repulsive. Ruoyu's eyes widen as the realization starts to dawn on her. She sees the spread of official documents on the table, and her heart sinks. This is definitely not a blind date. She turns to her father in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth he's planning here. Now here's the thing about the Han Group. They're one of the largest conglomerates in the city with their hands in legitimate businesses and plenty of gray industries. And Han Sanshui the helmsman is notorious for being cunning and sly, always first to rise when there's profit to be made. He compliments Ruoyu, saying she's truly grown into a poised and graceful young lady, which coming from him sounds incredibly predatory. Ruoyu politely deflects his praise while secretly typing on her phone behind her back, and I wonder who she might be texting. Then Han Xiaogang slithers up to her, saying he hasn't been able to focus on tea or food since meeting her and even dreams about her. Ruoyu awkwardly thanks him while trying to pull her hand away from his grip, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. But this creep tells her there's no need for politeness between them and wraps his arm around her waist. He has the audacity to say they'll soon become a family, and his hands are definitely going where they shouldn't be. Ruoyu snaps and shoves him away, demanding to know who said their family and telling him to get his hands off her. Her father immediately scolds her for being impolite to Han Xiaogang, which, excuse me sir, your daughter was just groped. Ruoyu cries out to her father in disbelief, tears already forming in her eyes. Her father apologizes to the Han family, saying his daughter is young and doesn't know better, and that he thinks they make a perfect match. Han Sanshui suggests they all take a seat and have the assistant go through the equity transfer agreement in detail. The assistant explains that the Han family will provide 100 million yuan to purchase 20% stake, with the condition that Xiao Ruoyu marries Han Xiaogang. And here's the kicker, the final installment of funds will only be transferred once Ruoyu gives birth to the Han family's next grandson. Ruoyu's hand slams down on the documents as the full weight of this arrangement hits her. She stands up in fury, declaring that marriage and having a child with this man is absolutely impossible. Tears streaming down her face, she confronts her father, asking if he brought her here to sell her off like property. Her mother tries to tell her to calm down, but Ruoyu screams that she doesn't want to calm down. She sobs, asking why her father's business failure should have to affect her entire life. She points directly at Han Xiaogang, calling out his drinking, gambling, and all his other vices, declaring she will never marry someone like him. And then her own father slaps her across the face, and the room goes dead silent. Ruoyu stands there in shock, hand pressed against her burning cheek, tears flowing freely now. Her father erupts, saying he's spoiled her too much, that the family is in crisis, and all she can think about is herself. Ruoyu's voice breaks as she whispers she only thinks about herself. After everything, her mother chimes in, saying Ruoyu needs to understand that dad is doing this for the sake of the whole family, and if the company collapses they all go down with it. Ruoyu desperately argues that even if the company falls, they can work together to rebuild it as a family. They'll still have each other. And then her mother does the unthinkable. She drops to her knees right there in front of everyone. She kneels before her own daughter, begging Ruoyu to have mercy on her poor mother. Ruoyu looks around the room at all their faces, her father, Han Sanshui, Han Xiaogang, all watching this manipulation unfold. She tells her mother to get up, but her mother refuses, saying she won't stand until Ruoyu agrees to this marriage. Ruoyu can barely form words anymore, completely overwhelmed by the emotional blackmail happening right in front of her. Han Xiaogang swoops in for the kill, claiming he genuinely likes her and will give her the stars from the sky if that's what she wants. Ruoyu's spirit breaks as she wonders if this is truly her destiny, trapped by circumstance. She sees herself as a bird in a gilded cage, beautiful roses surrounding her prison, born into a family that demands sacrifice. Her resolve crumbles completely as she tearfully tells her mother she promises she'll do whatever they say, just please get up. And just like that, her parents switch gears, mother praising her as a good daughter while father apologizes for speaking in anger, as if that makes any of this okay. Han Sanshui wastes no time, lighting up another cigarette and pushing to sign the contract immediately now that the young lady has no objections. Ruoyu's father eagerly agrees that the contract is crucial, bowing his head to his new business partners. Han Sanshui grins like the predator he is, saying that signing sooner means the marriage happens faster and the funds flow quicker. Han Xiaogang's face twists into a disgusting smirk as he gloats that she looked down on him, yet now she's going to be his wife. And his fantasy of what he's going to do to this cold, noble woman is absolutely vile, the kind of thoughts that belong in evidence folders. The room settles into an uncomfortable silence as everyone prepares to seal Ruoyu's fate, while she stands alone by the door, defeated. But then the door explodes open and Chen Yuan comes crashing through, demanding to know who's trying to steal his girl, and telling everyone to get the hell out. Ruoyu's head snaps up in shock, recognizing that voice immediately, barely able to believe he's actually here. And the look on everyone's faces, her father, Han Xiaogang, Han Sanshui, is absolutely priceless, as they realize their little arrangement just got interrupted. Chen Yuan is absolutely radiating menace right now, demanding to know who has the audacity to undermine him. And Ruoyu's face just lights up the moment she recognizes him, because her knight in shining armor actually showed up. The Han family's assistant immediately charges at Chen Yuan like an absolute fool, calling him a mad dog. And our boy just absolutely rocks this man's entire world with a single punch to the face. The assistant goes flying across the room like he weighs absolutely nothing, and the impact is sending furniture everywhere. Chen Yuan just casually blows on his fist like he barely felt that, looking way too cool about the whole thing. Han Xiaogang is absolutely losing it, screaming about how dare someone hit his family's people, while his bodyguards rush in. Chen Yuan just looks at them with complete contempt, calling them scoundrels who sell and buy daughters, and threatens to make the Han family disappear from Seoul entirely. But then Han Sanshui holds up his hand to stop everyone, because the old man clearly senses something the others don't. He's thinking to himself that this kid is not simple at all, and for once the old predator is actually being cautious. Han Sanshui tries to fish for information, asking which noble family Chen Yuan belongs to, but our boy just tells him he's not qualified to know. The old man actually tells his idiot son to shut up and observe, reminding him to think twice before acting. Chen Yuan turns to Ruoyu and tells her not to worry because he's going to solve her family's difficulties right here and now. Ruoyu is completely speechless, her mind racing to process what's even happening right now. Her father immediately pipes up about the contract, because of course his first concern is still the money. And Chen Yuan absolutely roasts him, pointing out that he's selling his own daughter for just 100 million when he still has 20% of his company's shares left. Then he just casually tears up the contract and announces he'll buy those shares for 500 million instead, and papers are flying everywhere. Han Sanshui's brain is doing the math immediately, realizing that anyone who can pull out 500 million in cash must have assets exceeding 10 billion. The old man admits he's read countless people in his life, but he absolutely cannot figure out what Chen Yuan's angle is here. Meanwhile, Ruoyu's father is practically drooling, thinking about how 500 million could not only save his company, but Chen Yuan says the money isn't free. He has one condition, and he holds up a finger to make his point. And then he points directly at Ruoyu, which immediately makes everyone's heart stop. Ruoyu's mind immediately goes to the worst place, thinking Chen Yuan wants to buy her for 500 million just like everyone else. Her designer bag and little keychain mascot hit the floor as her world seems to crumble again. She slumps to the ground, whispering that he's just like them, that he sees her as nothing more than property to be purchased. Her broken keychain lies there as she processes that everyone treats her the same way, as if she can just be bought and sold casually. But then Chen Yuan reveals his actual condition, and it absolutely floors everyone in the room. 60% of the shares go directly into Ruoyu's name. He confirms it, saying the moment the share transfer is complete, the 500 million hits her father's account immediately. Ruoyu covers her mouth in disbelief as she realizes what he's actually doing. He's setting her free by giving her control of the company. In her mind, it's like watching a bird finally escape its gilded cage, soaring free with the lock broken and the door wide open. And just like that, Chen Yuan becomes her hero, practically glowing with main character energy as the system awards him 10 favorability points. Ruoyu's gratitude is overflowing as her favorability shoots up another 10. Then another 10 because this man just changed her entire life. The system displays her current favorability at 85 points, and our boy is absolutely cooking right now. A lawyer presents the share transfer documents to Ruoyu as she sits there still processing this incredible turn of events. Chen Yuan tells her to sign, and once she does, no one will ever be able to control her life again. And just like that, the bank notification pops up showing 500 million yuan deposited, because our boy doesn't play around. Ruoyu's parents are absolutely ecstatic looking at their phones, stars practically dancing in their greedy little eyes. Her father can barely believe it, asking if that's really all Chen Yuan wants. And Chen Yuan confirms while asking if there's anything else. But then Chen Yuan's tone shifts as he delivers a warning. The Xiao family's fate now rests in his thoughts, and if they ever force Ruoyu against her will again, they will understand what it means to experience unbearable pain, and the father is absolutely sweating bullets right now. Chen Yuan turns to Ruoyu with a smile, telling her there's nothing worth lingering for here, and she happily agrees to leave with him. But Han Sanshui stops them on the way out, complimenting Chen Yuan's handiwork and apologizing on his son's behalf. In the old man's mind, someone who can casually pull out 500 million in cash must be the wealthiest person in the country. He concludes that someone with such formidable strength and unpredictable methods would be absolutely unwise to make into an enemy. Han Xiaogang has the audacity to complain to his dad that Chen Yuan started it, which is somehow the dumbest thing said in this entire situation. And Han Sanshui absolutely loses it on his son, slapping him while screaming that the Han family legacy will be ruined by a fool like him. Chen Yuan and Ruoyu walk out together while behind them, Han Sanshui continues beating his incompetent son, and honestly the irony is beautiful. The scene shifts to the exterior of the fancy Le Méridien Hotel as our main characters make their exit. Inside the car, Ruoyu thanks Chen Yuan for saving her, looking absolutely gorgeous even after everything she's been through. Chen Yuan casually mentions that this isn't the first time he's saved her, which immediately makes Ruoyu pause. And now we're getting a flashback showing a younger Ruoyu riding her bicycle alone at night, hoping she won't encounter any bad people. Headlights suddenly appear in the darkness, and this whole setup is already giving major red flags. A group of thugs surrounds her, one of them covered in dragon tattoos claiming they just want to borrow some pocket money. One of them grabs her, saying since she's so pretty, he'll take her to have some fun, and the whole scene is absolutely horrifying. They drag her away as one of them laughs, saying the more she screams, the more excited they get, and she's begging them to let her go. But then out of nowhere, someone tackles one of the thugs and yells for classmate Zhao to run quickly. The mysterious savior screams at her to run fast and not look back, pushing her towards safety while he faces the danger alone. The thugs turn their attention to the hero who interrupted them, ordering their boys to beat him up for ruining their plans. Ruoyu ran as fast as she could that night, too flustered in the moment to clearly see the face of the person who saved her. By the time she called the police and they returned to the scene, both her savior and the attackers had completely vanished. Back in the present, Ruoyu tearfully admits she always thought she would never meet the person who saved her for the rest of her life, and now the realization hits her like a truck. That mysterious hero was Chen Yuan all along, and the favorability jumps another 10 points. The system announces that favorability has hit 95 points, and congratulations are in order because the counterattack mission is officially complete. The rewards start rolling in, 50 million yuan back from his spending, plus proficiency in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Chen Yuan's stat sheet updates showing 35 strengthening points and his status as an incredibly strong little superhero, which is honestly adorable. Our boy is actually shocked the counterattack happened so fast, complaining that he still had so many tricks left to use on this woman. But Ruoyu just smiles with a blush, saying that sounds good too, and the romantic tension in this car is absolutely through the roof. Chen Yuan looks out the window, reflecting on how this time he's no longer just a bystander watching from the sidelines. He remembers that night clearly now, getting absolutely destroyed by those thugs while protecting her, covered in bruises and blood. His past self gives him a thumbs up from that memory, because this time he didn't disappoint who he used to be. The two of them share a moment, gazing at each other with sparkles and pink flowers practically blooming around them. Their faces get closer and closer, and it looks like we're about to witness something beautiful here. Both of them are absolutely red in the face, hearts pounding, when suddenly a phone starts ringing and ruins the entire moment. And of course it's a call from someone named Zhao Yuki, because timing is everything and this person has the worst timing imaginable. So remember that phone call from Zhao Yuki that ruined the moment? She's excitedly telling Chen Yuan she's already moved into the villa and has been buying furniture, then asks if he knows what day tomorrow is. Chen Yuan smoothly confirms he knows it's her birthday and has gifts ready, but internally he's screaming because President Zhao called it the absolute worst possible moment. Meanwhile, at Zhao Yuki's new $60 million villa, movers are carrying in furniture while she tells Chen Yuan not to go overboard with expensive gifts. And here's Zhao Yuki herself, looking absolutely gorgeous while casually requesting thoughtful but not too extravagant gifts for her birthday party with classmates. Chen Yuan casually mentions they blocked the road ahead of time and asks what he should do with his Ferrari, because of course he's humble bragging about his supercar problems. Zhao Yuki gets called away to help with decorating and quickly ends the call, leaving Chen Yuan with a cheerful goodbye and blowing a kiss through the phone. And now Zhao Yuki is literally dancing with joy, celebrating that from now on she'll have her very own home worth $60 million, like it's nothing. She's absolutely radiating main character energy with money practically raining down around her, thinking about how sweet this whole arrangement is. Back in the car, Chen Yuan notices something odd and thinks, wait, she didn't even ask who bought her the villa, because apparently that's just normal for these people. Ruoyu suddenly turns to Chen Yuan and invites him to her college classmate's birthday party tomorrow, asking if he'd like to come along. Chen Yuan immediately goes into strategist mode, thinking that accepting the invitation proactively would make him seem open-minded and less suspicious. But Ruoyu politely declines, explaining she has lots to handle at home after signing the contract and it might not be appropriate since they're his friends, not hers. She adds thoughtfully that some questions can be asked but there's no guarantee of getting answers, so perhaps it's better not to ask at all. Chen Yuan tells her it's a pity because she'd definitely be the most beautiful one there, and promises to visit her school if he gets the chance in the future. But internally, he's panicking, thinking he was just being polite, and if she actually shows up, he'll be in serious trouble, because these two are playing four-dimensional chess with each other. Ruoyu's inner thoughts reveal she knows there will always be beautiful women around excellent men, but what's hers will always be hers because she believes in her own charm. She thanks Chen Yuan sweetly for spending money on her today, being all gracious about him literally dropping 500 million earlier. Chen Yuan sees an opportunity and suggests that if she feels uneasy about not attending the party, she could just give him a little interest payment instead. And Ruoyu actually does it, leaning in and planting a kiss right on his cheek while sparkles literally fill the air around them. She declares that's his interest payment and now he's been stamped by her, meaning from now on he belongs to her, and Chen Yuan is absolutely losing his mind. Our boy is internally screaming that this is really awesome, giving a mental thumbs up because his mission to win her over. Chen Yuan walks away from his Ferrari thinking about going home to play games, when suddenly someone calls out asking if this is his car. Chen Yuan turns around with that signature stoic expression, already sensing who might be behind him. And standing there in absolute shock are Lin Shutong and her friend Ruo Rui, staring at the gleaming Ferrari like they just witnessed a ghost. Without even acknowledging them, Chen Yuan shuts his car door and the sound echoes dramatically because this man does not have time for their nonsense. The Ferrari speeds away, leaving the two girls standing in the dust, watching their chance with Chen Yuan literally drive into the distance. Ruo Rui immediately starts theorizing that Chen Yuan must have been lying about his wealth before, saying he's probably way richer than Li Yuntao, or maybe he was testing Shutong. Shutong has a flashback to all those missed opportunities where she could have gotten close to Chen Yuan but kept choosing wrong. And the realization hits her like a truck as she screams that she messed up again, completely devastated by her own terrible decisions. Shutong cries on Rurui's shoulder, sobbing about how she missed such an important opportunity, and Chen Yuan probably won't ever forgive her again. But Rurui's response is cold as ice, simply confirming that yes, Shutong definitely missed it, and the tone shift is giving major red flags. Then Ruoi reveals her true colors, saying given the current situation, Shutong has no chance anymore, but if it were her instead, maybe there'd still be a chance. Shutong is absolutely floored, grabbing Rui and demanding to know what she means and if she's still thinking about going after Chen Yuan. Rui doesn't even try to hide it anymore, confidently stating that Chen Yuan is outstanding and it makes total sense for her to pursue him, asking why Shutong can but she can't. And then Rui goes for the kill, suggesting that maybe Chen Yuan is already tired of someone like Shutong and actually prefers someone like her instead. Rui starts excitedly talking about attending a gathering with Chen Yuan's classmates, completely shameless about stealing her friend's chance. And now it's a full catfight as Shutong fires back, asking if Rui thinks she's some wealthy young lady, throwing out that she also climbed into Huang Junkai's bed for money. Shutong completely loses it, screaming at Rui to shut up and threatening to kill her while flames of rage practically engulf her. Both of them are screaming now, with Rui calling Shutong a damn green tea and Shutong declaring she wants to end their friendship immediately. And of course a crowd has gathered around them, watching these two girls fighting on the ground while everyone pulls out their phones to record the drama. The phones keep clicking away as everyone captures this absolute mess of a friendship falling apart in the most public way possible. The scene shifts to the university campus where crying can be heard echoing across the soccer field. Shutong is sitting there devastated, crying that the man is gone and now her best friend is gone too, having lost everything in one day. She thinks about how Chen Yuan keeps getting better and better while the distance between them only grows further apart. As she runs away crying, she realizes that if this continues, she'll really have no chance with Chen Yuan ever again. But then a voice calls out to her, telling her to stop crying and asking if she's Lin Shutong, and suddenly things are about to get interesting. And hello, who do we have here? A gorgeous woman with glasses introduces herself as Shen Shui, and she is absolutely stacked in ways that are hard to ignore. Shutong is completely confused as Shen Shui hands her a business card and asks if she's interested in joining her company to become an internet celebrity. And here's the hook. Shen Shui claims she has a way to help Shutong get Chen Yuan back, which is definitely not suspicious at all. The scene shifts to an apartment building exterior as we cut to Chen Yuan's dorm room. Chen Yuan is lying on the floor of his dorm room, pondering what gift to choose for tonight's birthday party like it's the most difficult question of his life. His roommate suggests just going out for a stroll to pick something, when suddenly another roommate notices Lin Shutong has started a live stream and it looks pretty wild. They pull up her stream called Tong Tong Loves to Eat Fish with nearly 3,000 followers, and the title is about her and some god-tier spender named Yan. Shudong is on camera crying about being Yan Zong's first love, how they met in freshman year, and how he worked odd jobs for months just to buy her things. She keeps sobbing about how they were so in love and sweet, but now he doesn't want her anymore, while the chat is absolutely roasting her for clout chasing. Chen Yuan's roommate asks if Lin Shutong really had a relationship with this Yan Zong guy, while Chen Yuan is seething and calling her a certain word under his breath. Chen Yuan absolutely explodes, furious at how shameless she is for playing the victim when she's the one who messed everything up. But then he calms down and realizes that with Lin Shutong's simple-mindedness, she probably couldn't come up with such a cunning manipulation tactic on her own. Chen Yuan pieces it together. Someone is using his online alias, Yan Zong's reputation, to gain attention and packaging Shutong as a victim through public opinion. He immediately calls a contact to investigate which company owns that livestream room, because our boy doesn't play around when someone targets him. The information comes back immediately. The livestream is owned by Dream Media, with the legal representative being none other than Shen Shui. Chen Yun's eyes turn ice cold as he thinks that after provoking him again and again, do they really think he can't do anything to them? Meanwhile, at Dream Media's office building, someone reports to Shen Shui that Lin Shutong's livestream has exceeded 100,000 in popularity. And Shen Shui is sitting there looking absolutely devastating, legs crossed confidently as she enjoys her apparent success in the most distracting way possible. But then her boss storms in, absolutely losing it, flicking her forehead and asking if she knows who she just threatened, saying one word from him could bankrupt their entire company. The boss is screaming about how this college student is actually a rich and impressive big shot named Mr. Yan, asking if she's ever seen such a remarkable student before. Shen Shui's face drops as she realizes they're talking about the Mr. Yan who spent several hundred million in the past half-month. Someone pulls up research showing that Mr. Yan has a former schoolmate and first love named Lin Shutong, and he's been chasing her for 3 years before they broke up. Shen Shui's expression shifts to excitement, thinking this is perfect because Mr. Yan must have deep feelings for this girl since first love is supposedly endlessly beautiful. Her eyes narrow with scheming energy as she declares this is their chance, completely misreading the entire situation. Shen Shui takes a confident drag of her cigarette, explaining that if they make Lin Shutong a popular internet celebrity, it will calm Mr. Yan's anger and maybe even get him to favor their company. But then her phone starts buzzing with a call from her boss, and you already know this is about to be very bad news. Shen Shui answers and her face goes completely pale as she screams that their company just got banned across the entire internet because Chen Yuan doesn't play games. And this is what happens when you mess with someone who has unlimited resources and zero patience. Chen Yuan sends a single message to his chat group saying he really dislikes Dream Media and wishes they would just disappear completely and across the entire city. That one casual message is about to trigger an absolute extinction event. Within minutes, companies are terminating contracts with Dream Media and offering double the signing bonus to poach all their influencers. Someone's already on the phone reporting Dream Media for tax evasion, promising to investigate immediately. And another call confirms they're initiating full asset liquidation because our boy doesn't do half measures. The storm clouds literally gathering over Dream Media's building is a bit on the nose, but honestly very appropriate. Shen Shui is absolutely losing it as she learns the company has been banned and all cooperation terminated. Then an employee delivers more bad news. Major shareholders are withdrawing their funding and they need 10 million to repurchase shares that they don't have. She's sweating bullets now, desperately trying to figure out who on earth is powerful enough to destroy her this quickly. And then court officials show up announcing her company loan is 6 months overdue, freezing all assets effective immediately. The influencers are already jumping ship, politely telling her they've decided to leave and wishing her continued success. Even the property management is threatening to take official action if she doesn't pay the building fees, because when you're down, everyone starts kicking. The sun sets on what was once a thriving media company, now reduced to ashes in a matter of hours. Employees are packing their boxes and walking out because there's literally nothing left to stay for. And finally, it clicks for Shen Shui. It must be Mr. Yan because he's the only one with this kind of power, but she still can't understand why. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong's livestream has been permanently shut down for violating laws and regulations because Chen Yuan is thorough like that. Someone confirms they'll handle the remaining cleanup because when you're Mr. Yan, people just fix things for you. With that mess handled, our boy shifts his attention to more important matters like finding the perfect birthday gift for President Zhao. But then a woman literally throws herself onto his car and Chen Yuan is screaming because what the actual hell is happening? It's Shen Shui and she's desperately begging him for mercy, admitting she was wrong and pleading for a way out. The system suddenly binds her as a new target with the counterattack beginning, but Chen Yuan is internally screaming that he's not interested in older women. He coldly tells her to consider this a warning, know her place, and never bother him again before ordering her to get out. But instead of being scared, she's sitting there on the ground suddenly noticing that this Mr. Yan guy is actually quite handsome. And she's getting flustered thinking about how attractive he was, especially when he coldly told her to leave, because apparently that's her type. Her favorability just went up by 10 points. Because of course it did. Chen Yuan is driving away completely baffled as to why the favorability keeps increasing when he literally just destroyed her entire life. Meanwhile, at the Riverside Estates, guests are arriving at Villa number 1, which is worth at least 50 to 60 million. Inside, the birthday party is in full swing, and everyone's joking about whether President Zhao is secretly from a wealthy family. But then someone asks the question everyone's been thinking, is this villa really hers? Enter Zhang Lily, Zhao Yuqi's arch-rival, who just happens to have visited this villa community with her dad and heard it was bought by some boss Hong in his 30s or 40s. One of Zhao Yuqi's friends immediately jumps to her defense, asking what exactly Zhang Lily is trying to imply. But another guest backs up the story, confirming that Mr. Hong did celebrate his daughter's birthday here, and his daughter is already 12 years old. The whispers start spreading through the crowd as people question whether Zhao Yuqi actually rented this place or if something more suspicious is going on. And that's when someone slams down a stack of documents onto the table with authority. The property deed clearly shows Zhao Yuqi's name as the sole owner, and her friend points out that some people really do enjoy offering their face to be slapped. Suddenly, everyone's praising Zhao Yuqi for achieving financial freedom before even graduating through live streaming, and she's modestly saying it's just a bit of good luck. But despite all the attention, Zhao Yuqi is looking toward the door, wondering why a certain someone hasn't arrived yet. And finally, his red Ferrari pulls up. Our boy has arrived. He walks toward the villa carrying a giant teddy bear, thinking he should park farther away to avoid drawing too much attention since so many people from different schools are here. But then his instincts kick in and he senses something approaching fast from behind. A yellow Ferrari comes speeding past him way too fast and way too close, nearly turning him into roadkill. The party guests outside get excited, recognizing it as a Ferrari 488 worth over 4 million, speculating that Senior Tang has arrived. A shiny designer shoe steps out of the car with all the dramatic flair you'd expect from a rich kid. And it's Tang Xuwen, the campus heartthrob of Hu University and second son of the Tang family group, while Chen Yuan is standing there looking very unimpressed. The two of them lock eyes and the tension is immediately palpable. Tang is internally seething, wondering why Yuki would even invite this dirty rat bastard to her birthday party. He looks at the teddy bear Chen Yuan is holding and loudly mocks him, asking if that ridiculous thing is supposed to be a birthday gift. But before things can escalate, Zhao Yuqi appears looking absolutely radiant and exclaiming that Chen Yuan finally came. She tells him she's been waiting for a long time, and the way she's looking at him while Tang Xuan watches is about to cause some serious drama. And here comes Tang Xuan with his arms wide open like he's about to perform a whole Broadway number for the birthday girl. But Zhao Yuqi expertly dodges his attempted hug like she's been training for this exact moment her entire life. Meanwhile, our boy Chen Yuan hands over the teddy bear and Yuqi thanks him while Tang Xuan is absolutely seething in the background. The party guests are losing their minds because someone gave her a 20,000 yuan watch, and she barely blinked, but a teddy bear makes her this happy. Tang is standing there absolutely baffled, thinking he's been pursuing Yuqi forever with no luck, and now this random guy shows up and steals the spotlight. But then his eyes light up with that classic villain energy because he just had what he thinks is a brilliant idea. He smoothly announces that he also has a gift for Yuqi and she's definitely going to love it, while Chen Yuan is already sensing something suspicious. And in his head he's thinking that this rat belongs in the gutter, and he's about to teach Chen Yuan the difference between upper and lower class. The gift is revealed and it's a Yamaha CF6 professional grade grand piano worth literal millions, because of course it is. Tang announces that he thinks this would be the perfect gift for tonight's main character, laying it on thick. He's presenting it with maximum confidence, asking if she likes the gift he specially prepared just for her. Yuki says she likes it but immediately offers to transfer the money because this thing is worth millions and she's not about to owe him. Tang waves it off, saying money is too mundane, acting like dropping millions on a birthday gift is just a casual Tuesday for him. But wait, there's more, because he also wants to gift her a piece of music he composed himself just to really drive home how talented he is. The party guests are absolutely losing it because this is Senior Tang's first public piano performance since his Vienna concert last year, and someone's already live streaming. His fingers touch the keys and everyone in the room holds their breath. And to be fair, the music that flows out is genuinely beautiful, with notes cascading like they're painting a picture in the air. The guests are going wild, saying Tang and President Zhao would make such a perfect match, and some are already hardcore shipping them. Yuki thanks him politely, saying his piano playing is truly amazing, and she humbly admits she can't compare. And that's when Tang springs his trap, turning to Chen Yuan and suggesting that if he's impressed Yuki so much, he should show off his skills too. Chen Yuan immediately recognizes this for what it is. This guy is deliberately trying to humiliate him in front of everyone. But instead of backing down, he accepts the challenge with a calm smile, saying if Mr. Tang wants him to play, he'll grant that wish. The crowd is confused because does Chen Yuan even know how to play piano? And some are already saying Tang is setting him up for complete humiliation. Tang is internally laughing, thinking this kid is about to embarrass himself. But here's the problem, Chen Yuan is also internally screaming because he knows absolutely nothing about playing piano. But then the system pops up showing he has 35 strengthening points available, and suddenly things are looking up. The system detects he doesn't have the piano skill and offers to unlock it for 10 points, which means our boy is about to speedrun becoming a musical prodigy. He sits down at the piano thinking if Tang wants to step on him to climb higher, he's absolutely daydreaming. And then he makes his request to the system. Give him 50 years of piano experience right now. The power flows into him and suddenly decades of musical knowledge and muscle memory are downloading directly into his brain. Tang notices something change in Chen Yuan's entire demeanor and is suddenly very confused about what's happening. Chen Yuan's hands move across the keys with a mastery that shouldn't be possible, notes flowing like he's been playing his entire life. Tang's jaw drops because there's no way anyone can memorize an entire sheet of music in such a short time. Yet Chen Yuan is playing it flawlessly. Chen Yuan smirks and thinks to himself that if Tang is surprised by this, the real show is only just beginning. His hands become a blur across the piano keys, moving at speeds that shouldn't be humanly possible. Tang is sweating now because the speed is insane, yet not a single note is out of place. Every sound is perfect. Chen Yuan is absolutely in the zone, playing with an intensity and passion that has everyone in the room completely mesmerized. The guests are freaking out because it sounds like two people playing a duet, but it's just one person. And some swear they're seeing four hands. Someone in the crowd recognizes it as Beethoven's rapid octave playing technique, a skill that was thought to be long lost to history. This technique requires brutal training that most people can't even comprehend, demanding incredible willpower, natural talent, and extreme physical fitness. Once mastered, every note is incredibly precise and fierce, hitting the audience like a ruthless Gatling gun, showing no mercy to their eardrums. Chen Yuan is completely lost in the music now, his entire being channeling half a century of piano mastery in one breathtaking performance. And with one final crescendo, the performance reaches its finale, leaving nothing but echoing silence in its wake. The entire room is frozen in stunned silence, mouths hanging open, including Tang Zhuwen, who looks like he just witnessed something impossible. And our boy casually pulls out a cigarette and lights it like he didn't just commit musical murder on everyone's expectations. He walks over to Tang and offers him the cigarette, and Tang is so shell-shocked he actually accepts it. Chen Yuan then has the absolute audacity to tell Tang that his skills are actually quite good, and if he keeps practicing, he'll definitely achieve great success. Tang is just standing there with the cigarette in his mouth, completely unable to process what just happened to him. Chen Yuan drops one more wisdom bomb, saying the piano is a medium for expressing feelings, not a tool for competing or fostering jealousy. Tang can only manage a weak acknowledgement because what else can you say when you've just been absolutely destroyed in your own specialty? The crowd erupts in applause, now saying Chen Yuan has deep hidden talent, and no wonder President Zhao looks at him differently, while Tang dug his own grave. Zhao Yuqi is looking at Chen Yuan like she just discovered a whole new person, thinking she definitely chose the right man with impressive wealth and artistic cultivation. The system notifies him that her favorability just went up by 5 points, and honestly at this rate she's speedrunning falling for him. More system notifications flood in. Her favorability has exceeded 95 points, meaning the counterattack was successful, and Zhao Yuqi has officially become a loyal follower, which rewards him with 26 elegance points, because apparently devotion comes with bonuses. But here's the best part. The system announces he spent over 78 million on this target, and now gets over 7 million yuan back as a rebate. Chen Yuan is internally celebrating because that's the largest cash rebate yet after spending over 60 million, and this villa was absolutely worth buying. He's wondering where to allocate the additional 25 enhancement points when Yuki approaches and says he's brought her so many delightful surprises. Chen Yuan looks over at her, already knowing exactly how to play this moment. She tells him she's so happy tonight, looking up at him with stars in her eyes. He leans in and asks how President Zhao plans to thank him, since she can consider this his second gift to her. She blushes and calls him naughty, while in the background Tang Zhuwen is literally crying, admitting he's lost completely. And there he is, the great Tang Zhuwen, crouched in a corner having an existential crisis about his complete and utter defeat. But then someone in the crowd notices a new arrival and gasps, asking if that's Qin Bing Shui, because apparently Senior Qin is here too. Both Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi turn at the mention of that name, clearly recognizing who this person is. A silhouette appears in the doorway and everyone in the room is already losing their minds, calling her a goddess, because whoever this is, she's about to change everything. And here she is, the infamous Qin Bing Shui, who's topped the campus beauty rankings for 4 consecutive years. But here's the thing, she's not just famous for her looks, she's notorious for her absolutely hostile attitude towards the entire male student population. As a result, many people speculate that Qin Bing Shui might actually be a lesbian, and honestly the evidence is pretty compelling. And because both she and Zhao Yuqi are absolutely stunning, People ship them as a couple, because of course they do. But here's the backstory that explains everything, and it involves the police showing up at just the right moment. Although the police arrived in time and she emerged from the incident unharmed physically, the emotional damage was already done. She was saved before anything worse could happen, but that kind of trauma doesn't just disappear. And from that day forward, she harbored a deep aversion towards all men, which honestly makes a lot more sense now. Zhao Yuqi suddenly asks Chen Yuan who he thinks is more beautiful between her and Qin Bingshui, because women love impossible questions. Our boy smoothly responds that amidst 1,000 rivers he only draws one ladle, and in his heart she is the most beautiful. But internally he's screaming that he wants to stay as far away as possible from women like Qin Bingshui, because she's got serious issues and he's just a loyal dog who doesn't want to end up dead. But then Yuki cheerfully calls out to Senior Qin to come over, and Chen Yuan is internally losing his mind because why would she do this to him? Qin Bingshui approaches and apologizes for being late due to traffic, looking absolutely devastating while doing it. Yuki excitedly introduces Chen Yuan, completely oblivious to the danger she's putting him in. Qin Bingshui asks if he was the one who played piano just now, and when he confirms, she immediately knows exactly who she's dealing with. And then she goes absolutely nuclear, calling him out for attracting girls everywhere and maintaining ambiguous relationships, saying he's talented but has no morals, and is basically rubbish. Chen Yuan is absolutely seething, while Yuki desperately holds him back, explaining that Senior Qin has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The system shows him Qin Bingshui's stats: appearance at 9.3, favorability at -80 points, with combat proficiency as the reward skill. Chen Yuan absolutely loses it on the system, asking if it's broken for binding Qin Bingshui after Shen Shui, because he does not want to deal with this woman. The party continues at Yuki's luxurious villa as the evening progresses. Everyone gathers around as they bring out Zhao Yuki's birthday cake, singing happy birthday like the wholesome moment this should be. Yuki closes her eyes to make a wish, looking genuinely happy on her special day. Chen Yuan and Yuki cut the cake together, and honestly they look like a couple who's been together for years. As guests enjoy the cake, Qin Bingshui approaches Yuki and asks if she has a moment to talk. Yuki looks curious as Qin says she has something important to tell her. They step outside under the moonlit sky for a private conversation. Qin Bingshui wastes no time telling Yuki that it would be better for her to maintain some distance from Chen Yuan in the future. She explains that Chen Yuan is entangled with many girls in college and she doesn't want Yuki caught up in that kind of toxic relationship whirlpool. Moreover, she reveals she's about to graduate and plans to pass on the position of student council president to Yuki. Yuki is absolutely stunned, asking if Qin really wants to give her the president's position. Yuki thinks back to how they were always at odds in student council matters, each standing their ground and never yielding to the other. She's genuinely confused about why Qin would want her of all people to take over. And then Yuki's brain goes somewhere wild, wondering if maybe the rumors about Qin being a lesbian are true and she's had her eye on Yuki this whole time. Yuki nervously starts declining, saying she's always respected Qin but might not be qualified for the position. But when Yuki tries to defend Chen Yuan, Qin cuts her off, saying she's made up her mind and doesn't need more words. Qin gets in her face, saying love truly blinds people, and that Yuki doesn't seem like the model student council official who upholds high standards anymore. Yuki is left completely flustered, not knowing how to respond to that verbal assault. Qin calls her foolish and demands to know what happened to her sense of responsibility and ambition, ranting that scumbags are really harmful to people, and the system helpfully notifies Chen Yuan that her favorability just dropped another 5. Meanwhile inside, Chen Yuan is choking on his cake as the system delivers more bad news. He's wondering what he even did to offend her, asking if eating a cake is a crime now that her favorability decreased by 10 whole points. As the party winds down, Yuki thanks everyone for coming and sees off her guests. As Chen Yuan is about to leave, Yuki suddenly calls out, asking him to wait a minute. She's blushing as she says she has something to tell him, and our boy is suddenly very interested in what that might be. Chen Yuan walks out thinking that President Zhao becomes even more adorable now that her favorability is maxed out. Turns out she just invited him to watch a movie tomorrow, which was sweet, but our boy was honestly expecting something more like an overnight invitation. He's a little disappointed, but then he hears something strange in the distance. And there's Tang Xuwen crouched next to his Ferrari and crying about what the hell the use of practicing piano even is. Chen Yuan spots him and wonders why this guy is still here, thinking at first he might have seen a ghost. Our boy casually greets him with a "Yo, Senior Tang," and Tang nearly jumps out of his skin. Tang recognizes him immediately, stammering out Chen Yuan's name while our boy casually stands on top of his own car, saying it's nice that Tang remembers him. Chen Yuan asks why he's crying over losing a piano match, adding that losing against the system isn't embarrassing at all. Tang absolutely explodes, demanding to know what that look means and asking if Chen Yuan is looking down on him. Chen Yuan plays it cool, saying he just had a late dinner and feels a bit full, definitely not looking down on anyone. Tang admits Chen Yuan's amateur piano skills might be better, but asks so what, because he has other advantages. He starts flexing his family background, wealth, and social status, pointing out his designer clothes and 4 million yuan Ferrari that Chen Yuan could never afford. Tang pulls out his car keys, ready to deliver what he thinks is the ultimate power move. He condescendingly offers Chen Yuan a ride. Judging by his loser appearance, he probably can't even afford a taxi home. Chen Yuan simply walks over and gets into his own car, a red Ferrari LaFerrari, leaving Tang absolutely speechless. Tang is so shocked that his car key literally breaks in his hand from how hard he's gripping it. He screams into the night, asking why someone wearing such low-quality clothes would be driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, declaring that God must be blind. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is already thinking about tomorrow's date, debating between Wolf Warrior 6 and Wandering Earth 7, and whether to wear a big short-sleeve shirt or a tank top. But then through his windshield, he spots someone familiar. Senior Sister Kin waiting alone on the roadside. She's clearly cold, dressed too lightly for the temperature difference at night, and she might definitely catch a cold standing there. But Chen Yuan just smirks, thinking that's absolutely none of his business, and the crazy goddess can freeze to death for all he cares. He drives right past her, internally taunting that if she has the ability, she can decrease another 5 points of favorability because he genuinely does not care. But then something catches his attention in the rearview mirror. Through the side mirror, he sees a group of men surrounding someone, and the situation suddenly looks very different. A group of sketchy guys have surrounded Qin Bingshui, asking if she's alone and offering to be her bodyguard since it's dangerous to walk alone so late at night. One of them says it's a free service, she just needs to play with them for some fun, and the whole vibe is absolutely federal investigation level suspicious. Qin demands to know what they're doing and threatens to call the police if they touch her again. The thugs just burst out laughing at her threat to call the police, clearly not taking her seriously. The lead thug says a girl with such a strong temperament must be even more fun to play with, and his eyes are glowing red like a complete creep. But then his expression suddenly changes as he realizes something is very wrong. Because Qin Bingshui just delivered a devastating kick right to his most sensitive area, and that's gonna leave a mark. The lead thug screams in absolute agony while his followers rush to check on Brother Biao. But instead of running away, he screams for his men to catch her. Qin Bingshui takes off running with the entire gang chasing after her. She's cursing under her breath that if there weren't so many of them, she'd destroy every single one. And then she runs right into someone, colliding with Chen Yuan, who apparently came back. Chen Yuan catches her and asks if she's okay, looking surprisingly concerned for someone who wanted to let her freeze. Qin Bingshui looks up in shock, realizing it's the guy she's been verbally destroying all night. The thugs catch up, and now it's a standoff with Chen Yuan standing between them and Qin Bingshui. The lead thug is still in pain but taunting that she can't run now, saying it's his turn. Qin glares at them with pure disgust, declaring that men are really no good. And then she turns her anger on Chen Yuan too, blaming him because if it weren't for him she would have left long ago, saying he's not only useless but makes things worse. But Chen Yuan ignores her and calmly tells the thugs that this is a lawful society, giving them 2 minutes to leave. The lead thug mockingly asks if a hero has come to rescue a beauty, and what if he doesn't feel like leaving? What happens next, only the moon witnesses. And just like that, every single thug is laid out on the ground while Chen Yuan stands in the middle completely untouched. Our boy casually dusts off his hands, noting that people really should listen to advice when it's given. He turns to ask if Senior Sister Kin is okay, expecting maybe a thank you or something. But instead the system notifies him that her favorability just dropped another 5 points, and our boy literally spits blood from the injustice. Her current favorability is now at negative 95 points, and both of them are standing there completely baffled by how saving her life somehow made things worse. Qin Bingshui stands there with that ice-cold glare that could freeze the sun itself. And our boy is absolutely losing it, screaming about how at negative 95 points he might as well be actual garbage in her eyes. Meanwhile, all the thugs he just demolished are still groaning on the pavement, and she's asking if he finds this amusing. She asks if he really thought she'd fall for his tricks like all those other girls, and the accusation hits different when she's this gorgeous. She stands in the middle of all these beaten bodies pointing at him like he's the criminal here, which is absolutely wild. She grinds her stiletto heel into some thug's hand while telling Chen Yuan he overestimates his own intelligence. She adds that he also underestimated hers, and honestly our boy has no comeback for that one. And then she grabs his collar, which normally might be exciting but right now it's terrifying. She screams that Yuki is willing to give up even the student council president position for him, yet here he is scheming to pursue her instead. She calls him a scumbag who makes her sick, and the venom in her voice could melt steel. Our boy can only muster a weak defense of "not me," looking absolutely soul-crushed. She tells him his imagination is off the charts and asks if he's experiencing paranoid delusions while he's literally spiraling into the void. He desperately reaches out, begging President Qin to please listen to his explanation. But she cuts him off, saying no explanations needed and that he better treat Yuki well, or she will personally castrate him. And just like that she's gone, leaving Chen Yuan standing in a sea of unconscious bodies questioning his entire life. One of the thugs groans pathetically on the ground, which honestly matches how Chen Yuan feels right now. Our boy vents his frustration by kicking the nearest thug, swearing he's never meddling in other people's business again. He walks off muttering that he felt like he kicked something just now, but whatever, he's not gonna bother about it. The next day he's still fuming about it, thinking the more he dwells on it, the angrier he gets. But then his phone rings and he wonders who could be calling him this late. The caller ID shows Zhao Ruoyu, and suddenly his mood improves significantly. And here she is in her fancy bedroom asking if he's free tomorrow, looking absolutely stunning in the process. She wants to invite him to watch a movie, and our boy realizes President Zhao also invited him to watch a movie tomorrow. What a coincidence. She says it's her first time ever inviting someone to a movie and pleads with him not to reject her, and how could he possibly say no to that? He thinks same day, no big deal, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, because capable men support multiple schedules. The next day he's texting back that he's on his way, ready to execute his perfectly planned schedule. But then his buddy Wenzi shows up absolutely bawling, saying he got rejected by a girl and already bought movie tickets, begging Chen Yuan to accompany him. Chen Yuan's thinking he thought he only had to watch 2 movies today, but now it's somehow become 3. But then he remembers that when he couldn't afford meals before, Wenzi was the one who supported him financially, so he owes him this one. So now his schedule is Wenzi at 2, Zhao Yuki at 5, and Ruoyu at 8, which is absolutely insane, but somehow he's making it work. To organize today's schedule reasonably, he can only go through 3 rotations in a single day. He starts to ask Wenzi something, but then he notices someone unexpected in his backseat. And sitting there applying lipstick is a gorgeous woman in a blue dress, who clearly got in the wrong car, asking who he is. Chen Yuan politely tells her it's okay and she can get off, just be more careful next time. But she's thinking even though she got in the wrong car, maybe she's encountered the right person, and she's calling him brother with that flirty tone. Her eyes narrow with determination, thinking if she gets off now, how can she flirt with a handsome guy driving such a luxurious car? She pulls out her phone, showing her QR code, and the way she's presenting it makes sure he notices more than just the screen. But our boy hits her with a stone-cold rejection, claiming he doesn't have a mobile phone while literally holding his phone. He's thinking he's different from uncivilized traditional guys, because Sigma men never fall for a woman's traps. She's absolutely fuming, declaring fine he's tough and she's getting out of the car. But as she steps out, Wenzi recognizes her immediately and asks Du Xiaoyu what she's doing here. Both Chen Yuan and Du Xiaoyu freeze as she recognizes Wenzi too, calling out Lu Wenzi's name in shock. Wenzi's piecing things together, asking how come she's in his friend's car and wondering if maybe they're together. And that's when Chen Yuan realizes this is the girl who just rejected his bro, and he absolutely cannot let Wenzi misunderstand. Chen Yuan quickly jumps out of the car, desperately trying to explain the situation. But Wenzi is already in protective friend mode, declaring she's someone with absolutely no connection or relationship to Chen Yuan. Wenzi lays out the facts, saying she saw his friend driving a Ferrari, tried to flirt, got rejected because he wasn't interested, and now she's just persistently bothering him. Chen Yuan immediately backs up his bro, enthusiastically agreeing with everything Wenzi just said. And with that, they hop in the Ferrari and speed off, leaving her in their dust. Du Xiaoyu watches them drive away, suddenly realizing Lu Wenjie knows such wealthy friends. She's completely baffled, thinking wasn't he supposed to be a loser with only 800 yuan monthly living expenses? Meanwhile, at the movie theater, Wenzi is still crying and asking why Chen Yuan always attracts high-quality girls while his love life feels impossible. And of course, some girls nearby are whispering about how strange it is that 2 guys are watching a movie together, speculating they might be gay. Chen Yuan drops some wisdom, saying those who quickly expose their vulnerabilities end up weaker, because love is like a battlefield, not a cozy home. He adds that the more you fawn over someone, the more subservient you look, and it's not about tactics but whether you're inherently strong enough. And here's the key: spending money on women is foolish. Being a real man is when the spending is done for her to see, not for her. Wenzi's eyes light up with understanding, admitting that what Chen Yuan said actually makes a lot of sense. He dramatically calls Chen Yuan his master and foster father, begging to be taught how to become powerful, while the girls in the theater are losing their minds. Chen Yuan humbly says there's not much he can teach since he's just slightly more handsome, slightly wealthier, and has a few more girlfriends. Wenzi tells him to stop talking because if he says anything else, he might not be able to resist killing him. After the movie, Wenzi thanks Chen Yuan for making him feel better and offers to repay him someday, but Chen Yuan says don't wait for the future. He asks Wenzi to call him in exactly 2 hours, saying it would be a huge help, which obviously confuses Wenzi, but he agrees. Those same girls from the theater walk by declaring that they knew it. Those 2 are definitely a couple, which is just perfect timing. Chen Yuan explains the call is so he has an excuse to escape from his date with President Zhao and hurry to the next date, because of course that's why. Next stop is the IMAX theater where his date with Zhao Yuki is about to begin. Chen Yuan spots her in the crowd and she's looking absolutely gorgeous as always. Zhao Yuki checks her watch, wondering why he hasn't shown up yet when the movie starts in half an hour. But before Chen Yuan can reach her, some random guy calls out "Hello, beauty," This blonde dude in a white shirt approaches her with way too much confidence and no sense of boundaries. Zhao Yuki politely says she has an appointment, but this guy won't take no for an answer, insisting just giving her contact won't disturb anything. He keeps pushing about her contact info, so Chen Yuan steps in and tells him that when a girl rejects you, it's pointless to keep begging. Chen Yuan grabs his shoulder and offers to show him how to properly chat with a girl. Zhao Yuki looks completely caught off guard as Chen Yuan moves toward her. He pulls a full kabedon, pinning her against the wall and asking if this beautiful miss would like to go somewhere quieter for a deeper conversation. The blonde guy is absolutely furious, demanding to know if that's it and accusing Chen Yuan of acting like a hooligan. But Zhao Yuki is blushing and giggling, happily agreeing with an alright that absolutely destroys this guy's worldview. The blonde guy is left standing there completely stunned while everyone around watches, wondering how in the world that actually worked. And here we are at the IMAX theater, where the action movie is absolutely going off on screen. Zhao Yuki is completely invested in the movie, looking gorgeous as always with those captivating green eyes. But our boy Chen Yuan is on his phone the entire time, and Zhao Yuki notices and asks if he's not interested in the movie. Our protagonist starts sweating bullets and explains there's been a lot of family matters lately keeping him busy and stressed, and this girl completely buys it, thinking about how he has such a large family business to inherit and the pressure must be immense. She's literally fantasizing about all the sweat and effort he puts in behind the scenes that nobody sees. Her imagination is running wild with dramatic training montages and intense effort, which is absolutely hilarious given what we know about him. In her mind, he's this perfect specimen who does fencing, plays violin, excels at basketball, and bears all responsibilities in silence. She starts crying about how she's selfishly taking up his precious time by asking him to watch a movie, calling herself a bad woman. And then she reaches over and grabs his hand, which is honestly the last thing he was expecting right now. Chen Yuan is completely caught off guard by this sudden emotional development. This girl is genuinely tearing up over her fabricated guilt about bothering him. Chen Yuan is sweating even harder now, thinking, wait, this is supposed to be an action movie. Why is she crying so much? After the movie, they're walking through the city at night, and Zhao Yuki asks if he wants to grab a meal together. Chen Yuan hesitates because he knows he has another date lined up and dinner was definitely not in the schedule. But right on cue, his phone rings and he's thinking Wenzi is a really good brother because his call came at the perfect time. He picks up the phone with Zhao Yuki standing right there, casually greeting Wenjie. And then our boy puts on the performance of a lifetime, shouting about how serious the situation is and that he'll be there quickly. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wenzi is just standing there completely baffled, wondering what the hell is going on. Chen Yuan apologizes to President Zhao, saying his friend is in trouble and he needs to leave. And of course, she's completely understanding about it. She's standing there thinking about how his friend must be facing something significant, and that he's truly a compassionate and honorable man. And Chen Yuan is in his Ferrari smugly thinking he's a genius, because next up is date number 3 with Xiao Ruiyu. He texts that he's arrived at her newly rented place, and she responds saying she'll be there in 2 minutes. Our protagonist is absolutely exhausted, thinking this is finally the last movie and today felt like actual warfare, vowing never to multitask dates again. But then someone calls out his name and he turns around. And there she is, Xiao Ruiyu, looking absolutely stunning in a white crop top and high-waisted jeans with that gorgeous blue-black hair flowing behind her. Chen Yuan is absolutely captivated, thinking she looks so beautiful today with literal sparkles in his vision. He's thinking that classmate Zhao is truly remarkable at handling various styles. No wonder she's considered top-notch among women. She cheerfully says, let's go, and he responds with almost too much enthusiasm, ready for date number 3. As they walk together, Chen Yuan is scheming that if today's date goes smoothly, maybe he can expect something more with classmate Zhao. They're in the theater watching another movie, and Zhao Ruiyu is laughing while Chen Yuan genuinely seems to be enjoying himself this time. After the movie, they hit up a bustling night market and enjoy some street food together like a proper date. The Ferrari pulls up to her apartment building, marking the end of what seemed like a successful evening. Xiao Ruiyu sweetly tells him to head home and get some rest, thanking him for keeping her company so late. But Chen Yuan hesitates, calling out her name like he has something else to say. Our boy is actually blushing, touching his face nervously, which is not something we see from him often. And Xiao Ruiyu is getting flustered too, her cheeks turning pink as she wonders what he's about to say. The night sky stretches beautifully above the apartment buildings as their evening continues. And now we're inside her apartment where someone is taking a shower, which means our boy successfully got invited up. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruiyu is sitting on her couch thinking about what's wrong with her today, telling herself it's not like anything is going to happen. She's hugging a pillow nervously, thinking about how she originally expected him to leave after drinking water, but he insisted on staying overnight. She's squirming on the couch, realizing that she also said okay to him staying, which is making her lose her mind. Her thoughts are racing about what she should do if he requests something, and she's thinking if it's with him, maybe it doesn't seem so bad. She buries her face in the pillow, screaming internally about what she's even thinking right now. But then she notices something on the couch and suddenly snaps out of her daydream. And that's when she finds 4 movie tickets in his jacket pocket, immediately wondering if he watched movies with other girls today. The tension builds as we see the apartment building against the starry night sky. Chen Yuan steps out of the shower in a bathrobe, completely unaware that his carefully constructed house of cards is about to collapse. Xiao Ruoyu immediately confronts him about the 4 movie tickets, demanding to know if he watched a movie with another girl today. She goes off, asking why he entered her life just to go on dates with other girls, and if he doesn't like her, he should just say it to her face. Chen Yuan is standing there stunned, and she demands to know if he's ever considered her feelings at all. She points at the door, telling him to leave and that she never wants to see him again, and the system shows her favorability dropping by 10 twice. Chen Yuan checks the status and sees her current favorability is at 75, which is still salvageable. Our protagonist stands there with his head down, muttering about this situation repeatedly. But then his expression shifts to confident as he realizes this is exactly what he expected, and now it's time to make a big move. He puts on a hurt expression and sadly says that apparently he's so unworthy of her trust that a few movie tickets can render all his efforts meaningless. But Xiao Ruoyu isn't buying it yet, angrily asking if he still wants to make excuses. Chen Yuan pulls out his trump card and starts calling Lu Wenjie to prove his innocence. He tells her to ask Lu Wenjie herself if they went to the movies together today. The phone rings while they stand in tense silence, waiting for Wenjie to pick up. When she picks up sounding half asleep, asking what Chen Yuan is doing calling so late, Xiao Ruoyu takes the phone and asks Lu Wenjie directly if Chen Yuan watched a movie with him today. And thank God for bros, because Wenjie confirms they watched Wolf Warrior 14 together after Du Xiaoyu declined his invitation. But then Wenjie suddenly realizes something is very wrong with this situation. He starts yelling about how that's Chen Yuan's phone, so why is it in her hands, and are they together right now? Chen Yuan is mentally screaming that this childhood friend is absolutely not reliable, while Xiao Ruoyu looks annoyed and Wenjie keeps yelling in the background. Xiao Ruoyu apologizes to Wenjie for disturbing him, but she's still suspicious and wondering if he might be covering for Chen Yuan. So she decides to call Du Xiaoyu since they're classmates, just to double check the story. Du Xiaoyu confirms that Lu Wenjie did invite her to watch a movie, but she declined, and she regrets it now because she saw him getting picked up in a Ferrari. Chen Yuan asks if she wants to see the payment information on his phone too, and Xiao Ruoyu is starting to stutter, realizing her mistake. Now Chen Yuan flips the script, telling her he's really disappointed with her today for not trusting him. And now she's the one desperately apologizing, begging him not to be angry and admitting she shouldn't have misunderstood him. But Chen Yuan dramatically heads for the door, which slams shut behind him. And there he is outside the door, completely relieved and thinking that was close. Thankfully he was prepared in advance, or things could have gotten really bad. The morning after that whole confrontation, Xiao Ruoyu texts Chen Yuan apologizing for misunderstanding him, and our boy responds with a masterclass in emotional manipulation by apologizing right back. And of course she's absolutely melting over how gentle he is for taking the initiative to apologize even though it was clearly her fault. The system immediately rewards him with favorability points going up by 10 twice in a row. Chen Yuan breathes a massive sigh of relief that his carefully managed relationship is recovering nicely after last night's close call. The system shows Xiao Ruoyu's favorability has hit 96 points, which triggers a bonus of 10 strengthening points, and our boy notes it's actually 1 point higher than before the whole drama. But he's also mentally kicking himself, thinking next time he can't be so reckless because he almost played himself to death with that stunt. And now here's where we see his true master plan, as he reflects on all the different women in his life and how he needs to manage each binding object differently. Some targets are purely for utility, he thinks, while others require maintaining relationships until their favorability reaches the point of unwavering devotion. And then he drops the most unhinged declaration possible, saying only little kids make choices, because he's going to make his own harem. Our protagonist is fully committing to the scumbag life, justifying it by asking who hasn't had a harem dream at some point, and honestly the audacity is kind of impressive. Meanwhile at school, Chen Yuan overhears some girls gossiping about Senior Tang sponsoring the basketball team for some Ultimate Bystander King competition at the gym. His interest is immediately piqued because Tang Xuan is known as the strongest bystander king, which sounds like a title that needs investigating. So our boy decides he's gonna go check the water level, which is absolutely code for looking for opportunities. And the gym is absolutely packed with spectators, way more people than he expected for a simple basketball event. Tang Xuan is surrounded by fangirls screaming that they love him, with one girl actually saying she wants to give birth to a monkey for him, which is certainly a choice of words. Chen Yuan immediately suspects this whole competition is just Tang trying to elevate himself by hiring a bunch of actors, which honestly seems pretty absurd. But before he can observe any further, someone spots him and calls out his name, immediately blowing his cover. Chen Yuan casually greets Lele while Zhao Yuqi, our absolutely gorgeous blonde who is trying to get his attention first, and then he senses another presence approaching from behind. It's Ying in her red jacket, happily asking if he also likes basketball, while Chen Yuan is internally screaming because here comes another one of his targets. The guys in the crowd are already gossiping, noting that Chen Yuan from the literature department has Xu Lele and Ying, who literally dumped her ex-boyfriend for him directly. But then two absolutely stunning women walk through the doorway, and one of them immediately calls out the guys for talking about girls behind their backs, which terrifies them into submission. The silver-haired woman is absolutely disgusted, saying with so many men the venue is filled with a foul stench, while her friend just suggests they watch the game later. Meanwhile on the court, Tang Xuwen spots Chen Yuan and immediately starts seething, wondering why that rat bastard is here too. He's borderline in tears seeing so many girls surrounding Chen Yuan, asking if they're all blind and can't see a top-notch macho boy like him standing right here. But then he notices Yuki is here too, and suddenly this becomes his chance to wash away his shame and impress her. He's been practicing basketball for 2.5 years, and there's no way Chen Yuan could possibly beat him at his own game. So Tang decides the best introduction is throwing a basketball directly at Chen Yuan's head without warning. The crowd gasp at the cheap shot coming out of nowhere, but our boy casually catches the ball with one hand like it was nothing, barely even flinching. Chen Yuan calls him out, asking what's his deal doing a sneak attack just because he lost at piano last time, and that's so childish. Tang fires back that Chen Yuan doesn't deserve revenge, and challenges him to a one-on-one with a 3-ball advantage, while his teammate notes Chen Yuan looks like a deadbeat. Chen Yuan grips the ball with an intensity that suddenly makes everyone nervous, saying, "So you like to play, right?" Then he tosses the ball up confidently, accepting the challenge and saying he'll play with him. Tang is absolutely smirking, thinking this is going to be easy because Chen Yuan's serve looked like that of a total noob. And then Chen Yuan's serve absolutely demolishes him, sending Tang flying as his teammates scream in disbelief. The silver-haired woman notes in surprise that the basketball team captain couldn't even receive Chen Yuan's serve, though she dismisses it as just brute force. Tang's teammates rush over to check on their captain, who's now sprawled on the floor looking absolutely wrecked. Tang is in complete disbelief, thinking this guy looks so skinny but he's actually insanely strong. Chen Yuan looks down at him and asks what a one-on-one even means, then proposes a 5-on-5 instead to test the skill level of the whole school team. All the girls watching are absolutely shocked at this declaration. The whole crowd, including the referee, can't believe what they're hearing. But Tang is thinking this is perfect, because in a 5-on-5 the players, referee, and even the ball are all on his side. He's grinning like a maniac, thinking stupid Chen Yuan doesn't realize this isn't 5-on-5, it's more like 1 versus 9, and he's definitely going to lose. And so the rig game begins with everyone in position on the court. Tang's team immediately takes possession with a quick pass. Tang is trash-talking as he dribbles, saying he's going to dominate Chen Yuan and show Yuqi who her ideal partner really is. But here's the thing, Chen Yuan is being surrounded by defenders from both teams. Because remember, this whole game is rigged against him. Chen Yuan calmly calls out Tang, asking if he really thinks he doesn't know that every single player here is his mole. He's thinking who needs such useless teammates anyway, then asks his system to give him 30+ years of basketball proficiency because it's time to show them what badass really means. Meanwhile, Tang is playing to the crowd, thinking this is the perfect time to show off his skills in front of everyone. He goes up for a stylish slam dunk to end the play with maximum style points. Tang's hand is reaching toward the hoop, victory practically assured in his mind. But out of absolutely nowhere, Chen Yuan appears and swats the ball right out of his hands. The crowd collectively loses their minds, thinking it's unbelievable that Senior Tang, the basketball expert, just got blocked by Chen Yuan. Tang's teammates are asking each other how he even got there, with one saying he just felt something pass through him like a ghost. Tang is completely devastated, sweating and thinking this is impossible, this has to be a dream. Chen Yuan now has the ball and calmly asks if it's his turn, taunting Senior Tang about what comes next. He asks Tang if he's still shameless enough to have the referee blow the whistle for a fake foul, and the menacing aura around him is genuinely terrifying. And before anyone can stop him, the ball swishes clean through the net. The scoreboard flips to show Chen Yuan's team leading 1-0, with Tang's own teammates looking stunned. Tang is still talking trash, saying so what if he's good at basketball, he'll just have the referee blow the whistle, and there's nothing Chen Yuan can do about the unwritten rules. But the crowd is starting to notice something's off, questioning why the referee is making such random calls when there clearly wasn't a foul. Chen Yuan is absolutely furious now, telling Tang he can tolerate the cheating, but he won't allow him to insult the spirit of sportsmanship. He declares he's going to beat the hell out of Tang, and those eyes are not playing around anymore. The atmosphere in the gym completely shifts as Chen Yuan prepares to go all out against the entire rigged system. Chen Yuan blows past Tang so fast that all he can manage to say is how incredibly fast this guy is. He goes up for a beautiful layup with Tang completely left in the dust behind him. Point after point, Chen Yuan keeps scoring while being surrounded by defenders who can't seem to stop him. Tang is desperately ordering his teammates to surround Chen Yuan, threatening that if they don't, it counts as a foul. He's screaming at everyone, asking what they're waiting for, clearly losing his composure completely. Multiple defenders physically grab onto Chen Yuan while he's holding the ball, which is absolutely not legal defense. But our boy just smirks and goes up for the shot anyway, while they're literally hanging off him. The defenders go flying, completely baffled by what just happened as they crash to the floor. and the ball sails through the air toward the hoop once again. The referee and all the players are left wondering how he even did that and if he really needed to go this hard. The players are having a crisis of conscience, admitting to themselves that even though they know this is a shady rigged game, they're wondering why Chen Yuan is working so hard when the whole system is against him. The referee has a flashback to his father teaching him that a referee is the baseline of a game, and when that whistle blows, you must have a clear conscience. He's standing there holding his whistle, genuinely questioning if he's doing this for respect or for something else. Chen Yuan drops some unexpected wisdom, saying the outcome of a game isn't determined by the score, but by whether you've given it your all. The players are genuinely moved by this, questioning if they've been playing for love of the game at all. And now the referee and players are literally crying, thinking compared to this man they're so ugly that their presence is a blasphemy to the game of basketball. Chen Yuan is now completely confused, asking what happened and if everyone just got disarmed somehow. The opposing players start stepping back from the court entirely. The crowd watching is losing their minds, yelling about what on earth is happening right now. The entire basketball team is retreating from the court, with the crowd wondering if they've all gone crazy and if they're even going to play anymore. Chen Yuan is standing there surrounded by question marks, having apparently won people over with nothing but pure virtue, which honestly even he didn't expect. And the two beautiful women watching, including the one who hates men, are looking at Chen Yuan with what can only be described as very impressed expressions. Meanwhile, Tang is absolutely losing it, screaming at his paid players, asking what the hell is going on and if they still want to get paid or not. The scoreboard tells the whole story, 60-2, and Chen Yuan makes it crystal clear that Tang has completely disgraced the sport of basketball. And our boy declares that whatever humiliation Tang suffers from this point forward is entirely his own fault. But Tang is still delusional, thinking if he can just defend this one shot, he won't completely lose face. So he goes up to challenge Chen Yuan in the air, desperately believing he still has a chance. Tang actually tries to injure Chen Yuan, telling him to go lie down in the hospital because this is his own doing. But here's the thing about trying to hurt someone who's basically superhuman. Your bones become the casualty instead. Tang's scream echoes through the gym as he realizes his hand just got absolutely destroyed, and he can't even comprehend how this happened. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan finishes the dunk like nothing even happened, because to him it basically didn't, and his system starts going crazy because Zhao Yuqi's favorability just hit 96 points, earning him 10 more strengthening points. Lin Shutong and Xu Lele are also going wild, both hitting over 96 favorability and stacking even more points for our boy. And partner number 4 with those gorgeous purple eyes is clapping so hard she's basically vibrating, giving him 22 strengthening points. Chen Yuan looks down at Tang and delivers the verdict, saying regardless of ability or character, he's not worthy to be captain of anything. He tells Tang it's genuinely an insult to his skills to even share the same court with trash like him. Tang tries to save face by threatening that Chen Yuan will regret this sooner or later, which honestly sounds pathetic coming from a guy with a broken hand. Meanwhile, the girls are in crisis because nobody recorded that dunk, and now Chen Yuan has completely vanished from the gym. Ying is looking around with the most smitten expression, clearly down bad for our protagonist, and Zhao Yuqi is just standing there holding a water bottle like she wanted to offer it to him but missed her chance. Because our boy has already made his tactical retreat from the gym. Chen Yuan is thanking his lucky stars he escaped quickly, because deciding whose water bottle to accept could have started a whole war. So he heads back to his dorm for some well-deserved peace and quiet. After a shower, our protagonist is feeling fresh and satisfied, though the manhwa really wanted us to see exactly how built he is. That's when his phone buzzes with a friend request from someone called the Amorous Wanderer from some wealthy people's group chat. The guy messages him asking if he wants a wife, and Chen Yuan is just standing there shirtless reading this like what even is happening right now. Our boy's reaction is basically all of ours. What the hell is this guy even talking about? Let me tell you about Gao Xuanian, a stunning blonde actress who won Best Actress at just 22, one of the top young celebrities in the entertainment industry. Except recently she got caught up in a scandal that completely destroyed her public image. Now she's facing a 30 million yuan penalty for breach of contract, and even though her family owns the Gao Group, that amount would still hurt them badly. Which brings us to Gao Lang, her brother and second son of the Gao Group, who's begging Chen Yuan to help his sister. Chen Yuan casually asks if he's being asked to marry his sister and become the Gao family's son-in-law. Gao Lang immediately panics, saying that was just to get his attention because he was worried Chen Yuan wouldn't even talk to him. He explains that his sister was completely framed, public opinion has turned against her, and now there are all these contract penalties piling up. So what he actually wants is for Chen Yuan to buy his sister's villa to help her get some quick cash. Chen Yuan actually considers this seriously, thinking he does need his own place anyway. Plus Gao Xuanian is a female celebrity, which means there's probably some system opportunity here. And honestly, our protagonist is just excited to have another reason to spend money because that's literally his whole deal. So he sets down his cup with a decision already made. He tells Gao Lang he can help and asks him to arrange a meeting with his sister so he can check out the house. Gao Lang is absolutely thrilled and immediately starts making the appointment right there. Meanwhile, our protagonist just sits there looking like a whole snack, and Gao Lang is already plotting to make his sister marry into this money. Meanwhile, at the villa, Gao Xuanian is screaming at someone to tell Mr. Tiger to screw off. She's refusing to bow down to some powerful man who's probably behind all her scandals, because apparently someone wants to pressure her into submission, and she is absolutely livid about some old creep trying to get with her, expressing her feelings in the most colorful language possible. But then her rage turns to despair as she remembers all the contract breaches piling up against her. She just wants to be a simple actress. Why does the industry have to make everything so difficult? That's when her phone starts buzzing with an incoming call. It's her brother excitedly telling her he found a powerful backer, and she immediately gets suspicious, asking if he started soliciting. He tries to explain it's the famous brother Yan who promised to buy her house and might solve all her problems. But when she hears brother Yan, she immediately imagines some sleazy older guy with a cigar and gold rings, because of course she does. Her skepticism is absolutely radiating through the phone. She threatens to beat him up when she gets home if he's helping some old creep try to take advantage of her. Gao Lang begs her to just trust him this once and says the guy should arrive soon. Please just show him around. She hangs up on him with the most dismissive response possible. She's screaming that all men are trash, including her own brother apparently. She vows that even if she has to jump off a building, she'll never accept a single penny from any man. But we're about to see how quickly that conviction crumbles when she meets our protagonist. Chen Yuan pulls up in his sports car, thinking the neighborhood is nice and convenient to his other properties, plus he's about to meet a celebrity. He rings the doorbell like a perfectly normal house buyer would. Gao Xuanian is already disgusted, thinking this guy must be desperate if he showed up so fast. She walks through her mansion in her robe, ready to tell off whatever creepy old man is at her door. She opens the door and immediately starts roasting him for almost breaking the doorbell with his impatience, and then she actually sees who's standing there. It's not some old creep, it's a young handsome guy politely introducing himself as Gao Lang's friend. Her entire attitude does a complete 180 as she awkwardly invites him inside. She's thinking this guy is way too young and handsome, and in all her years in the film industry she's never seen a male actor with this much charisma. And then Chen Yuan tells her not to be restrained and to please have a seat in her own house while he makes himself comfortable. When she asks if he wants to keep looking around, he casually says he's already finished checking the place out. She notices his gaze is strange and intense, giving her goosebumps all over. And then he drops the bomb, saying what he really wants is for her to be his lover, and the system immediately triggers a new dog-licking operation. He explains his strategy, saying rather than beating around the bush, why not just catch them completely off guard? She snaps back, asking who he thinks he's insulting, challenging him to throw his money around and embarrass himself. But then she says fine, she'll play along, but she has conditions, starting with a luxury car worth over 10 million. Second, she wants a suite in One Park Avenue in Shanghai, one of the most expensive residences in the city. And third, he has to invest in 2 films with budgets over 500 million yuan each, with her as the lead actress. But Chen Yuan just gets excited, asking if that's all, and offers to buy multiple suites. One for her brother, one for her dad, one for everyone in her family. And she's left completely short-circuited, wondering if this guy's brain is even functioning properly, because nobody should be this eager to throw money away. Gao Lang arrives home and immediately spots Chen Yuan's Ferrari still parked outside, wondering why brother Yan hasn't left yet. And inside, he finds his sister just sitting there completely zoned out, like her brain blue screened from whatever just happened. She casually mentions that Yenzong gave her that 20 million yuan, La Ferrari, and Gao Lang immediately starts crying about why he didn't get one. But then she drops another bomb, saying Yanzong also gave her some money, still looking like she's operating on 2 brain cells. Gao Lang gets excited, assuming it's like a house down payment, guessing maybe 1 or 2 million yuan. And then she shows him the bank notification, and this man's entire soul leaves his body when he sees 100 million yuan. His brain starts doing the math, realizing the house hasn't even been bought yet, but she's already received 120 million, and now he's having full-blown fantasies about becoming brother Yan's brother-in-law while his sister is mentally preparing to disown him. Gao Xuanian keeps replaying the moment when Chen Yuan asked her to be his lover, and she's thinking she should be disgusted, but somehow she's not. Her thoughts keep circling back to him no matter how hard she tries to focus. She remembers how he just casually gave her the car, told her to use the 100 million, and said he can't bear to see beautiful women suffer before walking away. And now she's blushing and touching her face, thinking maybe this guy actually isn't a bad person after all. The system pops up showing favorability plus 10, bringing her current score to -5, so we're making progress here. Meanwhile, over at Huacheng University, graduation day is in full swing, and someone is trying to warn Zhao Yuki that Chen Yuan is not a good person and she should leave him, claiming they won't be able to protect her after graduation. This gorgeous silver-haired woman, Sister Qin, is absolutely convinced that Chen Yuan is trash, pointing out how many girls were giving him water at the basketball game. But Yuki fires back, saying she saw the same game. Chen Yuan didn't accept any water and left immediately, so what's the problem exactly? Then Sister Qin drops what she thinks is a bombshell, claiming Chen Yuan orchestrated a fake hero rescue on her birthday just to impress her, and honestly, she looks devastating even while being paranoid. Yuki straight up tells her that she tends to demonize men a bit too much, and honestly, she's getting concerned about her mental state. She pulls up evidence showing Chen Yuan receiving a justice award, proving his sense of righteousness is actually well documented. Plus, she points out that Chen Yuan had no idea Sister Qin would even be there that day, so it makes zero sense that he staged anything. And suddenly, Sister Qin's entire worldview starts crumbling as she wonders if maybe, just maybe, she completely misunderstood Chen Yuan. She's having a full existential crisis, questioning whether she's been demonizing men this whole time. She suddenly starts walking off, and Yuki calls out, asking where she's going since they haven't even taken the class photos yet. Sister Qin is overwhelmed with shame, realizing this is all her fault for jumping to conclusions. The scene shifts to what looks like days later, with Sister Qin now at her office job, still haunted by the whole situation. Even after all this time at work, she still can't shake that overwhelming sense of shame about how she treated Chen Yuan. And here's the weird part, every time she remembers the shame, Chen Yuan's face keeps appearing in her mind, which is confusing even her. Her spiral gets interrupted when her boss calls her over, saying there's something important to discuss. Sister Qin's ears perk up when she hears the words charity auction, already sensing this conversation is going somewhere uncomfortable. Her boss explains that the business elites are hosting a charity banquet, and Sister Qin's task is to network with the mysterious tycoon Yang Yan, and there it is, a classic corporate request that feels suspiciously like she's being asked to charm some rich old guy, even at a company with a female boss. She reluctantly says she'll try her best, but her boss makes it clear this isn't optional, it's a must-complete task. Meanwhile, over at Chen Yuan's place, some interesting news is about to reach him. His buddy calls him up excitedly, telling him to check Weibo because Gao Lang's sister is personally exposing some big shots in the entertainment industry. Chen Yuan's interest is immediately piqued, saying Gao Xuanyan's making moves and he's definitely going to check this out. He pulls up Weibo and the story is absolutely blowing up, trending at #1 with hundreds of millions of views. The comments are a war zone, with supporters cheering her on while haters claim she has dirt on herself too. Typical internet chaos. Chen Yuan reads the whole story, noting that Gao Xuanyan has serious backbone for standing up against the industry big shot who tried to destroy her reputation. Then another call comes in, this time mentioning that there's a charity auction where all the influential figures in Seoul will be attending, and Brother Yan absolutely must make an appearance. A charity auction where he can freely spend money? That sounds exactly like the kind of event our protagonist needs to attend. But first, he's got something else that needs to be taken care of, and you can tell he's already planning something. Over at Gao Xuanyan's place, the online PR battle is in full swing, with orders flying to use alternate accounts and counter the opposing army's attacks. Gao Xuanyan is fired up, declaring that she refuses to believe the truth can be concealed by lies, looking absolutely fierce while doing it. Her team warns her that the opposition has spent serious money hiring professional PR firms and online influencers to bury them. In the middle of the chaos, her phone buzzes with a new notification. It's another 100 million yuan hitting her account, and she's stunned while her assistant in the background is panicking about insufficient company funds. She starts wondering if maybe he saw the heated arguments on Weibo and sent this because he's worried she doesn't have enough money to fight back. She's blushing and calling him a scumbag for showing off his wealth, but the system shows her favorability jumping up another 10 points, so clearly she's not that mad. And now we arrive at the main event, the charity auction venue looking absolutely spectacular with its red carpet and crowds of elite guests. Inside, the wealthy elite are mingling, exchanging compliments and subtle business propositions over champagne glasses. Gao Lang is there living his best life, bragging to everyone that his sister recently met Mr. Yan, and now he's basically his half-brother-in-law. Everyone's ears perk up at the mention of Mr. Yan, the mysterious tycoon who spent billions acquiring shares and made Han Sanshui grovel. Suddenly, everyone wants to be Gao Lang's best friend, begging him to introduce them to Mr. Yan because their families are desperate to meet this legend. And that's when we spot Tang Shiyuan in his flashy white suit, and someone asks where he's heading off to. He casually says he's going to the bathroom, but we all know that's not what he's really up to. As he walks away, someone makes a snide comment that it's disgusting how Gao Lang's sister became someone's concubine, saying she's not even worthy of holding shoes for Yanzong. Tang Shiyuan's inner monologue reveals the real stakes here. This charity auction is actually a battleground for power elites to divide influence for the next decade. He's been doing his homework, creating a complete psychological profile of Yanzong with a supposed 95% accuracy rate. In his mind, Yanzong is this elegant, tactful older gentleman with outstanding charisma and money literally flying around him. So he positions himself at the doorstep with his bodyguards, ready to intercept Yanzong the moment he arrives before anyone else can. He's thinking that Tang Oji better watch closely because he's about to prove through actions that he's the most valuable heir to the Tang group. And that's when he notices someone unexpected walking toward the entrance. It's Chen Yuan in a formal suit, and Tang Shiyuan immediately assumes he must be wearing security guard clothes, because why else would he be here? Chen Yuan is internally crying because he spent 20,000 yuan of his own money on this outfit, and now he finally understands what it feels like to spend money you actually earned. Yen symbols are literally flying away from his head as he mourns the loss of his hard-earned cash. This man has truly never known financial pain before. But then he notices something that makes his jaw drop. The actual security guards are wearing the exact same expensive suits, and he's thinking wealthy people really do live different. Even their guards drip designer. Tang Xiuyuan sees his opportunity to flex, calling out to the basketball prodigy and mockingly asking how he ended up as a security guard. Chen Yuan calmly corrects him, saying he's not a security guard, he was invited to attend, and politely asks Tang Xiuyuan to keep his distance since they're not exactly friends. Tang Xiuyuan smirks and says great, they can go in together then. But internally he's scheming that the security will soon expose this pretender. Right on cue, a security guard asks Chen Yuan for his invitation card, and our protagonist just stares blankly asking what invitation card. Tang Xiuyuan and his entourage are having a field day, asking who on earth gets invited somewhere without actually having an invitation card. Tang Xiuyuan moves in for the kill, telling Chen Yuan to stop pretending. Being a security guard isn't shameful, so why fake confidence to save face? A sleek black car pulls up to the charity auction venue, and someone important is about to make an entrance. And out steps Sister Kin, looking absolutely devastating in that black dress, and I mean devastatingly gorgeous. The crowd immediately loses their minds, saying she might even surpass the top beauties of the Xiao and Gao families combined. She's thinking that even though she doesn't love this task, tonight she absolutely must convince Mr. Yan to invest in her company. But then she hears someone getting roasted about attending without an invitation, and calling them fat-faced for pretending. And that's when she spots our protagonist Chen Yuan at the entrance, and she's wondering why on earth he's here. Chen Yuan insists that he doesn't have an invitation card, but he absolutely is an invited guest. Tang Xiuyuan smugly explains that only special VIPs like his brother Tang Oji and the legendary Mr. Yan don't need invitation cards. He asks Chen Yuan who he even is, but then claims the guy came with him, clearly trying to take credit. Sister Kin steps in with her invitation, saying Chen Yuan is her friend and he came with her. But Chen Yuan is internally dying because he wanted to make a phone call and humiliate Tang Xiuyuan, and now she completely ruined his moment. He tells her that too bad for her, but he was actually invited here, so he's not her follower. Sister Kin gets told to stop meddling in other people's business and that this isn't the university student union anymore. Now she's absolutely furious, thinking she shouldn't have cared about this ungrateful bastard in the first place. The crowd starts piling on, calling it disgusting how someone without an invitation is trying to blend into high society. Tang Xiuyuan goes full condescending mode, saying there's no shame in being a security guard, so why pretend otherwise? But our boy just smirks ominously and says go ahead and laugh, let's see whose path turns out more challenging later. Meanwhile, someone from inside notices the commotion outside and asks what's so exciting to watch. And then it hits them like a freight train. That's Mr. Yan, and Tang Xiuyuan actually mocked him in public. One of them immediately starts panicking and making phone calls because this situation just escalated to code red. The news travels fast through the venue as word spreads that Mr. Yan will be attending tonight. Inside, Tang Aoji, the actual head of the Tang group, is networking and hoping for introductions to the mysterious tycoon. Zhang Haotian plays it modest, saying while Mr. Yan is his friend, he treats him like an elder brother and can't discuss his affairs. But then Zhang's phone rings and he excuses himself to take the call. The caller frantically informs him that Mr. Yan got stopped at the door and someone is still humiliating him out there. Zhang's expression immediately darkens, demanding to know who has the audacity to insult tonight's special guest. He calmly informs Tang Oji that the culprit is none other than Tang Xiuyuan, the second eldest son of his own family. Tang Oji immediately storms toward the door, absolutely furious about his little brother's catastrophic stupidity. Back outside, Tang Xiuyuan is still mocking Chen Yuan, condescendingly suggesting that a security guard job would actually suit him. Chen Yuan immediately slaps his hand away, telling him he's not qualified to lecture anyone. And then he drops the bomb, saying even Tang's precious brother isn't qualified to lecture him either. Tang Xiuyuan laughs, calling him an arrogant security guard and boasting that his brother controls billions and makes the whole city tremble. He grabs Chen Yuan's collar, getting way too comfortable with someone he really shouldn't be touching. The crowd starts murmuring that this Tang Xiuyuan is nothing more than a second-generation rich kid who rides his family's coattails. Even Sister Kin is thinking that Tang Xiuyuan might be spoiled, but at least he's still better than Chen Yuan, who deserves this. And that's when everyone notices Tang Oji and Zhang Haotian storming down the red carpet with murder in their eyes. The crowd immediately notices that Mr. Tang looks absolutely furious and everyone's wondering who's about to die. Tang Xiuyuan's still standing there smug, completely unaware that his entire world is about to come crashing down. And then his own brother walks up and slaps him clean across the face in front of the entire crowd. Tang Xiuyuan is absolutely stunned, holding his cheek and demanding to know why his own brother just hit him. Tang Oji demands to know if he has any idea how stupid he's been and orders him to apologize to Mr. Yan immediately. Tang Xiuyuan's brain completely short-circuits as he stammers out the words, Mr. Yan. Tang Oji immediately bows deeply to Chen Yuan, sincerely apologizing for his younger brother's inexcusable behavior. The entire crowd goes silent as the revelation hits them. This guy they've been mocking is actually the legendary Mr. Yan. Suddenly everyone's singing a completely different tune, praising how humble and low-key Mr. Yan is despite having billions. Tang Xiuyan is having a complete mental breakdown, realizing he lost to Chen Yuan in piano, basketball, and now even family background. He's questioning whether Chen Yuan is actually the main character of this story, and worse, his archenemy who keeps winning. Zhang Haoqin apologizes profusely for the poor planning, saying he should have called ahead to prevent this whole mess. Chen Yuan waves it off casually, saying with their relationship, he'd never blame Zhang for something this trivial. Zhang announces to everyone that the banquet is about to begin, and invites all the influential guests to head inside. Sister Qin watches Chen Yuan walk by, completely reconsidering everything she thought she knew about this man. She realizes that if Chen Yuan wanted to use his Mr. Yan identity, literally every girl in the city would be throwing themselves at him. Now she feels absolutely mortified, realizing he really didn't need her help at all, and she just created unnecessary trouble. She's wondering how on earth she's supposed to complete her boss's task to network with Mr. Yan when things are this awkward. She sighs to herself, wondering if maybe in the end it really does all come down to looks. The scene shifts to the main event, an absolutely gorgeous auction hall that screams old money and power. Zhang explains that tonight's auction will feature jewelry, antiques, company stocks, and even prime real estate land. He mentions that the city of Seoul has contributed a prime piece of land specifically to support this charity auction. Chen Yuan's eyes light up, thinking this auction seems quite interesting and perfect for spending some serious money. Zhang mentions that companies and land can easily cost tens or hundreds of billions, joking about where to even spend it all. Now Chen Yuan is pondering who he should buy things for. Maybe Xiao Ruyu or Zhao Yuqi. He's deep in thought, running through his mental list of potential lucky recipients. He glances over and wonders if there's a ready-made Qin Bing Shui right here he could give something to. But then he immediately thinks forget it, a woman with that many issues probably won't appreciate his money anyway. But then he spots someone unexpected in the audience and wonders why on earth she's here. And there she is, Gao Shuanian, looking absolutely breathtaking in a golden sparkly dress, and our protagonist's heart skips a beat. And there's Gao Shuanian looking absolutely stunning, already scheming about how her presence makes tonight's opportunities much more interesting. Meanwhile, the seating arrangements are causing drama, because apparently someone of Han Sanshui's caliber is only sitting in the second row. Our protagonist notices a reserved seat for Chu Tengwei, the top leader of Hansheng City, and he's realizing his Mr. Yan title really does carry weight here. But then someone walks up and tells whoever's nearby that this particular seat is hers. And she is gorgeous, wearing a cap with those striking blue eyes, sitting there like she owns the place, which technically her family kinda does. The gossip spreads immediately as people realize she's Chu Yumo, Secretary Chu's only daughter, and they're calculating how winning her over could save 50 years of hard work. Someone asks Chen Yuan what he's daydreaming about, but our boy is desperately trying to avoid any eye contact with this particular heiress. He's thinking to himself that she's the daughter of a top leader and incredibly beautiful, which is exactly why this is dangerous territory. His internal alarm bells are screaming that he absolutely cannot provoke this woman under any circumstances whatsoever. But of course Tang Oji has no such reservations, immediately swooping in to introduce himself with the smoothest greeting he can muster. He's already calculating that connecting with the top leader's daughter could benefit the entire Tang group, and marriage isn't out of the question either. Chu Yumo politely returns the greeting, because that's what you do at these fancy events, even when you'd rather be anywhere else. But internally, she's already exhausted by the same old flattery routine, wishing she'd never agreed to come to this crappy dinner party. But then she notices Chen Yuan and wonders who this young guy is, sitting with the old money crowd but looking completely unfamiliar. She introduces herself and asks for his name, but our protagonist is over there desperately pretending he can't see or hear anything. She's genuinely confused now, wondering why this person is acting like she's got the plague or something. Chen Yuan is internally panicking because he absolutely cannot let the system bind her without permission. That would be an absolute disaster. She's not having it though, calling him out directly for ignoring her question and asking if that's not a bit rude. Tangaji jumps in to smooth things over, pointing out that this is the legendary Mr. Yan and he really shouldn't be so aloof. Now there's really no escape as someone suggests he just say hello already, and Chen Yuan reluctantly accepts he has no other choice. So he finally relents and introduces himself properly, telling her his name is Chen Yuan, and immediately the system dings with a new notification, identifying Chu Yumo as a new target with a 9.1 appearance score. The rewards for completing this task include gold coins, strengthening points, and apparently a firearms mastery bonus skill. Chen Yuan is absolutely seething because sure enough, this freaking system has played him yet again without his consent. But then Chu Yumo's eyes light up with recognition as she exclaims that she actually remembers who he is. Meanwhile, the charity auction is about to officially kick off in this absolutely gorgeous venue that screams old money and influence. A stunning host named Ouyang Ling takes the stage to welcome everyone and introduce the first auction item of the evening. And the first item is a replica of the Heart of the Ocean from Titanic, adorned with rare blue heart-shaped diamonds symbolizing eternal love. The starting price is announced at 120 million. which for these rich folks is apparently just pocket change. The women in the audience immediately lose their minds, with some willing to remarry and others blaming their dads for not working hard enough. The bids start flying in rapid succession, 130 million, 40 million, 50 million, as the competition heats up fast. And then our protagonist casually raises his paddle and drops a 300 million bid like it's absolutely nothing special. The entire audience collectively loses their minds at this absolutely insane power move. Chu Yumo is genuinely impressed, realizing this guy she thought was some second-gen kid is actually the big shot himself. Someone in the crowd is absolutely furious about doubling the price immediately, screaming about how no one else can possibly compete. The auctioneer nervously confirms the bid is now at 300 million and asks if anyone dares to go higher. The men are having a collective crisis, with one guy especially devastated because his wife specifically asked for that necklace. Speaking of which, one wife is absolutely screaming while her husband desperately tries to remind her there are other items tonight. And the hammer falls 300 million 3 times. The heart of the ocean now officially belongs to lot number 5. Chen Yuan casually instructs the staff to deliver the necklace to Ms. Gao Shuanian in the back row as his gift to her. Gao Shuanian is genuinely shocked, and her favorability toward Chen Yuan immediately goes up by 10 points just like that. The crowd is losing their minds over this real-life CEO drama unfolding before their eyes, and another 10 favorability points get added. She knows he's a womanizer, but when he gave her that necklace, she still felt a strange sense of shyness and even joy. She immediately snaps at herself internally, reminding herself she's an independent woman with ideals and aspirations who cannot fall for this. She decides that if he wants to spend money on her, fine, she'll make him spend until it hurts and show him how formidable she really is. The host announces the second item of the evening, which is apparently one of the main highlights of tonight's auction. The cover comes off to reveal a stunning Hengsman crystal piano, ranked second among the world's top 10 most famous pianos. The starting price is announced at 30 million, which is actually pretty reasonable for something this legendary. The bidding kicks off with 35 million, then 40 million as people compete for this incredible instrument. Someone raises to 45 million, thinking they might actually have a shot at winning this one. And then Chen Yuan strikes again with a 200 million bid, causing everyone to scream in frustration because it's this guy again. He's already decided this piano is going to President Zhao as a gift, because why not flex even harder tonight? But someone actually has the nerve to counter with 210 million, which gets our protagonist's attention. Chen Yuan turns around to see who's actually brave enough to challenge him at his own game. And it's Shangguang Huo, the absolutely stunning daughter of the Zhenhuo group, whose family makes mobile games and has money to burn. Chen Yuan doesn't even hesitate, immediately raising to 300 million because he's not about to lose this one. The tension in the room is palpable as everyone watches this bidding war between two wealthy titans unfold. And then Chen Yuan just ends it by dropping a casual 500 million, basically telling everyone to stop even trying. The entire crowd erupts in disbelief, absolutely losing their minds over this absurd display of wealth. The auctioneer calls 500 million once while someone bitterly complains that something worth 30 million just sold for 500 million. 500 million twice, and nobody dares to raise any higher because there's clearly no point anymore. 500 million thrice. And the crystal piano officially belongs to Mr. Yan, while Shangguan Huo looks on with a complicated expression. A representative thanks Mr. Yan for his generous support of charity, because dropping 500 million definitely qualifies as generous. But Shangguan Huo can't resist taking a jab, saying there's no point buying a piano if you don't know how to play it. Chen Yuan's thinking this little girl wants to make fun of him, so he might as well show her what he's really capable of. Since Miss Shangguan insists so strongly, he announces he'll go ahead and play a piece to test out this top-notch piano. He's internally ready to unleash the horror of what amounts to 60 years worth of piano skills on this unsuspecting audience. And then he starts playing, and the music is so incredibly powerful that the entire hall seems to transform around him. Shangguan Huo is absolutely stunned that he can actually play, while another woman gushes about how amazing Mr. Yan sounds. His level has apparently surpassed all contemporary masters, his fingers dancing across the keys like something out of a dream. The music is so emotionally powerful that people start crying about their first loves and relationships they couldn't hold on to. Others are sobbing about their grandparents, the music somehow triggering every emotional memory they've ever had. Gao Shuanian is wondering if someone who plays music this beautiful can really be as dirty as she thought, gaining another 10 favorability points. She finally understands why Yuki fell for Chen Yuan, as his background, wealth, talent, and looks meet every criteria of a perfect idol. Chen Yuan is completely confused by the sudden 100-point increase in favorability, wondering if this woman has extreme mood swings. He realizes that in some situations, talent really is more effective than just throwing money at people. And then Chu Yumo approaches with her phone out, clearly impressed and asking if they can exchange contacts to discuss piano techniques. Chu Yumo approaches Chen Yuan asking if he was looking at her, and our boy just plays it cool. But when she tries to exchange contacts, Chen Yuan hits her with the classic excuse that he didn't bring his phone, and somehow that rejection makes her more interested because clearly he has no ulterior motives towards her, which earns him 10 favorability points. Her favorability jumps to 30 points total, because apparently playing hard to get actually works in this universe. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is genuinely baffled, wondering why rejecting someone increases favorability and why he keeps meeting women with questionable logic. Chu Yomo isn't giving up though, cheerfully offering to add him if he just gives her his number or WeChat. Chen Yuan tries claiming his memory is bad and can't remember his number, but she threatens to have someone trace it from his ID. Our protagonist finally admits defeat, telling her she wins and that he'll add her contact. She smugly reveals she knew he had his phone all along, believing that what you strive for yourself is the best. The announcer explains the next auction items are different, involving collateral from bankrupt companies rather than individual pieces, and Chen Yuan's eyes light up because this is what he's been waiting for all night. The host introduces Big Cat TV, once a top 5 streaming platform worth billions that went bankrupt, now starting at 50 million. Chen Yuan immediately throws out a 60 million bid without any hesitation whatsoever, and the entire auction hall goes completely silent, with nobody else even attempting to raise their paddle. Chen Yuan is actually confused, wondering why there's no bidding, and if Big Cat TV is really that scary. The crowd erupts in frustration, yelling that with his aggressive bidding strategy, nobody dares compete with this madman anymore. The auctioneer nervously announces this is already the 3rd item Mr. Yan has won tonight with such heroic spirit. 60 million once, twice, thrice, and just like that, Big Cat TV now belongs to Chen Yuan. The crowd applauds as they hope Big Cat TV will regain its past glory under its new owner. But someone's been doing some digging, receiving a message from a private detective about Mr. Yan, also known as Chen Yuan. Han Sanshui from the Han family is scheming, thinking he'll see just how proud Chen Yuan can really be. Later that evening, Han Sanshui makes some calls to dig deeper into this mysterious wealthy newcomer. He demands to know every detail about Chen Yuan that the detective has uncovered. What follows is going to shake him to his core in ways he never anticipated. The detective reports that Chen Yuan is apparently 22, born in some rural county in Hubei province. His parents are just ordinary fruit farmers who own a couple of fish ponds, nothing special at all. Chen Yuan attended regular schools his whole life, from primary to middle school in his county. He went to a local high school and now attends Huazhong University. Nothing extraordinary about his background. But here's where it gets insane. The detective found his bank account is a globally top-tier VIP account owned by fewer than 50 people worldwide. This type of account has no payment restrictions and can handle hundreds of billions, typically used for national-level fund allocations. There's no way a kid from an ordinary family could casually gift hundreds of millions without blinking. Han Sanshui realizes that the ordinary family story is complete garbage. This guy's information has clearly been tampered with. The ability to manipulate official government records means Chen Yuan's family has absolutely terrifying influence. Han Sanshui immediately panics, screaming into his phone to stop the investigation right now and forget everything they found. He rushes away in terror, while someone observing notices that the investigation results literally scared him into nearly wetting himself. The observer wonders if Mr. Yan is truly a descendant of some hidden powerful family. Meanwhile, back in the ballroom, the gossip about Mr. Yan is spreading like wildfire through the crowd. People are whispering to each other about what they've heard regarding Yanzong's mysterious background. One guy excitedly tells his friends that he's heard some juicy rumors about Mr. Yan's true origins. Apparently, Mr. Yan comes from the Chen family, one of 4 mysterious ancient families that have always lurked in the shadows of China's history. They claim Brother Yan is the young master of this hidden dynasty, and his public appearance signals they're finally stepping into the world. Everyone nods in agreement, saying no wonder he has such an extraordinary aura about him. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan overhears all this and is completely baffled, thinking his dad literally just sells fruit for a living. But before he can process any of this, someone spots him and the fangirling begins. Suddenly, he's completely surrounded by women asking him to dance, giving him their room numbers, and making up excuses to get close. Our protagonist is absolutely overwhelmed, internally screaming about what the hell is happening right now. The ballroom dance has begun with elegant couples swirling across the floor. But Chen Yuan is still being mobbed by women fighting over who gets to dance with him first. Someone calls out to Gao Xuanian, suggesting she found a way out of her current predicament. Chen Yuan uses this opening to escape, claiming he already has a dance partner waiting for him over there. He approaches Gao Xuanian looking absolutely dashing, asking if she would honor him with a dance. She's caught off guard, internally debating whether to refuse and worried he might try to take advantage of the situation. But then she remembers he just gave her that incredibly valuable necklace, so refusing would seem pretty rude. Before she can even decide, he takes her hand and pulls her close onto the dance floor. She protests, but he smoothly tells her he turned down 18 other ladies just to dance with her tonight. His dance mastery skill activates, and she's genuinely shocked that this nouveau riche can actually dance this well. As he holds her close, she notices how warm his hands feel against her. She thinks about how he always catches her off guard but realizes she doesn't actually hate this feeling. In fact, she might even be starting to like it just a little bit. And just like that, her favorability increases by 5 points, bringing the total to 60. The crowd watches in awe, saying they look like a scene straight out of a movie, and some older guys are regretting not being born earlier. Chu Yumo watches and notices this is the girl he gave the necklace to, thinking Chen Yuan is quite dedicated. She thought he might fall for those other women, but he seems like a genuinely responsible man, which is rare these days. But then the jealousy kicks in as she fumes about being rejected, wondering how she's inferior to Gao Xuanian. Meanwhile, some 30-year-old guy approaches Chu Yumo and politely asks if she'd honor him with a dance. She brutally rejects him, saying she can't dance and isn't interested in older men trying to get close to her. The poor guy is absolutely devastated, stammering about being called old when he's only 30 years old. Chen Yuan is pleased that the 5 favorability points mean the dance was worth the effort. But just as he's about to leave, someone calls out asking him to wait a moment. And it's Chu Yumo, looking absolutely cute as she extends her hand and asks if he'd like to dance with her. The 30-year-old immediately loses his mind, screaming that she said she couldn't dance literally 30 seconds ago, while the other rejected guy sympathizes with his pain. And our boy actually turns her down, saying he's too tired to dance anymore. But Chu Yumo isn't backing down that easily, asking if she can at least ask him a question. Our protagonist internally sighs about how persistent this woman is, but agrees to chat somewhere quieter. So they sit down and she immediately goes for the kill, asking if Gao Xuanian is his girlfriend. And the moment he says they're not officially together, her eyes light up because she still has a chance. Then she starts asking about Gao Xuanian's scandals, clearly trying to plant some seeds of doubt. Chen Yuan casually explains he's covering all the expenses to clear her name, like it's no big deal. Chu Yumo's curiosity spikes as she asks exactly how much he's spending on this woman. And this man casually lists a luxury car, a mansion, and 2 movies with 500 million investment each, then adds he doubled it voluntarily. Chu Yumo realizes someone raised this wealthy might be completely oblivious to how manipulative people can be. In her mind, she's picturing the classic gold digger scenario with some scammer woman milking him dry. And now she's absolutely furious, thinking Gao Xuanian is taking advantage of his innocent rich boy naivety. She explodes, asking how he can't see that Gao Xuanian's conditions are completely unreasonable. Our boy just shrugs and mentions he transferred 200 million to her like it's pocket change. Chu Yumo literally grabs him by the collar, yelling that Gao Xuanian is obviously just after his money. Chen Yuan calmly tells her it's his choice who he spends money on, but warns her to be cautious or she might regret it. She fires back that everyone who's been blinded by love always thinks they're not a fool. Meanwhile, elegant piano music fills the ballroom as couples continue dancing in the background. And Chu Yumo is thinking how such an outstanding man can be this naive about women. But then something unexpected happens as her favorability towards him increases by 5 points. That brings her current favorability up to 45, which honestly surprises even our protagonist. He's confused why her favorability increased just from her feeling sorry for him being taken advantage of. Little do they know he's internally imagining himself as the ultimate master of the sea with women at his feet. He thinks to himself that she has absolutely no clue about his true power and rank. But then he suddenly notices that Gao Xuanian has completely disappeared from the ballroom. Chu Yumo mentions she went into a private room with the host Ouyang Ling and immediately gets called out. Chen Yuan tells her directly that he hopes she won't say bad things about Xuanian again, and then he drops a bomb asking if her current behavior isn't similar to a green tea woman herself. Chu Yumo is absolutely stunned, repeating his words back in disbelief. She stands up furious, saying she was just trying to warn him and he said such harsh words to her. As she storms off, she's thinking she's better than that actress in every single way. She declares internally that anything Chu Yumo wants, she's never failed to get since childhood, and Chen Yuan will be no different. Our protagonist just sighs, thinking she's such a difficult woman to deal with when she's angry. Later that evening, the event wraps up and everyone starts heading out. People are practically throwing themselves at him to say goodbye, with women still trying to get his attention. Then he realizes he gave his car to Gao Xuanian earlier, so now he needs to book a taxi like a peasant. 2 guys approach him, absolutely gushing about how impressive he was tonight. One of them introduces his little brother Zhu Xiaowei, pushing the nervous guy forward. Chen Yuan asks what's with all the secrecy, clearly intrigued by this nervous approach. And the nervous guy suddenly reveals his family has an entire office building they want to sell. Turns out it's over 40 floors, 1,000 square meters each, and they're asking around 2 billion for the whole thing. Our protagonist is internally impressed, thinking he underestimated this nervous little guy's wealth. He casually agrees to add him as a friend, and then asks if they have any more buildings for sale. The poor guy is sweating bullets, realizing Chen Yuan wants to buy the whole thing, not just a few floors. Chen Yuan mentions he prefers dealing directly without involving other parties, making the sale even smoother. The brother teases Yao Wei about his stutter magically disappearing when money was involved. Now in the taxi, Chen Yuan wonders who he should give this $2 billion building to as a gift. But suddenly the taxi slams on its brakes and Chen Yuan goes flying forward in his seat. The driver starts screaming about crazy women trying to get themselves killed in traffic. Chen Yuan looks out and realizes it's Qin Bingshu, wondering why she's acting so hysterical. And this absolutely stunning silver-haired woman just climbs right into the taxi without asking. Both Chen Yuan and the driver are completely confused about what the hell just happened. She coldly orders the driver to just drive, and the poor man thinks she's as scary as a demoness. Meanwhile, Qin Bingshui is internally hyping herself up, thinking this is her first job after graduation and she absolutely cannot let her boss down. Our protagonist tries to address her, calling her senior sister Qin, clearly unsure what to make of this situation. He's internally losing it, thinking he just sent away Chu Yumo and now Qin Bingshui shows up like he's destined to encounter crazy goddesses tonight. And then she hits him with a business pitch out of nowhere, saying she represents the Koi Fish app and hopes to win his investment. Our boy cuts right through her pitch, asking if he understands correctly that she's basically asking him for help. She tries to frame it differently, saying investing would be a win-win because her company genuinely has potential. Chen Yuan leans back with that smug expression, asking her directly if she's begging him right now, and she absolutely explodes, yelling that yes, she's asking for help, yes, she's begging, and asking if he's satisfied now. She's internally furious, thinking just because he has money doesn't mean he can humiliate her like this. Our protagonist is absolutely eating this up, thinking about how she's usually so arrogant and now she's the one seeking help. He tells her that when asking for help, one should adopt a humble attitude, and sometimes you have to give something to gain something. He leans in close, asking if she understands what he means, and the tension is absolutely palpable right now. She immediately slaps him away, calling him disgusting and despicable, asking if this is how he treats Yuki. And just like that, her favorability drops by 5 points, twice, because she completely misunderstood what he meant. He tells her not to flatter herself, saying he has absolutely no interest in cold and distant women like her. She's absolutely stunned, demanding to know what he meant by that comment then. He asks if she thinks the world revolves around her, pointing out they've only met twice, and she expects him to invest just like that. He reminds her that she misunderstood him last time and never even apologized, asking if she's shown any respect towards him at all. And finally, she seems to get it, saying she understands what he means now. But instead of apologizing, she declares that she brought this humiliation upon herself and announces she's leaving. She tells the driver to stop, but then pauses, realizing she has no idea where they even are right now. Chen Yuan also notices something is wrong, pointing out this isn't the way to Huda University. He's thinking to himself that he knew nothing good would come from being stuck with this woman. And that's when they encounter a full-blown calamity, with their taxi getting boxed in by multiple vehicles. A whole squad of thugs in suits steps out, and this is definitely not a friendly welcome committee. Chen Yuan immediately assesses the situation, noting this is a well-organized group operation with an insider involved, meaning the taxi driver was in on it. He thinks to himself that escaping tonight seems impossible, while Qin Bingshui asks what they should do. Our boy just shrugs and says what else can they do but give in, leaving Qin Bingshui absolutely dumbfounded. The thugs are celebrating their clever plan, praising each other for the idea of kidnapping wealthy people from the banquet. Chen Yuan puts on his most cooperative smile, telling them he'll give them as much money as they want and everything is negotiable. The thug leader grins menacingly, saying since they're so cooperative he won't make things too difficult when he ties them up. But our protagonist was just waiting for him to let his guard down, and he delivers a devastating flying kick right to the leader's face. The leader goes down hard and the other thugs are absolutely shocked, screaming about their big brother. Chen Yuan quickly assesses the situation, noting these guys are clearly well-trained, not ordinary gangsters but fierce ones. They all rush him at once, yelling to beat him to death and attack together. But our boy is moving like a demon, delivering brutal kicks that send these thugs flying. One of them realizes they can't take Chen Yuan head-on, so he orders his men to capture the woman as leverage. Qin Bingshui absolutely does not appreciate being called a capture target, and she is fuming right now. And then she tells him to go to hell, delivering a devastating high kick that catches them completely off guard. The thug she kicked is bleeding from his nose, screaming that this woman is basically Bruce Lee. Chen Yuan decides there's no choice but to end this quickly and decisively. He mentally commands the system to add 10 points to strength, 10 to physical fitness, and 20 to agility. With his stats now boosted to 45 strength, 45 constitution, and 55 agility, our protagonist becomes an absolute monster. He unleashes a barrage of punches that would make any anime protagonist jealous. Thugs are getting absolutely demolished, taking brutal hits to the face one after another. One of the remaining thugs desperately calls for backup, yelling for old 5 and 6, but Qin Bingshui intercepts them, telling the thug to focus on his fight with her instead. She stands over her defeated opponent, telling him not to overestimate himself just because he's a man. But one of the thugs pulls out a knife, threatening to show this woman what happens when she messes with them. He lunges at Qin Bingshui with the knife, screaming for her to die. Qin Bingshui's eyes go wide with shock as she realizes she can't dodge in time. But Chen Yuan appears out of nowhere, grabbing the knife hand and telling the thug that using a knife on a woman is a habit he needs to correct. Kyun Bing-sue realizes she almost died just now, and that Chen Yuan actually saved her life, with his blood dripping near her head. Chen Yuan declares that anyone who commits injustice will be punished, and launches the thug into the air with a devastating kick. When the dust settles, all the thugs are lying on the ground, completely defeated. Kyun Bing-sue calls out his name, still visibly shaken from the near-death experience, while he looks at her confused. And then she throws herself into his arms, crying that she almost thought she was going to die just now. Our protagonist is completely caught off guard by this sudden embrace from the Ice Queen herself. But then he softens, giving her a gentle smile as she clings to him. He tells her it's okay, he's here now, and not to take what he said in the car to heart because she's actually a very good girl. She looks up at him with those vulnerable eyes, asking if he really means that. He tells her that about investing in the Koi Fish app, he'll consider it and visit her company for inspection in a few days. She's thinking to herself that Chen Yuan has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, quite different from other men. Shameless on the surface but decisive when it matters. That's when she notices his hand is bleeding from when he grabbed the knife to save her. She's genuinely moved, realizing there's a man in this world who would unconditionally protect her in danger, while he dismisses it as just a minor injury. She declares internally that he is her hero, and her favorability shoots up by 30 points. The system confirms her favorability is now at 80 points total, which is absolutely massive progress for someone who started out hating him. And just like that, the police arrive to clean up the mess, hauling away all the unconscious thugs. One of the officers approaches Chen Yuan, commenting that it's only been a few hours and he's already gotten himself into trouble again. Chen Yuan looks over, confused, asking why it's this person specifically. And standing there with a confident smile is a gorgeous female officer who asks why it can't be her. Because of course another beautiful woman just entered the picture. The aftermath of Chen Yuan's rampage looks like a scene straight out of an action movie, with police cars surrounding the carnage. The female officer reports to Captain Chu that there's 1 dead and 7 seriously injured, all fugitives, including an S-level internationally wanted criminal. Facing 8 ruthless criminals involved in organized kidnapping, managing to kill 1 and seriously injure 7 is quite the feat, considering the odds. The gorgeous officer holds up the knife as evidence, internally fangirling that his combat skills are on par with an urban military king. Meanwhile, someone comments that Chen Yuan just attracts so many flies, and by flies they mean women who cannot resist this man. The female officer is internally fuming because Gao Xuanyan just left, and now there's another woman showing up for Chen Yuan. Both of them are asked to cooperate and go to the police station to record their statements, which is standard procedure. Fast forward to 3:30 in the morning, and a police officer tells Kyun Bing-sue she's free to leave, but should be ready to cooperate if summoned again. But she immediately asks about Chen Yuan, wanting to know if he's also free to leave. The officer awkwardly explains that Chen Yuan can't leave yet because the captain is currently giving him a reprimand. Kyun Bing-sue refuses to go anywhere, declaring that if he doesn't leave, neither does she, and she'll wait right here for him. The officer glances at some documents and mutters that something is strange about this whole situation. Apparently the captain instructed him to record the statement alone and even told him to turn off the monitor, which is highly unusual. This officer's mind immediately goes somewhere inappropriate, wondering if the captain wants to do something questionable with Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is wondering what Captain Chu Yumo is up to, pressuring him like this, thinking maybe it's because he called her a green tea earlier. But then someone offers him a bag of food, telling him to eat something first. Chen Yuan takes the noodles and admits he didn't expect her to actually be a police captain with real authority. Chu Yumo crosses her arms confidently, saying there's plenty more that might surprise him, and her favorability shoots up to 50 points. Chen Yuan is bewildered that eating noodles increases favorability, thinking this woman is peculiar, so let's just eat and get out of here. He asks Captain Chu when he can leave, reminding her that he's the victim here, and keeping him like this isn't really appropriate. She leans in close, saying it's not that she doesn't want to let him go, but while he is a victim, he also killed someone. Then she gets even closer and asks about Kyun Bing-sue, wanting to know what exactly his relationship with her is. He nervously explains that she's just his senior from school who came to discuss investment, and who could have predicted they'd end up in this situation. And then she suddenly rips his shirt open, and our boy is completely caught off guard by this aggressive move. His torso is covered in bruises from the fight, and he demands to know what Captain Chu means by this. But before he can process what's happening, things are about to take an unexpected turn. She slams down a first aid kit like she's about to perform emergency surgery. She scolds him for showing off, fighting 1 against 8, and look at himself now, what a mess he's made of his body. Chen Yuan stares at her, trying to figure out what angle she's playing here. She asks what's with his expression, asking if he thinks she's going to devour him, and he frantically says no. As she starts treating his wounds, Chen Yuan is internally screaming that boys must protect themselves when they go out. This is way too difficult. She tells him not to move, saying boys are clumsy and the wound might get infected, so he needs to be obedient. And that's when it hits him. Something is very wrong with this situation. He realizes this girl is trying to play classic manipulation tricks on him, the textbook green tea strategy. He remembers how these types operate, acting sweet and attentive to popular guys to get their attention. When you turn around to pursue her, she'll play hard to get, sometimes cold, sometimes warm, leaving your emotions in complete turmoil. And with the loss of initiative, you gradually become a licking dog step by step, completely simping for someone who's just playing games. But Chen Yuan is not about to fall for this classic trap. He calmly buttons up his shirt and tells Captain Chu they should keep some distance since they've only known each other for a day. She looks genuinely confused, asking what's wrong since she was just treating his injury and why he's suddenly getting upset. He explains he's not upset, but he already has someone he likes, and he hopes she doesn't misunderstand his intentions. He tells her she's a very nice girl, and if they'd met earlier he might have pursued her. But life doesn't have so many ifs. She's completely thrown off, thinking that beneath his shameless exterior, he's surprisingly engaged in a devoted pure love battle. She's absolutely smitten, thinking he totally hit her weak spot, while Chen Yuan heads out of the police station where a taxi awaits. Chu Yuma watches from the window as he gets into the taxi below. She thinks to herself that they have a long way to go, and there's no way she's letting such an outstanding man be taken by other women. Meanwhile, Qin Bingshui has fallen asleep in the waiting area, mumbling Chen Yuan's name in her dreams like a lovesick puppy. Chen Yuan arrives at a fancy mansion thinking he's exhausted after a whole day and night and came to President Zhao's place to take a shower. But as he enters, he hears the sound of running water from the bathroom. He peeks through and wonders if President Zhao is actually home right now. Through the frosted glass, he can see a figure showering, and he's thinking President Zhao has way too much faith in his self-control right now. His angel and devil are having a full debate, one saying not to disappoint President Qin, the other saying to enjoy the scenery. But plot twist, the woman who steps out in a towel is not Zhao Yuki, commenting about how nice and big the bathroom is. Chen Yuan calls out for Yuki, only to find himself face to face with a completely different woman in nothing but a towel. A scream echoes through the entire house as Chen Yuan realizes he has absolutely no idea who this woman is or why she's at Zhao Yuki's place. Now we have Meng Meng crying to Kiki begging for help finding a match while Zhao Yuki tries to calm her down saying it's all a misunderstanding. Chen Yuan asks Yuki to explain things to her friend while he goes to take a shower, quickly removing himself from this awkward situation. Meng Meng is furious, calling him a rogue who saw her body and didn't even apologize, demanding to know Yuki's relationship with him. Yuki nervously says he's just a friend, but Meng Meng catches her shy expression and immediately suspects something is off. Meng Meng is thinking that something is very wrong because this is the first time Kiki has ever protected a man like this. Her mind immediately jumps to conclusions, wondering if Kiki actually had an affair with this random guy. She starts lecturing Yuki, saying she's a small rich woman now and shouldn't be mingling with lower class people because it's beneath her. She points out that Yuki lives in a big house and earns a lot as a live streamer, so how can a regular guy possibly match up to her status? Yuki defends Chen Yuan, saying he's a good person who's genuinely talented, and it's really not what Meng Meng thinks. Yuki internally panics because she let her vanity make Meng Meng think she actually bought this villa, while Meng Meng lectures about finding the right life partner. Meng Meng excitedly brings up how yesterday at an auction, a tycoon spent 500 million on a piano to gift their beloved. She declares that such a romantic man is her heart's choice, her ultimate crush, someone worthy of obsessing over. Right on cue, the doorbell rings and someone announces a delivery has arrived for Ms. Zhao Yuki. Meng Meng asks what she ordered, and Yuki casually mentions Chen Yuan said he wanted to give her a gift, probably a piano. Meng Meng immediately mocks this, saying she'd love to see what kind of piano that loser can afford, hoping it's not some kid's toy. But then a helicopter appears overhead, reporting that the item has arrived with no anomalies on site, and Yuki looks up in complete shock. An entire armed convoy with military-grade security pulls up to deliver what is apparently just a piano. Both women are absolutely confused, wondering if this piano was played by Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself to require such a ridiculous setup. Yuki asks Chen Yuan what kind of piano he bought that requires security checks and personal inspections like it's a national treasure. Meng Meng can't take the suspense anymore and yanks off the cover herself, demanding to see what it actually is. She's immediately blinded by an overwhelming brilliance that practically burns her retinas. Revealed beneath the cover is an absolutely stunning crystal piano that looks like it descended from heaven itself. Yuki is completely mesmerized, asking if this is actually a piano made entirely of crystal because it's so incredibly beautiful. Meng Meng is tapping on it in disbelief, wondering how much a whole piece of crystal to make a piano would even cost. She's starting to wonder if that guy is actually rich, but convinces herself it's impossible since he looks nothing like the security guard at her place. That's when the TV starts playing news about yesterday's charity banquet in Seoul, mentioning a jaw-dropping moment during the auction. The news reveals that a mysterious tycoon named Yan Zong spent 500 million to acquire a crystal piano, breaking the auction company's record, and there's Chen Yuan on screen. Meng Meng's brain completely short-circuits as she screams out 500 million for a piano, unable to process what she's witnessing. Yuki calmly reminds her friend that she said Chen Yuan was impressive, and it wasn't just about his wealth, but his character and inner qualities. Meng Meng slowly turns around with a completely different expression on her face now. Chen Yuan comes down the stairs fresh from his shower looking absolutely devastating, and Meng Meng's internal reaction is just that he's so handsome. Yuki thanks him for the precious gift, and he smoothly replies that if it's not precious, how can it match her, because in his heart she's priceless. He mentions he's heading out for a business negotiation and invites Yuki to come along, thinking it's time to check on the little fatty's office building. Yuki hesitates, thinking that even if Meng is her bestie, it doesn't seem right to just leave her alone at home. She apologizes and says she can't accompany him because her bestie is here today and she can't be a woman who forgets friends for romance. Chen Yuan stands outside the mansion, repeating to himself in disbelief that she doesn't want to forget friends. The system pops up announcing that a licking dog relationship has been successfully bound, and Qian Meng's current favorability is already at 20. Chen Yuan smirks while reading the system notification, thinking that President Zhao is really naive and innocent to treat this kind of person as a friend. He internally notes that Meng has already set her sights on Yuki's man, meaning him. And as Yuki happily plays her new crystal piano, Meng is thinking how great it would be if such a wealthy, handsome guy could be her boyfriend instead. Meanwhile, someone is absolutely fuming because Chen Yuan hasn't contacted her in days, but now suddenly demands she come out for business talks. And here's Zhao Ruyu, absolutely stunning with her long dark hair and piercing gaze, internally screaming that this is the first time she's ever skipped class for a man. She's thinking maybe he's been cold to her recently because he didn't get what he wanted that night, and honestly the insecurity is real. She's having a full mental breakdown, wondering if this is just what men are like, and honestly the dramatics are giving main character energy. And of course the system pops up to inform Chen Yuan that Xiao Ruyu's favorability just dropped by 1 point, now sitting at 95. Our boy is immediately confused because why on earth did the favorability decrease when he didn't even do anything? He tells her he just wants to meet someone, asking if there's any problem, and she huffs that they should just go discuss business then. Then it clicks for him that maybe the favorability dropped because he didn't pick her up, and her annoyed expression is basically screaming the answer. He makes a quick call to Zhao Wei saying he's almost at the office building and to send someone down to pick him up. But Ruoyu isn't done yet, lecturing him about how apologizing with words means nothing if he doesn't truly realize his mistakes, while he desperately offers to kowtow. But Chen Yuan knows that apologizing right now is futile. It'll only fuel her ego, so the only real solution is to throw money at the problem until she's speechless. And here's the building in question, an absolute tower of wealth, as someone inside questions whether this Yan person really has such a significant background. The entrance has been completely decked out with balloons and decorations like they're welcoming royalty, which honestly isn't far from the truth. Now we have the building owner, Mr. Zhu, smoking his cigar, looking like the classic rich businessman who owns half the city. He mentions that a notable figure has emerged in Seoul recently, and today he's going to personally experience this person's charisma. Everyone at the entrance is shocked that Mr. Zhu himself came down to personally welcome someone, because that literally never happens. A cute blonde newcomer named Little Lin is asking if Mr. Zhu is someone important, clearly having no idea what kind of wealth she's standing next to. An older colleague explains to her that as a newcomer she might not know, but the entire office building belongs to Mr. Zhu's family. He adds that even though he owns a company with an annual income in the tens of millions, it's nothing worth mentioning in front of Mr. Zhu. Little Lin's brain is melting as she realizes this is the world of wealthy people, where tens of millions in annual income is considered insignificant. But then she spots someone familiar arriving with a group, and something about that guy is triggering her memory hard. And the moment she sees his face clearly, her entire world stops because she recognizes exactly who it is. Chen Yuan is casually shaking hands with Mr. Zhu, thanking him for being so polite as to come down personally. Mr. Zhu enthusiastically invites Mr. Yan to come inside so he can properly introduce him to everyone. Chen Yuan just laughs and tells them they're really quite humorous, playing it cool like the absolute boss he is. Meanwhile, Little Lin is having a complete mental breakdown because not only is Chen Yuan here, but he's the VIP that Mr. Zhu personally came to greet. As they begin the tour, Mr. Zhu explains that this building was completed in 2012 and is only 9 years old, basically brand new in real estate terms. He mentions that there are currently more than 300 companies settled in the building, which is some serious business ecosystem. The 1st through 10th floors are a full shopping mall with clothing stores, a cinema, KTV, and despite physical retail declining, the prime location keeps business booming. Above the 10th floor is all office space housing financial companies, gaming firms, and various agencies, with rental fees that contribute massively to the revenue. But Ruoyu is clearly not impressed, thinking this is really boring and if it's just about business there was no need for such formality. She finally snaps and calls him out for inviting her, then completely ignoring her, reminding him she skipped class for this and is beyond frustrated. Mr. Zhu offers to guide them through each floor for a closer look, but Chen Yuan smoothly declines, saying there's no need for further observation. He looks at Ruyu and asks what she thinks, and she sighs and admits it's pretty good, not realizing what's about to happen. And then Chen Yuan drops the bomb, declaring that if she thinks it's good, then it's settled. He's purchasing this building and transferring the property directly to the lady beside him. Ruyu's jaw literally drops as she stammers out, asking if he really means transfer it to her because surely she misheard that. Even Mr. Zhu and his assistant are absolutely floored, asking if he's really serious about giving an entire building to this young lady. Chen Yuan doesn't even flinch, confirming that yes, as long as she likes it, absolutely anything is not a problem for him. Mr. Zhu's brain is short-circuiting because buying a building is one thing, but casually giving away something worth tens of billions is absolutely insane. Ruoyu is literally yelling at him, asking if he's kidding, because this is an entire building, not some casual gift you pick up at a store. He tells her he's 100% serious, and with this building she can become a landlord and relax for the rest of her life. He explains that as the controlling shareholder of Zhao Group, she seems glorious but is actually under tremendous pressure, and he doesn't want her so exhausted. Now with this building, regardless of how Zhao Group fares in the future, Ruoyu will have lifetime security, and you can literally see hearts forming in her eyes. She's internally melting, thinking she can't believe she ever blamed or doubted such a gentle and considerate man, and her favorability shoots up to 98. And just like that, Mr. Zhu is ready to talk business because this deal is absolutely happening and everyone is thrilled. Mr. Zhu announces that the price for this building is 2.6 billion, which honestly sounds like pocket change given how casually Chen Yuan has been spending. Chen Yuan doesn't even blink, pulling out his card and saying, "Alright, 2.6 billion it is. Let's start the paperwork and transfer the money immediately." With the paperwork complete and payment received, the deal is done, and Chen Yuan is officially the new owner, as everyone around them applauds. But Chen Yuan quickly clarifies that he's just providing the funds, and the actual new owner of the building is Miss Zhao standing right behind him. Immediately, everyone in the building starts bowing respectfully to Ruoyu, greeting her as Mrs. Zhao, the new boss of this entire establishment. Ruoyu is standing there in absolute wonder, thinking so this is what it feels like to be the boss of an entire building. She suddenly understands why her dad spends all day at the company and never wants to come home, because this feeling is actually incredible. The feeling of being greeted with bows wherever you go is indeed enchanting, and she's finding it quite satisfying indeed. Meanwhile, little Lin and her colleague notice all the property management staff gathered and wonder what's going on over there. The colleague excitedly shares that the building's owner has changed, and now it belongs to some young woman in her 20s. Word is spreading fast that someone spent over 2 billion and just gifted the entire building to her, a level of generosity that sounds like fiction. The women are swooning, wishing someone would gift them a building too, but then one notices the person they were watching has disappeared. And there's little Lin having a full breakdown, crying that all of this should have been hers. The entitlement is genuinely wild. She's literally declaring through tears that she hates him so much, and that she will get Chen Yuan back no matter what the cost. Scene changed to later that day, and Ruoyu is surprised that Chen Yuan is actually taking the subway with her instead of driving. She asks what happened to the Ferrari he usually drives, since riding public transit seems beneath someone who just dropped billions on a building. He smoothly explains that driving a Ferrari isn't that interesting, and he wanted to spend more time with her, enjoying the close-to-life feeling of public transit. But then out of nowhere, Ruoyu cheerfully asks if he happens to know someone named Gao Xuanyin, and you can see Chen Yuan immediately tense up. He's internally screaming at himself to stay calm while casually asking if she means that female celebrity, wondering if Ruoyu has discovered something. Thankfully, she just explains that Gao Xuanyin has been having some public dispute with a director named Hu Ye that's trending on social media. Chen Yuan is externally laughing it off, saying he doesn't care about internet drama. But internally, he's dying because if she finds out about him and Gao Xuan, she'll explode. Then she casually mentions seeing a trending topic about some foolish wealthy person who spent 500 million on a crystal piano. She's calling the buyer ridiculous and wondering who would be dumb enough to spend that much on a piano, completely unaware she's roasting her own boyfriend. She notices he's sweating bullets and asks if he's okay, and he desperately blames it on the subway being too crowded. They finally part ways outside the subway station, waving goodbye to each other as Ruoyu heads off happily. The moment she's gone, Chen Yuan practically collapses in relief, thinking that riding the subway with her felt less like public transit and more like being interrogated in prison. As he walks away, he can't help but wonder if Xiao Ruoyu actually knows something and was deliberately testing him this whole time. But then his phone rings with urgent news from campus that Qin Bingshui has been standing outside the men's dormitory for 6 hours straight, and our boy immediately panics about what she's planning to do. And there she is, Qin Bingshui, the campus goddess who was supposedly waiting for Chen Yuan outside his dorm, now throwing herself into his arms in front of everyone. And she's absolutely melting in his arms, thinking about how solid, warm, and protected she feels right now. Our boy tries to say something, but she begs him not to push her away and to let her stay like this just a little longer. Meanwhile, his dorm mates are literally using binoculars from the window and having an absolute meltdown because their boy is out there getting hugged by the school goddess. But then out of nowhere, a sudden downpour hits and everyone around starts scrambling for cover. Chen Yuan quickly suggests they find shelter because it's getting cold, and you can see Qin is not exactly opposed to this idea. And somehow this absolute goddess ends up in the men's dormitory, still looking devastating even while soaking wet, and the other guys in the background are losing their minds. She actually takes a seat and looks around, surprised that the boys' dormitory isn't as dirty and messy as the rumors suggested. His roommates immediately corner him, demanding to know how he managed to bring Senior Qin here, and our boy is just like, give me a break. it wasn't on purpose. But then she starts going through his stuff, commenting on his pile of dirty laundry, and suddenly she finds something that makes Chen Yuan's soul leave his body, because she's literally holding up his underwear with a curious expression. And the gooners watching this are probably eating well right now. Let me rewind a bit though, because earlier that day, students had noticed Senior Kin standing in the campus building, wondering why the rumored most beautiful girl who already graduated came back. Word spread that she'd been standing there since the afternoon waiting for someone, and people were confused because wasn't she supposed to be a lesbian? She checks her phone and realizes it's been 6 whole hours, but Chen Yuan still hasn't shown up, and she's starting to wonder what to do. At this point, she's basically collapsed onto the waiting seats, looking absolutely exhausted from waiting so long for this man. She thinks to herself that when she woke up this morning and found Chen Yuan gone, she just had to come looking for him. And she's questioning why she always feels so uneasy when she can't see him, wondering what's causing all this inner turmoil. And then the realization starts hitting her. Could it be that she's actually developed feelings for Chen Yuan? But she immediately shuts that thought down, reminding herself that Chen Yuan is Yuki's boyfriend and this absolutely cannot be happening. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan finally arrives on scene and spots her, thinking, wait, is Qin Bingshui actually here looking for me? She convinces herself that these feelings must just be stress about the company's financing issues. Yeah, that has to be it. And then she spots him and immediately calls out his name with those sparkling eyes. But then she remembers what she was holding earlier and gets so embarrassed she wants to dig a hole and hide in it forever. After the rain stops, Chen Yuan offers to escort her home like a proper gentleman, and she nervously agrees. As they walk, he casually asks if she came all this way just for financing matters, pointing out she could have just messaged him online. She perks up at the word financing and quickly agrees, yes, that's exactly why she's here, definitely not for any other reason. But then she admits she doesn't actually have his WeChat, and asks if he could add her, internally celebrating that she finally said it. Our boy is genuinely amused, thinking in this day and age there are still people who would wait 6 hours just to ask for someone's contact info. He gives her his contact info and tells her she can reach him anytime now, and she immediately asks if that means she can come to him whenever. She's trying to confirm if this means she can contact him anytime about financing, but the way she's asking definitely has other implications. He tells her not to worry about the financing and asks her to take him to visit Koi Technology tomorrow morning. She's questioning herself if she's being a bad woman for acting this way, but she can't deny how warm and secure she feels whenever she's near him. But she reminds herself that he's someone else's boyfriend, and what would Yuki think if she found out about all this? Scene changed to the next day, and Zhao Ruyu is already suspicious in the car, asking who he's texting so happily and if it's Yuki. Chen Yuan is internally confused because overnight she went back to her cold expressionless mode, making him wonder if she has split personality or something. Meanwhile, Qin is reminding herself that no matter how much she craves his sense of security, she can't be the one to ruin someone's relationship, especially when there's more than one woman involved. She gets a call from someone at the company saying Mr. Yan will arrive in 10 minutes, and she confirms she'll be careful. They arrive at their destination and both look up at the building, and Chen Yuan immediately goes silent. He nervously asks if her company is really in this building, and she casually confirms yes, completely unaware of the bomb she just dropped. Our boy is internally screaming because out of all the office buildings in the city, why does it have to be this one? And if he runs into Ruiyu here, it's game over. As they walk into the building, he's literally praying to every deity that he doesn't run into Zhao Ruiyu. And of course, because the universe loves to watch him suffer, he immediately hears a familiar voice calling his name. It's Ruiyu, looking absolutely stunning as always, asking what he's doing here when he said he had something to do this morning. And now all three of them are standing together in the hallway, with Chen Yuan sandwiched between two gorgeous women who are both eyeing each other suspiciously. He's internally telling himself to stay calm, absolutely do not panic, and do not show any signs of guilt or nervousness while sweating bullets. He quickly introduces Qin Bingshui as the former student union president who now works at Koi Tech, and explains they're here to discuss business cooperation. Then he introduces Ruiyu to Qin, casually mentioning that she's his high school classmate and oh, by the way, she owns this entire building. Qin is genuinely impressed, thinking that someone so young already owns this entire tower with annual rent probably exceeding $1 billion. But then her eyes narrow as she connects the dots. Rich, beautiful, and Chen Yuan's high school classmate. Their relationship seems quite unusual, but she puts on a friendly smile and extends her hand for a greeting, introducing herself properly. Ruiyu just stares at her silently for a moment, clearly sizing up the competition. They shake hands while exchanging hellos, but you can practically see the electricity crackling between them as they assess each other. Ruiyu is internally furious, thinking there's no way this is just business, and even if wealthy men are unfaithful, he shouldn't be this blatant about it. She's mentally throwing knives at Chen Yuan, thinking when she asked him to collect rent with her, he had no time. But for a beautiful senior, he's suddenly available. They reach the office floor and Qin tells Chen Yuan to wait while she goes in first to talk to the boss. As Qin walks away with a little smirk, Ruiyu is fuming behind Chen Yuan, thinking this is what he gets for flirting around everywhere. Chen Yuan nervously tries to get Ruiyu's attention, saying he has something important to tell her. She's ready to not fall for any sweet talk, but she still demands to hear what he has to say. He leans in and whispers that she needs to be careful around Qin Bingshui, which immediately makes her confused about why. He explains that Qin Bingshui is well known at school for being a lesbian who only targets beautiful girls, and he's worried she might try to sway Ruoyu. Ruoyu is shocked and asks if that's really true, and Chen Yuan insists that of course it is, while internally celebrating that she believes him. Qin Bingshui returns and tells Chen Yuan he can go in now because the boss is waiting in the conference room. Chen Yuan agrees and tells Ruoyu he'll be discussing a project but promises they can have lunch together at noon. But Ruoyu is now staring at Qin Bingshui with new suspicion, thinking she needs to confirm if this whole lesbian thing is actually true. She remembers there was some senior from Huda who pursued her for a long time before she blocked him, and she's gonna track him down to verify this rumor. Meanwhile, remember that senior Li Yang who Ruoyu was trying to track down to verify Chen Yuan's lesbian rumor about Qin Bingshui? Well, she actually called him, and now he's acting like he just won the lottery while random people walk by thinking he's having some kind of episode. And this guy starts spinning the most elaborate backstory about Qin Bingshui, saying she was kidnapped as a child. He claims the trauma made her develop an extreme hatred and aversion toward all men, which honestly sounds like he's just pulling this out of nowhere. And Ruoyu is actually eating this up while he keeps going, claiming Qin Bingshui became a lesbian and that several girls at school were victims. He even goes as far as claiming the entire student union was basically her personal harem, which is wild even for campus gossip. And Ruoyu is actually relieved because this confirms Chen Yuan wasn't lying to her, meaning he has no romantic relationship with Qin Bingshui. But the moment she mentions Chen Yuan's name, Li Yang freezes because wait, why is she bringing him up out of nowhere? And before he can even process what's happening, she thanks him and hangs up, leaving him standing there listening to dial tone. Now he's panicking because he realizes she's probably close to Chen Yuan, and when he tries to call back to warn her about him, she's already blocked him. His desperate messages asking what he did wrong are all failing to send. And honestly, this is just embarrassing at this point. Meanwhile, Ruoyu is thinking to herself that Chen Yuan really didn't lie to her after all. And she decides that Li Yang, who is so eager to gossip about girls behind their backs, probably isn't someone worth keeping in her contacts anyway. Now back at Jinmao Tower, the business meeting that Chen Yuan came here for is actually happening. The company boss, Ms. Yu, is going full corporate mode, presenting charts about their 5 million daily active users and industry-leading position. And Chen Yuan is sitting there literally falling asleep because she keeps talking about things he doesn't understand or care about. So he just raises his hand to cut her off mid-presentation like he's in a classroom. He tells her to skip all the marketing fluff and just name her price because he already knows everything she's saying. Mrs. Yu is caught off guard because investors don't usually skip straight to the money talk this direct. She quickly calculates that while her ideal valuation is 1 billion, previous investors only offered 100 million, so she needs to be strategic here. She decides to match his directness and confidently states that her company's valuation is 1 billion. Chen Yuan's reaction makes her heart drop because that's not exactly the face of someone about to say yes. She's internally panicking, thinking she asked for too much and is about to lose this deal entirely. But then Chen Yuan just casually says it's only 1 billion and tells her to stop wasting time with all the presentations. He agrees to buy 49% of her company for 1 billion, but says he has one condition. Mrs. Yu is immediately on guard because when rich young men say they have conditions, it usually means something problematic. Her mind immediately goes to the worst place, imagining he wants something inappropriate with her even though she's way older than him. But then she starts rationalizing that maybe wealthy people have unique preferences, like some kind of Oedipus complex situation. But no, his actual condition is that all the shares need to be transferred to Qin Bingshui's name, which completely blindsides her. And speaking of Qin Bingshui, she walks in right at that moment carrying coffee, completely unaware of what just happened. She asks how the meeting with her boss went, and Chen Yuan just gives her the most cryptic answer possible. He tells her it's okay and that with her talents, she'll probably get a promotion and a raise soon, which sounds weirdly specific. But Qin Bingshui has something else on her mind and asks him directly about his plans regarding his relationships. She calls him out, saying she can see through his relationship with Xiao Ruoyu, and demands to know who he plans to choose because Yuki is genuinely devoted to him. But as she asks this, she realizes the question is also for herself, wondering how she should plan regarding him and Yuki. And Chen Yuan hits her with the most shameless response possible, asking why he should choose when he wants everyone. Qin Bingshui is absolutely floored by the audacity of this man openly admitting he wants to collect women like Pokemon. He doubles down with complete confidence, asking her what's wrong with that like it's the most reasonable thing in the world. She's furious that she ever thought highly of him, but he fires back asking what she expected from someone known for flirting and causing trouble. Then he calls out her hypocrisy, reminding her that just yesterday she was the one making advances and asking him to take her home. The tension between them is palpable as he smirks confidently while she's left completely flustered by being called out. He tells her that if she truly wanted to defend Zhao Yuki, she shouldn't have seduced him yesterday, and that hits different. He claims that when it comes to emotions, he's actually more straightforward than her, so what right does she have to lecture him? And with that devastating final blow, he tells her to figure out her own feelings before coming back to him and walks away. Our boy walks through the building lobby thinking about how satisfying it felt to put the school beauty in her place like that. And he's feeling absolutely incredible about himself right now because that was genuinely cathartic. Meanwhile, Kim Bing-shui is left questioning everything, wondering if she really is as hypocritical as he said. She realizes that he was right and she truly doesn't have the qualification to lecture him about his relationships. But her existential crisis gets interrupted when a coworker rushes up telling her manager Yu called an emergency meeting for all staff. Kian immediately worries that something went wrong with the financing negotiations she was involved in. The whole company is gathered in the meeting room speculating wildly about whether they're getting disbanded or maybe getting bonuses. Kyun sits there feeling uneasy because President Yu never calls sudden meetings like this without a serious reason. Mrs. Yu steps up and announces that the purpose of this meeting is to declare that Kim Bing-shui is now the vice president of the company. Kyun is absolutely stunned and the entire room behind her erupts in confused murmurs, because what the actual heck? She stammers out asking why she's being made vice president when she literally just started working there last week. And the senior employees are absolutely livid, protesting that she has no seniority and isn't qualified for the position. But Ms. Yu shuts them down, saying Kin's abilities have made contributions to the company that they can't even imagine. She holds up the share agreement and drops the bomb that Kim Bing-shui now owns 49% of the company after bringing in a $1 billion investment. She challenges anyone to raise objections now that they know the new vice president basically saved the company. Mrs. Yu is internally swooning over how romantic this is, thinking if she were 20 years younger she'd fight Kin for this man. Meanwhile, other employees are already plotting to become friends with Kin to learn more about the company dynamics and her mysterious benefactor. Miss Yu seals the deal by announcing that the new investment also means year-end bonuses for everyone, and suddenly nobody has objections anymore. Kyun is still processing that Chen Yuan just spent $1 billion and gave her 49% ownership of a company, and her brain finally connects the dots, realizing that if he gave her this much, he must actually like her. She's overwhelmed by the realization that he truly wants to choose her and actually has feelings for her. She immediately bolts out of the meeting room screaming for Chen Yuan because she needs to see him right now. And there it is, her favorability just went up another 5 points, bringing her even deeper into his orbit. The system confirms that target number 8 Kim Bing-shui has exceeded 95 favorability and has been completely captured. Chen Yuan notes that spending money strategically to make women fall for you is way more effective than just flexing wealth directly. Because brute force spending just makes you look shallow and pretentious, which actually makes people more guarded against you. But maneuvering subtly makes them feel like you're quietly putting in effort specifically for them. And that hits completely different. Our boy is walking with a spring in his step when his phone starts ringing. And the caller is Gao Shuanyan, which surprises him because she never initiates contact with him first. And oh, would you look at that, the Gooners are absolutely eating well right now because she's looking devastated in the most attractive way possible. Turns out public opinion has reversed again, with a famous actress supporting director Hu Ye, and now Gao Shuanyan's account has been completely banned. Chen Yuan is absolutely exasperated, comparing this situation to getting counter-killed in a 4-man dive in bot lane, which is honestly the most accurate gaming analogy possible, so they spent 200 million on her, and someone just completely reversed all of it, meaning this situation is about to get very complicated. So let's talk about Wang Hu, also known as Hu Ye, a big shot in entertainment who allegedly uses his resources to manipulate female artists. The main reason public opinion reversed against Gao Shuanyan is because several famous actresses came forward to support Hu Ye, led by award-winning actress Fang Jingyuan. Chen Yuan is curious about how one actress could have this much influence over public opinion. Turns out Fang Jingyuan has built an impeccable public image through charity work, donating billions to schools and looking absolutely stunning while doing it. His contact explains that Hu Ye's entire comeback is basically riding on Fang Jingyuan's spotless reputation. So if they want to take down Hu Ye, they're gonna need some unconventional tactics to break through that armor. Our boy is intrigued because unconventional usually means someone did the dirty work of digging up receipts. His contact reveals he hired private investigators who found someone with potentially devastating information on Hu Ye. The address leads to room 305 at 28 Huaihai East Road, and the name on this card is Yang Xijin. And so Chen Yuan makes his way to this address, which turns out to be in a pretty rough neighborhood. He's wondering what kind of person would be living in a rundown place like this if they have dirt on a powerful entertainment mogul. But as he approaches the door, he hears what sounds like a debt collection in progress, and it's getting ugly. And the debt collector immediately recognizes who just showed up, which is not a good sign for him. Inside, we've got loan sharks threatening to disable Yang Xijin's hand if he doesn't pay up today. Yang Xijin is desperately begging for more time, promising his new movie is going to be a massive success and he'll pay back tenfold. But the loan shark just mocks him, pointing out that Yang fell on hard times because he offended Hu Ye in the first place. Yang is still desperately trying to pitch his film's potential even while getting his face squeezed like a stress ball. Just as the loan shark raises his weapon to teach Yang a permanent lesson, someone shouts stop. And before he can even turn around to see who interrupted, he's already catching hands to the face. The impact sends him absolutely flying across the room like he weighs nothing at all. He hits the ground hard and immediately demands to know who has a death wish attacking him. And Chen Yuan calmly informs him that even his father Han San-shui wouldn't dare act this way in front of him, so young Han Xiaogong better watch himself. You see, the narration helpfully explains that Chen Yuan comes from the secretive and extremely wealthy Chen family and he's the current heir. And suddenly Han Xiaogong remembers that his dad explicitly warned him to never mess with this guy again. His entire attitude does a complete 180 as he suddenly starts calling Chen Yuan uncle and scrambles to leave immediately. And just like that, the terrifying loan shark runs away so fast he practically breaks down the door, escaping. Yang Sijin is absolutely starstruck, thinking if he has this kind of powerful backing, what's there to fear anymore? Chen Yuan gets straight to business, asking Yang Sijin for help with a certain matter he needs resolved. And Yang immediately starts scheming, saying he'll definitely help, but first he has a small request. And then he immediately drops to the ground, begging Chen Yuan to adopt him as his son and be his backer from now on. He's already calling Chen Yuan Papa and asking if Papa wants to take down Huye, which is both desperate and kind of funny. Chen Yuan immediately shuts that down, clarifying that he is absolutely not this guy's papa and just wants to discuss business. Yang realizes that Chen Yuan somehow already knew he was hiding something valuable, but at least he doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Yang confirms he does have something that can bring down Huye, and Chen Yuan tells him to name his price without hesitation. But Yang says he doesn't want money, he just wants his papa to invest in his film, so he can prove that wherever Yang Sijin falls, he can rise again. Chen Yuan thinks about it and recognizes that Yang is actually a talented director who just needs backing to make a comeback. He tells Yang that he just had Gao Xuanian set up a film company, so when the time comes, Yang can approach her and ask Chen Yuan directly if more funding is needed. Yang is absolutely ecstatic, declaring undying loyalty and proclaiming that with a papa like Chen Yuan, and then Yang pulls out his secret weapon, claiming that once this information is revealed, it won't just shake the entertainment industry. Chen Yuan asks if his biggest killer move is in this video, and Yang tells him to just open it and see for himself. And the Gooners are absolutely eating because that video shows Fang Jingyuan and director Huye in a very compromising position together. Yang explains he couldn't use this himself because releasing it would be extortion, and without backing, he might just disappear mysteriously. But Chen Yuan tells him not to worry because now he has backup, and with this information, both Huye and Fang Jingyuan are completely finished. Meanwhile, we cut to a wealthy villa neighborhood where a certain distressed actress has been having the worst week of her life. Gao Xuanian is furious because Huye and Fang Jingyuan's troll army has been attacking her online for 3 straight days without stopping. She throws her phone down in frustration, thinking she might as well just withdraw from the entertainment industry since she's no match for them. But then her phone rings again, and she wonders why this particular guy is calling her right now. It's Chen Yuan asking if she's home alone and telling her he's coming over right now without waiting for her response. Gao is immediately flustered, thinking about why that pervert Chen Yuan is specifically asking if she's alone at home. Her mind goes straight to the obvious conclusion that he finally can't hold back anymore and is coming to claim her body. So naturally she gets completely dressed up in her best outfit, looking absolutely devastating as she answers the door while trying to act casual. But when she opens the door, Chen Yuan is standing there with some random guy she's never seen before, which was definitely not what she expected. She immediately starts yelling at Chen Yuan, demanding to know what he thinks of her and why he brought some stranger to her home. Chen Yuan brushes off her outrage and introduces director Yang Sijin as the key to finally taking down Huye once and for all. And now Gao is incredibly embarrassed, realizing he wasn't trying to sleep with her at all but was actually putting in effort to help her situation. As they settle in together, she realizes that having someone to actually rely on during all this chaos feels surprisingly comforting. After watching the video, she's absolutely shocked that the virtuous charity queen Fang Jingyuan is actually that kind of person behind closed doors. Chen Yuan lays out the plan, offering 2 billion to settle everything and establish a film company where director Yang can finally make the movies he wants. Our boy is feeling pretty satisfied with himself, thinking that spending 2 billion and tying up with Gao Xuanian was absolutely the right investment decision. And then the counterattack begins as reporters swarm Fang Jingyuan, demanding explanations about the viral video, while her simps desperately try to defend their waifu. Behind her sunglasses, Fang Jingyuan is absolutely seething, wondering who dared to mess with her and how that video even exists. Meanwhile, police kick down Wang Hu's door while he's in bed with another victim, informing him he's being arrested for suspected molestation of multiple women. And just like that, the untouchable entertainment mogul is getting slapped in handcuffs like a common criminal. Wang Hu stares at his bound hands in complete disbelief, realizing he's absolutely and completely finished. With the scandal exposed and truth revealed, Gao Xuanian prepares for her own press conference to officially announce some significant news. She stands at the podium alongside director Yang Sijin, ready to show the world that she's not just surviving but thriving. She announces that she and director Yang have established a new film company with a 2 billion budget to fund his upcoming movie projects. The crowd is absolutely stunned at the 2 billion figure, and everyone is dying to know which financial magnate is backing her from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is watching from afar, feeling like he's really achieved that behind-the-scenes boss energy. But elsewhere, someone is absolutely fuming about Chen Yuan, ranting that causing trouble at school is one thing but defiling goddess Xiao Ruyu is unforgivable. It's Li Yang, and he's making a call to someone named Zhao Yuqi, claiming he has information about Chen Yuan that they need to discuss. So remember Li Yang making that phone call at the end of last episode? Well, it worked, because now Zhao Yuqi is storming across campus with her friend Meng Meng barely keeping up. Yuqi explains that Li Yang literally swore on his entire family registry that Chen Yuan is fooling around with women both on and off campus, and honestly, the fact that Chen Yuan hasn't been contacting her lately makes it hard to dismiss. She admits she's feeling uneasy about the whole thing, and you can see it written all over her face. Meng Meng tries to reassure her that a wealthy and accomplished guy like Chen Yuan is probably trustworthy, but the campus students are already buzzing because they spot senior sister Qin is back on campus looking for Chen Yuan again. And there she is, senior sister Qin, casually saying she doesn't think Chen Yuan would mess around with women, while Yuqi and Meng Meng watch from behind. But here's the thing, Qin is privately spiraling about how to respond if Chen Yuan actually confesses to her, which is a pretty wild thing to be thinking when his girlfriend is standing right behind you. And that's when Qin turns around and realizes Yuqi is right there, and internally she's panicking about why this girl had to show up right now. Yuqi asks Qin why she's even back at school since she already graduated, clearly caught off guard by seeing her here at Chen Yuan's campus. Qin scrambles for an excuse, claiming she's here strictly on business to discuss something with Chen Yuan, but internally she's screaming because she knows she just made it worse by name-dropping him. And Yuqi is not buying it, thinking to herself, wait, didn't Qin always hate Chen Yuan? Since when are they close enough for business meetings? The suspicion meter just hit critical. But before that situation can escalate, a car rolls up to the dormitory building, and everyone's wondering who has the audacity to drive right up to the student dorms. And then a pair of heels steps out of that car, and the way this scene is framed, you already know something extraordinary is about to happen. Because out steps Xiao Ruyu, looking absolutely breathtaking in a purple dress that has the entire campus collectively losing brain function. Students are literally asking if they're filming a TV show because no normal person looks like that. The other girls are mesmerized, calling her gorgeous, while Qin is in full panic mode, thinking this is a collision course with disaster written all over it. Xiao Ruyu politely asks if a sophomore named Chen Yuan from the literature department lives in this dormitory, and just like that, every alarm bell in Yuki's head starts ringing simultaneously. Yuki immediately fires back, asking this stunning newcomer what exactly her relationship with Chen Yuan is, because at this point she needs to know, and that question clearly catches Xiao Ruiyu's attention in a way she wasn't expecting. Instead of answering, she flips the question right back, asking what Yuki's relationship with Chen Yuan is, and the way she's standing there looking absolutely devastating while doing it is frankly unfair. And you can see in Yuki's eyes that the gloves are officially coming off right now. These two are shooting lightning bolts at each other with their eyes while poor Meng Meng is trapped in the middle, desperately suggesting they find somewhere to sit down and talk like civilized people. So they end up at a cafe, 4 women sitting around one table, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. This is about to become the most dangerous tea party in history. Xiao Ruyu decides to break the silence first, stirring her coffee with the energy of someone who knows she holds the winning hand. She goes straight for the throat and asks Yuki point blank, "Do you like Chen Yuan?" No warm-up, no pleasantries, just raw interrogation energy. Then she turns the same question on herself, asking it so casually that it's almost condescending, like she already knows the answer and is just performing. Yuki fires back with zero hesitation, declaring that yes, she likes him and he likes her too, so what about it? Our girl is not backing down even slightly. Xiao Ruyu smirks and drops the bomb that Chen Yuan has been pursuing her for 5 years, even getting into fights for her in high school, basically saying Yuki is the side character in this love story while Yuki protests loudly. But Meng Meng jumps in with the receipts, pointing out that while Xiao Ruyu got fights, Yuki got a multi-million-dollar villa and a piano worth 500 million, so who's really winning here? Xiao Ruyu is visibly shaken, piecing together that Chen Yuan might be the mysterious tycoon who bought the crystal piano, and now she's wondering if he's actually playing multiple sides at once. But she refuses to lose, clenching her jaw and insisting there's no way she can come up short against these girls. So she drops her own nuclear bomb, casually mentioning that Chen Yuan gave her an office building worth over 2 billion, and asks who he really likes the most. This has turned into an arms race of expensive gifts, and that hits Yuki hard. She's now genuinely questioning whether Chen Yuan has been lying to her this whole time, whether everything he said was just manipulation. She quietly says Yuki's friend's name, and the mood shifts because there's clearly more confessions coming. And now the final betrayal. Meng Meng sheepishly admits that Chen Yuan also gave her 1 billion in shares. She apologizes to Yuki because even her best friend was apparently on the receiving end this whole time. The table goes completely silent. 4 women, all connected to Chen Yuan, all realizing they've been part of a much bigger picture than any of them knew. Yuki snaps out of it first, grabbing her phone and declaring she's calling Chen Yuan right now to get answers because she's done wondering and done guessing. But then she stops herself mid-dial, hit by a devastating realization. Chen Yuan never actually officially confirmed being in a relationship with her. Xiao Ruoyu picks up on that immediately, noting that if Chen Yuan always avoids making things official, there might be a calculated reason behind it worth examining. Meng Meng connects the dots and realizes that by never confirming any relationship, Chen Yuan can float between multiple women without technically being a cheater. She's actually impressed by the strategic depth of it. Xiao Ruoyu stands up and announces they're going to confront Chen Yuan together because Xiao Ruoyu will never share a man with anyone, and that declaration has the energy of a war cry. Meng Meng takes it even further, saying breaking up would be letting him off too easy and that a man who uses wealth to toy with women's emotions deserves real consequences. But one of them raises a valid counterpoint. If they don't break up with him, aren't they basically giving him a free pass to keep doing what he's doing? They huddle together and identify the source of Chen Yuan's power over women, his money. If they cut ties, he just finds new targets. But what if they could take the money out of the equation entirely? And that's when the master plan forms. Meng Meng's eyes literally glow as she says they should stick together, girls helping girls, and seek revenge as a united front. The villain origin story arc is officially underway. The plan is deviously simple. Keep acting innocent and sweet, pretend they don't know anything, and then spend every single cent of Chen Yuan's money until he's completely drained. Make him face the consequences through his wallet. The core directive is crystal clear: spend every last bit of Chen Yuan's fortune without mercy. Because once his money is gone, he won't be able to manipulate anyone ever again. At least that's the theory these girls are operating on. Yuki frames it as a noble cause for the greater good of womankind. And honestly, the dramatic lighting on her face makes it look like she's about to lead a revolution rather than a spending spree. So the Revenge Squad moves their operation to Yuki's villa, which, let's not forget, Chen Yuan literally bought for her. The irony is incredible. Yuki hesitates about actively manipulating someone for their resources, but Meng Meng shuts that down immediately, telling her that showing compassion to a scoundrel is just being cruel to yourself. Send that message now. Meng Meng grabs the phone herself, offering to write the message if Yuki can't bring herself to do it. This girl is committed to the cause. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan gets a notification from Zhao Yuki's account, and he's already raising an eyebrow because something feels off about this message. The message asks what he thinks about starting a live streaming platform, and Chen Yuan is immediately suspicious, wondering why she'd randomly bring up something like this out of nowhere, and whether she's trying to get him to spend money. But here's the thing about our boy, he actually already has a live streaming platform called Big Cat TV that he recently acquired. So he decides to play this out and see where it goes. He sends back a message saying their ideas align perfectly. He's gifting her Big Cat TV and investing $5 billion on top of it. And when Meng Meng reads this response, she and Yuki are absolutely floored because they expected a fight, not a $5 billion gift basket. And instead of feeling victorious, Yuki is actually moved, realizing that Chen Yuan had her entire future planned out and was thinking about her career growth this whole time. She's literally getting heart eyes right now, thinking that even if he's shady, he's thoughtful, he cares about her feelings, and he's been silently supporting her growth. The revenge plan is falling apart in real time. Meng Meng snaps Yuki out of it, telling her to accept the $5 billion before Chen Yuan changes his mind, while Yuki protests that Chen Yuan is actually trustworthy and not the villain they assumed. Meng Meng insists that only promise is backed by action count, and she's going to personally make sure Yuki stays on track with the revenge plan no matter how sweet Chen Yuan's gestures are. And then Meng Meng has a private moment of absolute jealousy, ranting that she wishes she could meet a man this generous, saying she wouldn't even mind sharing. Meanwhile, the deal is sealed in the chat, with Chen Yuan promising to handle the transfer tomorrow. Now here's why Chen Yuan is our protagonist and not just some walking ATM. He already figured out that whoever is texting from Yuki's phone is definitely not Yuki, because the messaging style is completely off. His first suspect, Qian Meng Meng, the self-proclaimed green tea girl who's been hanging around Yuki, he knows exactly what kind of game she's playing. But instead of calling it out, our boy decides to flip the script entirely. He's thinking, you want to spend my money? Fine. Spend until your heart is content. Spend until you can't take it anymore. Because Chen Yuan doesn't run out of money, and he's about to prove it. Meanwhile, at Zhao Ruoyu's family home, the news about Chen Yuan's apparent infidelity has reached her mother, and she is not happy about it. Zhao Ruoyu tells her mother that a group of girls got together today and discovered Chen Yuan has affairs with multiple women, but her mother isn't fully convinced because Chen Yuan doesn't seem like that kind of person. Zhao Ruoyu admits the relationships aren't technically confirmed, when suddenly her phone starts blowing up with messages from a group chat she apparently forgot about. Her mother asks what group this is, because she's never heard of her daughter being in any kind of coordination chat. Zhao Ruoyu explains that the girls formed a group specifically to discuss how to punish Chen Yuan and make him regret his ways. She shows her mother the chat, and the group chat is called Punishing Scumbag. And the latest message from Zhao Yuki is bragging about how Chen Yuan just gifted her Big Cat TV plus a $5 billion investment. Meng Meng is spamming reactions like it's the greatest heist in history. The mother reads this and immediately goes nuclear, furious that Zhao Yuki extracted $5 billion from Chen Yuan, while her own daughter got comparatively less. But more importantly, her experienced mind is starting to see a very different picture forming. She tells her daughter that she might have been deceived, that these girls are potentially working together to manipulate her into turning against Chen Yuan so they can drain his resources. And from the look on Xiao Ruyu's face, she's starting to realize her mother might be right. Back at the Xiao family villa, the mother-daughter strategy session from last episode is still going strong. Ruyu's mother starts getting personal, explaining how she and Ruyu's father came from completely different family backgrounds and that she had to fight tooth and nail to make the marriage work. She tells Ruoyu that even though their family is wealthy by local standards, compared to Chen Yuan's hidden family fortune, they might as well be street vendors next to royalty. Her mother warns that a man as capable as Chen Yuan will naturally attract other women, but Ruoyu needs to believe in her own ability to hold him down. Ruoyu tries to protest, but mom is on a roll, and then her mother drops the critical observation. She asks Ruoyu directly, if all these girls think Chen Yuan is such a scumbag, why hasn't a single one of them actually left him? Because every single one of them wants the others to step aside so she can claim exclusive access to Chen Yuan and his hidden family empire. Mom just read the entire situation like an open book, and Ruoyu's eyes go wide as the truth hits her like a freight train. Her mother completely dismantled the Revenge Squad's logic in about 30 seconds. Her mother seizes the moment and tells her this is the time to go all in, to secure Chen Yuan with one decisive move, because this is her shot at lifelong happiness. Mama Xiao is coaching this girl like a championship finals halftime speech. Ruoyu snaps into action, realizing she can't afford to keep giving Chen Yuan the cold shoulder while the other girls are circling like sharks. The Cold War ends tonight. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is sitting in his dorm room scrolling through his phone when a message from Xiao Ruyu pops up, and he's immediately confused. Her message is a full apology, saying she's sorry for blaming him all this time, and Chen Yuan is staring at his screen like, what dimension did I just wake up in? But our boy isn't just relieved, he's calculating. He notes that both Yuki and Ruoyu were acting strange today, and if they know about each other, he might need to take the initiative before things spiral further. Right on cue, Chen Yuan calls Ruoyu back, and she's immediately panicking to her mother about what to do. Her mom practically shoves her toward the phone, telling her to pick up immediately. Ruoyu answers with the shakiest greeting imaginable, and Chen Yuan wastes no time. He tells her straight up that there's something important he needs to share with her. He tells her he recently invested in a live streaming platform and put Zhao Yuki in charge of managing it. He says he wanted to be transparent about it because she deserved to know, and Ruoyu, bless her heart, already knows about the streaming platform from the group chat. After the call, her mother asks what he said, and Ruoyu relays everything about the live streaming platform investment for Zhao Yuki. The mother's gears are turning at maximum speed right now, and then Mama Xiao drops the interpretation that changes everything. The fact that Chen Yuan voluntarily told Ruoyu about his dealings with another woman proves that in his heart, Ruoyu is still the most important person. And just like that, Ruoyu completely flips. She's glowing right now, thinking that Chen Yuan isn't the villain she thought he was and that he genuinely has feelings for her. But then the guilt hits. She realizes that while Chen Yuan has been thinking about her and being open with her, she's been plotting behind his back with the other girls to destroy him. And she completely breaks down, ugly, crying about what a terrible person she's been. The revenge arc lasted about 48 hours before crumbling under the weight of basic human emotions. She runs to her mother in tears, saying she feels terrible about what she did to Chen Yuan and wants to make it up to him somehow. Mom is just watching her daughter's entire emotional operating system reboot in real time. And just like that, she goes from crying mess to excited girlfriend mode, declaring she wants to buy Chen Yuan a surprise gift that will blow his mind. The emotional whiplash in this girl is Olympic tier. Now over on Zhao Yuki's side, the 2 billion yuan from Chen Yuan has officially landed in her account. That's a transaction notification that would make most banking apps crash. Yuki is at a corporate office signing the ownership transfer documents for Big Cat TV, and the whole process is being handled by a professional who addresses her as Mrs. Zhao. She went from revenge planner to media mogul overnight. She's now officially the owner of Big Cat TV. But there's a catch, because of course there's a catch. The company's financial reports come with some rather concerning details. The platform is bleeding over 10 million in losses, and Yuki suddenly understands why Chen Yuan wired her that extra money. Without it, she'd be inheriting a sinking ship with no lifeboats. She reflects on how Chen Yuan is genuinely reliable and considerate, thinking of every detail in advance. But then she catches herself, remembering he's still the same man juggling multiple women at once. But the gratitude is winning out over the resentment. She's thinking that Chen Yuan transferred 2 billion without blinking, and not showing some kind of appreciation would make her the ungrateful one here. So what does a woman who just received 2 billion yuan do to show her gratitude? She heads straight to the most expensive car dealership in the city. Yuki is browsing the supercars, trying to figure out which one Chen Yuan would like. She remembers he had a Ferrari before, so naturally she's thinking about getting him another one, using his own money to buy him a gift. The math here is incredible. But then she looks across the showroom floor and spots a very familiar figure. and her blood runs cold because that is absolutely Xiao Ruoyu standing right there. Ruoyu spots Yuki at the same time and is equally baffled. What are the odds that they both independently decide to visit the same luxury car dealership on the same day? Yuki puts on her sweetest smile and greets her, asking if she's here to buy a car. But internally, she's already running calculations on why her rival would be at a supercar dealership right now. Ruoyu quickly explains she's buying a birthday gift for her dad. Then she turns the question right back around, asking if Yuki is planning to buy a car for Chen Yuan. The passive aggression in this showroom could strip paint off a Lamborghini. Internally, Ruoyu is spiraling. Is Yuki testing her right now? Does she also want to buy Chen Yuan a car? The paranoia levels at this dealership are approaching critical mass. Yuki practically explodes, insisting she would never buy a car for that man. She claims she's also here to buy a car for her dad, and the lie is so poorly delivered that even the car models on display would be skeptical. They both start fake laughing about what a wild coincidence this is, neither one buying the other's story for a single second. And then a third voice calls out asking why they're both here. Both of them turn around simultaneously, and the expressions on their faces say everything you need to know about how this day keeps getting worse. It's senior sister Kin, looking absolutely stunning in all black, and also inexplicably at this exact same luxury car dealership at this exact same time. The universe has a sense of humor. She asks if they're buying a car for their dad's birthday, and Ruoyu is visibly annoyed because that cover story is getting thinner by the minute. All three of them claim to be buying a car for their father's birthday, and someone even jokes that maybe they share the same dad. The fact that none of them are willing to admit the truth is absolutely sending me right now. Ruoyu isn't laughing though. She's thinking there's no way these two are buying gifts for their dads. They're obviously here to buy a car for Chen Yuan, which means her mother was absolutely right. The revenge squad was a facade all along. And then the real problem hits her. Yuki just got 2 billion from Chen Yuan and can afford whatever she wants, while Ruoyu's personal budget isn't anywhere near that level. She's being outgunned financially in the gifting war. So she does what any self-respecting daughter of a wealthy family would do in a financial emergency. She calls her mother for reinforcements. Her mother picks up, instantly reads the situation, and without missing a beat tells Ruoyu not to worry because mom is going to wire her the funds right now. This woman didn't even need the full explanation. She immediately orders the family butler Chenbo to transfer funds from the family treasury. The butler nervously points out that those funds are earmarked for the young master's wedding. Mama Xiao shuts that down immediately, declaring that keeping Chen Yuan tied to the Xiao family is the single most important priority. Everything else, including her own son's wedding fund, is expendable. The brother is getting absolutely sacrificed here. She dramatically declares the young master will just have to accept this sacrifice for the family's greater good. Meanwhile, the butler is crying in the background, mourning the poor young master's stolen wedding funds. This family's priorities are absolutely unhinged. And the money arrives almost instantly. 60 million yuan just casually dropped into Ruoyu's account before she could even put her phone back in her pocket. Mom works fast. Ruoyu gets genuinely emotional, realizing she always thought her parents favored her younger brother. Turns out they were willing to raid his wedding fund without a second thought just to help her win over a man. Parenting at its finest. With 60 million locked and loaded, Ruoyu is now fully battle-ready and declares she will absolutely not lose to Zhao Yuki in the Who Can Buy Chen Yuan the Best Car competition that nobody officially announced. Now here's where the plot thickens, because guess who else is at this exact same car show? Our boy Chen Yuan himself, casually strolling in with his buddy Hao Tian to pick up a Bugatti Veyron he ordered. His buddy is absolutely losing his mind over the car show models, which honestly fair. The scenery at this particular dealership is working overtime in every department. Chen Yuan admits he never used to have the courage to walk into places like this back when he was broke. Now he's shopping for supercars like they're grocery items. But then Hao Tian spots something that makes his jaw drop. He notices two very specific women walking together across the showroom floor. Zhao Yuki and Zhao Ruoyu, the two women who are supposed to hate each other, are casually shopping side by side like they're old friends. Chen Yuan's buddy is deeply confused right now. And then he sees senior sister Kin with them too, all three women together drinking water and chatting. The entire harem somehow ended up at the same dealership on the same day. Chen Yuan is internally screaming, wondering if these three have formed some kind of modern-day sworn sisterhood alliance specifically designed to torment him. Senior sister Kin pauses, sensing someone watching her. Her instincts are sharp enough to know something's off even in a crowded dealership. But she shrugs it off and tells her companion it's nothing, deciding to keep browsing. Chen Yuan just barely avoided getting spotted by all three of them at once. Chen Yuan is in full crisis mode, telling Hao Tian that while he expected things might get complicated eventually, he never imagined all three women would team up like this. He realizes they must have already told each other everything. Every secret, every gift, every text message. The information has been fully shared between enemy combatants. But then Chen Yuan's galaxy brain kicks in. He notices something crucial. Even though they know about each other, none of them have broken up with him, which means they still want to be with him despite everything. And now the confidence surges back. He remembers that all three women have a favorability rating of 95 or higher toward him. This isn't a disaster, it's an opportunity. Our boy just went from panic to power play in 3 seconds flat. He straightens up, completely unbothered now, and casually asks the salesman what the most expensive cars available today are. The man went from existential dread to shopping spree energy in record time. Hao Tian proudly announces he went all out preparing for today's visit and has the entire inventory ready to present. This man takes his wingman duties seriously. The top 3 most expensive rides in the house: a Pagani Zonda, a Lamborghini Anconian, and the Bugatti Veyron he already ordered, each one worth more than most people's entire lifetime earnings. And without even flinching, Chen Yuan says he wants all 3. Not 1, not 2, all 3 of the most expensive cars in the building. Give him a total price. Because Chen Yuan has a plan. 3 cars, 3 women. He's gonna use these gifts to test just how strong their little alliance really is. And something tells me this sisterhood is about to face its greatest trial yet. The salesman's jaw nearly hits the floor when Chen Yuan says he wants all 3 cars because apparently that's a bit more complicated than just swiping a card. Chen Yuan tells him money isn't an issue, but Hao Tian says it's not about the cash. The other 2 cars have already been reserved by someone else. Chen Yuan wants to know who's rich and powerful enough to reserve both cars, and Hao Tian nods across the showroom and says, it's the eldest son of the Lin family, the richest family in the entire country. He booked both remaining cars last year as gifts for his younger sister. This man pre-ordered supercars like they were seasonal clothing drops. The Lin Group, a conglomerate that spans the entire nation. Hao Tian nervously asks if Chen Yuan really wants to pick a fight with that kind of power and quickly offers to show him other luxury vehicles instead. But while they're discussing logistics, Mr. Lin has spotted someone across the showroom and decided to make a move. He walks right up to Xiao Ruyu and opens with a classic "Hello Beauty." This man just activated his pickup artist protocol in the middle of a car exhibition. He introduces himself with the surname Lin and asks if he can add her on WeChat, trying to sound all formal and gentlemanly about it. And Xiao Ruyu is standing there like she did not sign up for this interaction. And then he pulls out the emotional manipulation card. He starts talking about someone he knew before, and the way he's smiling while doing it is giving practiced heartbreaker energy. He tells her about a friend who passed away from illness many years ago and how it's been his lifelong regret. We get this somber flashback of a young boy standing helplessly beside hospital equipment. He says seeing Xiao Ruyu reminds him of that lost friend, and he just wants to mend a regret. She can block him if she wants. Now, whether this sob story is genuine or just an S-tier pickup technique, the delivery is definitely polished. But right when she's about to respond, she looks over and spots Chen Yuan standing nearby. The recognition hits her immediately, and suddenly Mr. Lin's entire pitch becomes background noise. And Chen Yuan is staring right at her with the most indifferent, ice-cold expression she's ever seen on him. Like he's looking at a complete stranger. This is not the Chen Yuan she knows. Xiao Ruoyu's mind is racing. She never intended to add this guy, but Chen Yuan is looking at her like she's some kind of threat. So she gets angry and decides, fine, if he's gonna play around with her emotions, she'll play right back. And just like that, she adds Mr. Lin on WeChat out of pure spite. Her reasoning, even if they never chat, just having the nation's richest heir in her contacts might make Chen Yuan sweat a little. The pettiness levels are off the charts right now. But when she turns back to gauge Chen Yuan's reaction, he's gone, just vanished into the showroom like he was never there. And now the satisfaction she expected is replaced with something much worse. She's left standing there looking absolutely breathtaking but completely hollow inside, questioning whether what she just did was right or wrong, and that bitter feeling in her chest isn't going away. Gorgeous on the outside, total emotional wreckage on the inside. Meanwhile, Hao Tian is hustling to keep up with Chen Yuan as they walk off and carefully asks if he knows that girl back there. Chen Yuan gives the most cryptic answer possible. He says yeah, they've known each other a long time, but he doesn't actually know her. Hao Tian's confusion is completely justified right now. And then Chen Yuan shifts gears entirely. He tells Hao Tian he'll pay a higher amount than whatever Mr. Lin is offering for those reserved cars. The emotional drama just got monetized. He casually drops the number, 1 billion yuan, and asks Hao Tian if that's enough to make those reservations disappear. Just 1 billion, no big deal, the way normal people ask if they need to Venmo you for lunch. But then he gives Hao Tian the graceful exit. He knows breaking a deal with the Lin family could hurt Hao Tian's business credibility, so if it's too much to ask, just pretend the conversation never happened. Smooth and considerate while wielding 1 billion yuan like a weapon. Hao Tian nearly loses his mind. Not difficult at all, he says. Mr. Lin is a fool. Is it really 1 billion? And Chen Yuan confirms his words are as good as gold. This man just flipped Hao Tian's entire loyalty with one number. And Hao Tian's already doing the math in his head. Fighting over a woman and making Chen Yuan jealous? That's Mr. Lin's problem. But an 800 million profit margin? That's Hao Tian's early retirement plan. The dollar signs have completely replaced whatever loyalty he had. He struts down the hallway mentally apologizing to Mr. Lin, because sorry sir, your family name cannot compete with 800 million in cold hard cash. Hao Tian has chosen his side and he chose violently. The money transfers instantly and Hao Tian asks if there's anything else Chen Yuan needs. Chen Yuan says actually yes, he has something planned at the car exhibition, and the way he says it has Hao Tian immediately on edge. Back on the showroom floor, Xiao Ruoyu is still looking for Chen Yuan, wondering where he disappeared to. The guilt is starting to simmer beneath all that defiance from earlier, and then she notices something strange. Staff members are wheeling a grand piano onto the showroom floor. The whole crowd starts gathering, wondering what kind of event this is. A press conference? A special performance? Nobody has any idea what's about to happen, but the curiosity is pulling everyone in. And then Chen Yuan sits down at the piano and starts playing. The entire showroom goes silent. This is the thing he had planned, and nobody, especially not the 3 women in this building, was ready for it. Xiao Ruoyu has never heard this piece before, but something about the melody stops her in her tracks. She can feel exactly what he's trying to say through every single note. The melody is so heartbreakingly melancholic that Xiao Ruoyu can't hold back anymore. The tears just start falling and she can't stop them. This music is telling her everything he couldn't say with words. Chen Yuan is pouring every ounce of emotion into those keys, his hands moving like they have their own heartbeat. This isn't a performance. Even random dudes in the audience are getting wrecked by this. One guy says it feels like first love, another says it's like seeing his great-grandmother again. These men are openly weeping at a car show and have zero shame about it. Zhao Yuqi watches from the crowd and can tell Chen Yuan is in a really dark mood right now. Whatever happened between him and Ruoyu earlier clearly hit deeper than anyone expected. Hao Tian wonders if it's because of what happened with Xiao Ruoyu just now. And honestly, the answer is written in every note echoing through this showroom. The melody is filled with melancholy, sorrow, and a bone-chilling sense of disappointment. Memories flash around him like film reels as Xiao Ruoyu stands listening, witnessing every emotion he kept locked away finally coming out. When the music stops, Xiao Ruoyu approaches Chen Yuan at the piano. The entire showroom holds its breath because whatever is about to happen between these two feels like it could shatter glass. And Chen Yuan says something that could break any person in half. To love someone is to set them free, even if it leaves you with 1,000 wounds. Like rain, you are free now. Our boy just dropped the most devastating breakup poetry in the middle of a car dealership, and then he walks away. Just turns around and leaves her standing there among the crowd, watching his back disappear. The man played her a farewell symphony and then ghosted her in person. Xiao Ruoyu completely loses it. She screams after him, begging him not to go, saying she was wrong, pleading with him not to leave her alone. Every wall she built just came crashing down in public. She's reaching out with everything she has, screaming his name, begging him to stop. This woman went from petty revenge to full emotional collapse in the span of one piano performance. But before she can chase after him, a dealership staff member stops her and asks if she's Ms. Zhao Ruoyu. The timing could not be worse, or could it? She confirms through her tears and asks what he wants. She's emotionally shattered and in no mood for customer service right now. And then the staff member drops a bombshell. He tells her that Chen Yuan just purchased the most expensive Lamborghini Anconian in the entire dealership. Xiao Ruoyu holds the contract in disbelief. He came here to buy her a car. He gave her a farewell speech, set her free, and still made sure she drove home in the most expensive vehicle on the lot. This man's love language is financial devastation. The salesman confirms it. Chen Yuan picked the most expensive one, without hesitation, said his feelings run deep, and it hits Xiao Ruoyu all at once. He always treats her unconditionally well. And what has she done in return? And that's when the dam truly breaks. Every regret, every petty action, every moment she chose pride over honesty, all of it crashes into her at once. She is absolutely undone. She realizes the full weight of what she did. She destroyed his trust in her just for the sake of petty selfishness. And no expensive car can fix the crack she put in something that was once unbreakable. She collapses right there on the showroom floor, sitting on the concrete and crying. This is a woman who came to buy a car for Chen Yuan and ended up receiving one from him while losing everything that actually mattered. Zhao Yuqi and senior sister Qin find her on the floor and rush over. Yuqi tells her not to cry while Qin tells her to stay calm. The sisterhood may have been a facade before, but right now this concern looks genuine. But the salesman isn't done. He looks at Zhao Yuqi and senior sister Qin and says, "Oh, you must be Miss Zhao and Miss Qin." Chen Yuan also bought each of them a multi-million yuan luxury car. Both contracts right here ready for signatures. This man really went and purchased 3 supercars for 3 different women. The absolute audacity of this financial flex. All 3 women stand there holding their contracts, and the only word any of them can manage is his name, Chen Yuan, the man who just simultaneously blessed and wrecked all 3 of them. Senior sister Qin is the first to piece it together. She says it seems like Chen Yuan has known about their secret meetings for a long time. He always knew they were coordinating behind his back. Zhao Yuqi adds that even knowing everything, he never once suspected them or questioned their dedication to him. He could have confronted them at any point but chose not to. He saw through their alliance from the beginning but never exposed it. He carefully maintained the balance in every relationship. And even if that makes him a scumbag, he genuinely cares for each and every one of them. This man is running a whole emotional economy. Zhao Yuqi says he's always been like that, silently giving to others without ever expecting anything in return, just leaving expensive gifts and walking away like it's nothing. The man's entire love style is anonymous donation energy. Senior sister Kin admits that even when she misunderstood him, even when she pushed back, he remained dependable and continued protecting her quietly. The realization is clearly hitting her hard right now, and Zhao Ruyu delivers the most devastating self-reflection. She says Chen Yuan's character is noble, and yet she was planning to deceive him over shallow judgments about money. She says she feels truly ugly inside. The redemption arc just started in earnest. And just like that, the system pings. Zhao Yuki's favorability jumps to 99 points, 1 point away from the maximum. The car gift meta is absurdly effective. And it's not just Yuki. Qin Bingshui hits 99. Zhao Ruyu hits 99. All three women are now sitting at 99 out of 100. Chen Yuan is 1 point away from a triple max completion. This is endgame territory. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is checking the notifications from the back seat of his Bugatti and celebrating. Just one step from 100 points across the board, that billion yuan investment was absolutely worth every single cent. He's already wondering what kind of reward the system unlocks when someone surpasses 100 favorability points, because if 95 got him supercars and billions, 100 might literally give him a country. Zhao Ruyu messages him apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Chen Yuan responds telling her to calm down and that he wants to be alone for a while, complete with an adorable dog sticker because even his rejection game has range. He's thinking that if he forgives her too easily, she'll think he's a pushover. Can't spoil women too much, he tells himself. Our boy has graduated from accidentally charming to deliberately strategic about his emotional leverage, but then someone calls his name from behind, and whoever it is sounds genuinely excited to see him, and it's Zhu Lele. Looking absolutely radiant today in a casual white top and jeans, silver hair catching the light, waving at him with the brightest smile. Wait, is this the same Zhu Lele? Because she is giving off completely different energy right now and it is working. Even Chen Yuan notices something is off. He's thinking she seems different today, but he can't quite put his finger on what changed. Whatever it is, his guard is already halfway down. And before he can even finish that thought, she grabs his wrist. No warning, no hesitation, just full commitment to wherever she's about to take him. She tells him to come with her because she wants to show him something. Chen Yuan is being physically dragged by a beautiful woman and he's just stumbling along asking where they're going. The man has zero control over this situation. She looks back at him with the most devastating cute face and says it's a secret. And listen, when a girl this pretty tells you it's a secret while dragging you somewhere, your survival instincts should kick in. But Chen Yuan's clearly aren't functioning. Chen Yuan's cynical side kicks in though. He's wondering if she spotted some designer handbag and is about to make him swipe his card again. Because historically, that's exactly how these situations end with Zhu Lele. He thinks to himself that women only ever think of him when money is involved, but he's curious to see what she's got planned this time. They arrive at a residential complex and things are about to get interesting. They stop in front of an apartment door and Zhu Lele is practically bouncing with excitement. She tells him not to be impatient because she's prepared a surprise just for him. Chen Yuan's skepticism is at maximum capacity. She opens the door and reveals a beautifully furnished apartment with hand-drawn sketches and artwork covering the walls. This is not a handbag store. This is not a shopping mall. Chen Yuan's entire cynical theory just got obliterated. Chen Yuan is genuinely stunned. He asks if she made all of these drawings herself. This is not the materialistic girl he remembers, and the shock on his face makes that abundantly clear. She tells him she just bought this place and the living room felt a bit empty, so she hung up sketches she drew herself to decorate. This girl went from wanting designer brands to creating her own art. The character development is real, but Chen Yuan smiles and says the drawings are just part of it, aren't they? And Zhu Lele is standing there blushing with her hands together, working up the courage to tell him the real surprise. She says this house, the entire apartment, is her gift to him. Zhu Lele just looked Chen Yuan dead in the eyes and gifted him an entire property. While every other woman was trying to buy him a car, this girl went and bought him a home. Chen Yuan's brain short circuits. A house? She's giving him an entire house? The man who casually drops billions on supercars is genuinely floored by this gift because it came from the last person he expected. She explains that after he lent her money and helped her dad deal with those debt collectors, everything changed. We see the flashback of her clinging to her father during their darkest moment, and Chen Yuan was the one who pulled them out of it. Her dad swore off gambling completely after that, and the family fought through the hardship together. Their business started turning around. All of it traces back to the moment Chen Yuan chose to help when he didn't have to. She says with things at home getting better, she started reflecting on how she used to act. We see her old room, still messy with designer clothes and luxury items scattered everywhere, a monument to who she used to be. She admits she used to be vain, selfish, and completely materialistic. No wonder Chen Yuan was never interested in someone like that. And Chen Yuan just sits there quietly, not interrupting, letting her finish. Because this level of self-awareness deserves respect. And then she reaches her hand out toward him and declares that she wants to become a girl who actually deserves him, and when she does, she's going to pursue him all over again. Zhu Lele just entered the competition, and the other three women have no idea what's coming. Chen Yuan is standing there having a full existential crisis because the girl he used to label as a gold digger just handed him an entire set of houses. He tells her a house is a bit too extravagant for someone who's just pursuing him, but Xu Lele fires back with some quick math. She borrowed 5 million from him and the house is only worth 3, so technically she's still coming out ahead. She explains that she talked to his roommate and found out he's always coming and going with nowhere to stay near campus. So she bought this place specifically for him. It's the best way she knows how to repay everything he's done. Shen Yuan holds the keys and it clicks. So that's why Xu Lele went quiet recently. She was saving up this whole surprise behind the scenes. He starts running the mental tier list. Among all the girls bound to his system, Xu Lele has the weakest family background by far. And yet she's the one buying him property. But he's impressed. Her decisiveness might be a little cunning, but it lines up perfectly with what he's been looking for. This girl is playing 4-dimensional chess, and she doesn't even know it, so he accepts the gift. Just like that. The two of them walk together and honestly the vibe between them right now is unexpectedly wholesome. Then his roommate Lao Hao calls and invites him to dinner at Moonlight Restaurant. Chen Yuan agrees without hesitation and says he'll be there soon. And the second Chen Yuan walks in with Xu Lele, his roommates lose their collective minds. That's the campus beauty, Xu Lele, with their boy. At dinner, the jealousy is practically radioactive. Chen Yuan casually apologizes for being late like he didn't just show up with the most talked about girl on campus hanging off his arm. He introduces her to his roommates like it's nothing, telling Lele she's probably met them all before. The composure on this man is unreal. The 3 roommates immediately snap into introduction mode. Lao Cao, Lao Xiong, Lao Ho, all 3 trying desperately to seem cool in front of the campus goddess. Chen Yuan formally introduces her as Xu Lele, and the way he says it with that confident half-smile is giving main character energy on a whole different level. One roommate clarifies that literally everyone on campus knows who Xu Lele is, while Lao Hu has gone completely catatonic and face-planted onto the table. The man's spirit has left his body. And then Lao Cao pushes up his glasses with that classic anime investigator glow and asks the real question. What exactly is their relationship right now? Both of them just stand there, neither confirming nor denying. The tension at this table could cut steel. All 3 roommates are frozen in various states of shock, their brains clearly unable to process this information in real time. Xu Lele admits she doesn't really know either. She's the one pursuing Chen Yuan, but he hasn't officially accepted yet. The honesty is actually kind of endearing. She even drops that she already gifted him a house and he's still saying he needs to think about it. Meanwhile, the roommates in the background are absolutely losing it over the house reveal. And Chen Yuan just sits there sipping his drink with sparkles around him while his roommates internally combust. They're thinking his charm level is so terrifying that even web novelists wouldn't write something this absurd. And then somewhere nearby, a coffee cup crashes to the ground. Someone overheard that conversation, and they did not take it well. Turns out Qin Bingshu has been sitting at a table nearby this entire time, panicking about whether they noticed her. She was literally eavesdropping on the whole thing. She's completely shaken. This woman actually gave Chen Yuan a house as a gift. A whole house. The competitive panic is hitting Qin Bingshui like a freight train right now. And then the self-doubt creeps in. She's thinking about everything Chen Yuan has done for her and realizing she's never once given him anything in return. That guilt is hitting different right now. She even visualizes it as a competition chart. If she keeps doing nothing, her stock in Chen Yuan's heart will keep dropping while Xu Lele's keeps climbing. The strategic analysis is giving Wall Street energy, so she does what any rational competitor would do. She immediately grabs her phone and starts alerting the other sisters. If Xu Lele is this much of a threat, the whole alliance needs to know. The group chat explodes. Qin Bingshu drops the intel that Chen Yuan is dining with Xu Lele, and she gave him a house. Zhao Yuqi and Qian Mengmeng are confused, and Xiao Ruyu immediately says she's on her way. The war room has been activated. Back at Chen Yuan's table, dinner is wrapping up and someone calls for the bill. They demolish that spread, but the waitress informs them that the lady already settled the bill. Chen Yuan turns to Xu Lele wondering why she paid. This girl is making moves on every front. She tells them she's happy to have met everyone today and it's just a meal, no need to worry about it. Xu Lele looking this adorable while being this generous is genuinely dangerous. Chen Yuan tries to insist, but Lele pushes back asking why he has to be so polite when he's given her so many gifts already. What's wrong with treating him to one meal? The logic is airtight. Then she waves goodbye saying she has things to do at the internet cafe and bounces. And can we just appreciate the fit for a second? This girl is serving while retreating strategically. Chen Yuan watches her go and admits to himself that she's calculating, sure, but surprisingly not annoying about it. That's high praise coming from him. Even Qin Bingshui from her hiding spot is grudgingly impressed. She calls Xu Lei a formidable opponent whose subtle tactics she could never master. This rivalry just leveled up. She mentally upgrades Yu Lele from an A+ to full S class in her heart. When your rival gets a tier promotion in your own internal ranking system, you know you're in trouble. Meanwhile, Lao Hu leans in and asks Chen Yuan when his Lady Charming skill tree is going to hit legendary status, because at this point he's already past mythic. Chen Yuan hits him with the smoothest possible response. He says he's willing to teach, but asks if they're brave enough to learn. The confidence is absolutely overflowing. But then Lao Hu gets real. He admits Xu Lele didn't have the best reputation at school. People called her a gold digger with a messy personal life. But after meeting her tonight, he thinks she's actually open-hearted and genuine. He warns Chen Yuan not to hurt her feelings. Chen Yuan reassures him, asking if he really seems like the kind of person who's fickle in love. And the irony of that statement coming from a guy with 4 girls at 99 favorability is just magnificent. They head outside and Chen Yuan mutters to himself, who knows? But as they're walking out, they run right into someone they weren't expecting. It's Li Yang, the guy who's been spreading rumors behind the scenes, and he's brought his whole crew with him. Li Yang is thinking he's got it all figured out. He's been gossiping about Chen Yuan behind his back and believes nobody has traced it to him yet. The satisfaction on his face is deeply punchable. And then a pair of heels step out of what is clearly a very expensive vehicle. Something just shifted in the atmosphere. Li Yang's crew spots the car and immediately starts freaking out. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 9 million yuan, parked right outside. They can't believe they're seeing one in person. And stepping out of that Rolls-Royce is Zhao Ruoyu, looking like she walks straight off a magazine cover. Dark hair flowing, purple dress hugging every curve, and an expression that means business. Li Yang's jaw drops and his eyes literally turn into hearts. That's Zhao Ruoyu, his absolute goddess. Here, right now. This man's brain has fully switched off. But the question on everyone's mind is whether she came here to start a fight with Chen Yuan. Given everything that happened, this could go very badly very quickly. Li Yang is grinning to himself, thinking things are about to get very entertaining. He's hoping for maximum chaos. But instead of confrontation, Zhao Ruoyu rushes up and wraps herself around Chen Yuan, begging him to forgive her. She straight up admits she was wrong. This is the exact opposite of what everyone expected. She even holds up her phone as proof, saying she already deleted that other person's contact. Please, just this once, forgive her. And the way this absolute bombshell is pleading is doing things to everyone watching. Chen Yuan's roommates are completely losing it. Not only are beautiful rich women throwing themselves at him, but he's somehow trained them to be obedient. They genuinely cannot comprehend what species of man this is. And Li Yang is having a complete mental breakdown. His goddess, the woman he's been worshipping from afar, is acting like a lovesick puppy for Chen Yuan. His entire worldview just shattered into a million pieces. Chen Yuan stays ice cold though. He tells her she's not wrong, that they didn't have any special relationship to begin with, and he has no right to interfere with who she talks to. Brutal honesty delivered with surgical precision. She desperately tries to explain that she went to the car exhibition specifically to pick out a gift for him, and she has no idea how everything went so wrong. The desperation in her voice is palpable. She leads him to the Rolls-Royce and tells him it's the most expensive car from the exhibition, apart from the ones he already bought. This is her peace offering. She clings to him and says she knows he doesn't care about money, but this car is her apology. Please just accept it. The way she's pressing against him with those eyes is making this very hard to refuse. Li Yang is fully spiraling now. He's screaming internally about why she'd bend for a guy who plays around while he loves her so much and she never even looks his way. The friend zone damage is catastrophic. Chen Yuan leans against the Rolls-Royce looking effortlessly cool, and you can tell he's already several steps ahead in his head. He accepts the car but drops the coldest line of the night. He says he no longer believes in love and won't give up an entire forest for a single tree. She needs to accept that reality too, then adds he took the car just to save her face. Absolutely merciless. And then, without missing a beat, he calls out to Qin Bingshu, who's been hiding in the crowd. He tells her she's been there long enough and invites her for a ride. This man has eyes everywhere. His roommates are nothing but question marks right now. Another gorgeous woman was here the whole time. How many are there? The confusion has reached a point where their brains have simply stopped processing. Qin Bingshui approaches the car looking absolutely devastating in that black outfit, but she hesitates. She tells Chen Yuan this doesn't feel right since the car was a gift from Miss Xiao. Shouldn't he take her instead? Chen Yuan just smirks and says if it's given to him then it's his. He'll take whoever he wants for a ride. Now get in and stop talking. The audacity of this man knows absolutely no ceiling. Qin Bingshui complies, getting into the passenger seat while grumbling about why he has to be so bossy. But she's getting in, isn't she? And just like that, Chen Yuan fires up the Rolls-Royce and tears off down the street, leaving everyone standing there in the dust. Maximum alpha departure achieved, and Zhao Ruoyu is left standing there on the sidewalk, watching him drive away with another woman in the car she just gifted him. Looking absolutely stunning but completely devastated, Li Yang swoops in trying to play the comfort card, calling Chen Yuan a scoundrel who's just playing with her feelings. He says the guy took her car gift and immediately drove off with someone else. Classic white knight protocol, but Zhao Ruoyu spins on him with fury. She tells Li Yang to stop talking trash about Chen Yuan because he has no idea how much that man has sacrificed for her. Li Yang flinches and tries to backpedal, stammering that he's only doing this for her own good, but the way he's cowering right now tells a very different story. She absolutely destroys him. Who gave you the right to call me by my first name? My relationship with Chen Yuan is none of your business. Even if he's playing with me, that's between us. Li Yang just got verbally annihilated. And then her mood does a complete 180. She realizes that if Chen Yuan is deliberately trying to make her jealous, that means he still cares about her. The mental gymnastics on this woman deserve an Olympic medal. Meanwhile, in the Rolls-Royce, Qin Bingshu asks Chen Yuan why he's treating Miss Xiao that way. He casually says no particular reason, keeping his eyes on the road, but then he gets reflective. He admits maybe she just didn't become what he expected, and perhaps the fault lies with him for having those expectations in the first place. That's surprisingly mature for a guy running a harem simulator. Kim Bingshui reads between the lines and asks if Xiao Ruiyu might be his first love. She can tell he actually cares about her more than he's letting on. Chen Yuan deflects with a self-deprecating joke, saying that for a playboy like him there's no such thing as a first love, but something about the way he says it doesn't quite land as a joke. She scoffs and says she doesn't believe a word he says. Men. He fires back with his own dismissive grunt. Women. These two bickering like an old married couple while cruising in a Rolls-Royce is premium content. Then Qin Bingshui gets serious. She tells Chen Yuan she's going to ask him a question and she needs him to think carefully and give her an honest answer. The atmosphere in this car just completely shifted. He leans back casually and tells her to go ahead. That effortless calm when a gorgeous woman is about to interrogate you is a skill most men simply do not possess. She drops the real question. Why did you give me 1 billion yuan worth of shares in Koifish Tech? What exactly are your intentions toward me? Now we're getting to the heart of it. Chen Yuan hits her with the classic deflection. Do you want the truth or lies? She immediately gets frustrated and tells him to be serious. The man is incapable of giving a straight answer, so he goes with what sounds like honesty. He tells her he doesn't have any particular feelings toward her and the shares were just meant to gain her favor. Cold, direct, and probably not the answer she wanted. But she's not buying it. If he has no feelings for her, then why bother trying to win her favor in the first place? That contradiction doesn't add up and she knows it. And that's when Chen Yuan almost slips. He starts mumbling something about a task, and immediately you can feel the danger of that word hanging in the air. Qin Bingshui catches it immediately. Task? What task? The confusion on her face is mixed with intense suspicion. Chen Yuan slams the brakes hard enough to throw Qin Bingshui forward in her seat. He clearly realized he said too much and is scrambling for a cover story. So he goes nuclear. He tells her the actual truth. He has a system that gave him 90 billion yuan specifically designated for impressing girls, and she happens to be one of his targets. That 10 billion was pocket change. The absolute madman just revealed his cheat code. Qin Bingshui's response is priceless. She tells him to stop making up ridiculous stories and says a mission system is such an overused trope that even manhwa don't bother with it anymore. She literally called out his reality as bad fiction. The fourth wall just took critical damage. Chen Yuan gives up trying to explain and just says fine, he's spending money on her because she's beautiful and he wants to get her into bed. There, satisfied? The man chose the most outrageous lie because the truth was too unbelievable. Qin Bingshui repeats those two words quietly. Into bed? And the way the camera lingers on her elegant figure right now is telling you exactly where her mind just went. And then she blushes and quietly thinks to herself that if it's Chen Yuan, well, she wouldn't exactly mind. Sister Qin just went from interrogation mode to fully compromised in 3 sentences flat. Absolutely diabolical character development. Chen Yuan is genuinely thrown off. He's thinking this girl used to be so quiet and reserved, and now she's asking him personal questions like a detective on a romance case. Where did this version of Qin Bingshui come from? He even wonders if she might have some kind of personality disorder. But honestly, looking at her right now in that black outfit with that knowing smile, the real disorder might be his for thinking he could keep things under control. After that chaotic Rolls-Royce ride, we cut to Qin Bingshui's apartment complex late at night. And there she is, standing at her window watching the car drive off below, still replaying everything that just happened. She's thinking Chen Yuan always talks a big game, but he never actually makes a physical move, which is genuinely confusing her right now. She reasons that if he really just wanted to sleep with her, he's had plenty of chances. And with his money, he could attract anyone without trying. So what is his actual angle? But despite all that logic, she still can't shake the feeling that Chen Yuan's intentions are hiding something deeper. And then her phone buzzes, snapping her out of this late-night detective spiral. She picks up the call, and it's Xiao Ruiyu on the other end. Bingshu casually mentions that Chen Yuan already left. Ruiyu asks if Bingshu can tell her what Chen Yuan talked about during the car ride. Specifically, did he mention her? And Bingshu says she did ask about Ruiyu, but Chen Yuan seemed reluctant to talk about it. Then she brings up something that's been bugging her. Bingshui wants to know why Chen Yuan invested in Koifish Tech and gave her shares worth $1 billion. He claimed it was to impress her, but she admits she doesn't think she's worth that kind of money. The math simply doesn't add up, and that's when something clicks for Ruiyu. She says Chen Yuan told her the exact same story, and his spending never seems proportional to what he gets in return, unless he's playing a much bigger game than anyone realizes. Think about it. It started with him blowing insane money on livestream platforms, building his reputation as the legendary Mr. Yan. Then step by step he started investing, first in the Zhao family business, then Koifish Tech. Each move building on the last. On the surface, he looks like a reckless playboy burning through cash. But what if he's actually been positioning pieces across the entire board this whole time? Bingshui confirms it. Koifish Tech just developed a breakthrough AI algorithm, and Chen Yuan invested because he saw the potential before anyone else. And Ruiyu's response? A triumphant exclamation of exactly. Ruiyu is fully convinced now. She declares that his extravagance and playboy image are just a disguise, a front to hide his real business ambitions. These two have basically written an entire conspiracy thesis about this man. In their minds, Chen Yuan has evolved from playboy to ancient military strategist. They're literally envisioning him as a legendary mastermind pulling strings from the shadows. Will he be the man who changes the world? They're imagining him commanding entire armies and empires at this point. Meanwhile, the guy literally has a system handing him cheat money. The gap between their fantasy and reality could fill an ocean. But then Ruoyu gets a notification and asks Bing Sui to hold on for a second. It's a message from Zhao Yuki asking if she can rent a floor of Ruoyu's building for her company. Ruoyu agrees without hesitation. But then the gears start turning. Could Chen Yuan have arranged this too? Is Zhao Yuki's request another piece of his grand master plan? This woman is seeing five-dimensional chess in what's probably just a text message. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is somewhere sneezing and wondering why his enhanced body is reacting like this. He's thinking maybe someone is gossiping about him behind his back. And brother, if only you knew how right you are. Back at the dorm, Chen Yuan gathers his roommates and says he has an important announcement. One of them immediately complains that he's in the middle of something critical right now. Chen Yuan drops the bomb. He tells them he's decided to move out of the dorm. Just like that. And the reaction is immediate and violent. All three roommates collectively lose their minds at the same time. They're physically clinging onto him, begging him not to leave. One of them cries out that Chen Yuan hasn't even taught them the secrets of attracting women yet. Another one just wants to experience love. These boys are down catastrophically bad. Chen Yuan hits them with the cold truth. He says this kind of thing can't be taught like math or science. The only key ingredient is natural charm. And the way this man is sparkling right now, he genuinely believes every word of that. Now we shift to a completely different scene. A gorgeous villa lit up against the night sky. Inside, Zhao Yuki is talking with her friend about getting Big Cat TV ready for launch. Now that they've secured a venue, it's time to start recruiting talent and building the team. Yuki immediately names her friend as the company's first hire, the executive planner, and she wants to bring Zhao Fei along too so they can all work together as a team. The friend looks mildly skeptical, but Yuki reassures her that the salary will be solid. This girl is building a media empire one friendship at a time. But Yuki admits they're still missing professionals with actual live streaming experience. She asks her friend to check her contacts and see if anyone in the industry might be available. And there actually is someone. A woman who used to run her own live stream company, but she apparently offended the wrong person and the whole business went under. Word is she's going through a really tough time. And here's that person's story. We cut to a cafe where a silver-haired man is sitting there drenched in sweat, looking absolutely miserable. And this guy has the nerve to tell his girlfriend not to expect him to stick around just because things used to be good. The arrogance radiating off this man is almost impressive. And then we see who he's talking to. A woman with glasses who we can assume is Shen Shui, calling out his name in disbelief. Actually wait, Shen Shui is the woman. She's furious, asking this guy if he's been living off her money this whole time and now that she's broke, he wants to bail. The absolute trash behavior on display here. And this man doesn't even flinch. He confirms that yes, he wants to break up. She can't give him the life he wants anymore, and then he has the audacity to say a man's youth is short, and what she can't provide, someone else will. This is industrial-grade garbage human behavior. He even tells her to pay the bill since she probably can't afford it, calls her auntie, and just walks away whistling. This man's villain energy is honestly off the charts, and to make it worse, the people around her start gossiping, calling her miserable, mocking her for dating a younger man, just twisting the knife while she's already down. But Shen Shui is not the type to stay down. Her glasses flash with rage as she vows to make a comeback. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. She refuses to accept this as her ending. And that's when her phone goes off with a message from Zhao Yuki's friend, asking if she's interested in doing business together. Talk about timing so perfect it feels scripted. Now we jump to the next morning, where Chen Yuan is sleeping peacefully in his new place, shirtless and completely unaware of what's about to happen, because someone is turning the door handle to his bedroom right now. Chen Yuan's eyes snap open immediately. Someone's breaking into his room while he's half naked in bed. He sits up trying to think rationally. It's broad daylight, so surely no thief would be bold enough to break in right now. But our boy decides to prepare for the worst anyway. He grabs the nearest vase and gets ready to absolutely demolish whoever is on the other side of that door. He peeks around the corner with the vase raised, teeth clenched, fully committed to violence. But instead of a burglar, there's someone standing there holding a thermos full of food. Not exactly threatening. It's Shulele. She looks up at him in confusion and asks what on earth he's doing. And he's standing there equally stunned because the intruder is the girl who literally gave him this house. Chen Yuan casually pulls his shirt on while asking why she came without calling first. And Lily is just standing there trying very hard not to stare at the full display of abs happening right in front of her face. She ducks behind the door, all flustered, and apologizes, saying she didn't know he'd move in this fast. She just came to arrange the bedroom for him. But on the other side of that door, she's leaning against the wall thinking about how incredible his body is. 8-pack abs. This girl's brain has officially left the building. And then Chen Yuan decides to escalate things. He tells her since she's already seen him without clothes, it's only fair that she returns the favor. The audacity stat on this man has no upper limit, and instead of getting embarrassed and running away like a normal person, Lilei blushes and says that if Brother Yuan really wants to see, well, it's not entirely off the table. She actually called his bluff. She even doubles down, saying she's not scared since he's a grown man after all. And internally she's thinking, you want to tease me? Let's see who breaks first. This woman came prepared for war, and then she actually starts lifting her shirt. She says, well then, and the confidence on display right now is absolutely terrifying. Chen Yuan immediately panics and starts waving his hands, screaming that he was kidding, and she needs to stop. He's internally losing it, wondering if this woman has zero fear of being taken advantage of. Lilei just smiles with complete victory in her eyes. She tells him that when you play with fire, you should know who's the flame and who's the kindling. Then she laughs and says she was joking too. She won that round and she knows it. She switches right back to sweet mode and tells him she brought breakfast since he must be hungry. Shu Lei just went from nuclear seduction threat to domestic girlfriend energy in 3 seconds flat. But Chen Yuan catches the contradiction immediately. He pulls her close and asks, wait, if she supposedly didn't know he moved in, then why did she bring breakfast? Someone's not being honest here. He wraps his arms around her from behind and teases her about the inconsistency. And Lilei just tells him not to worry about minor details like that. The woman has zero shame and she's thriving. Lilei sets the food down with a satisfied grin, thinking to herself that she prepared everything perfectly. But if Chen Yuan thinks he can take the upper hand with her, he's got another thing coming. This girl is playing the long game and she's winning every round. Chen Yuan is checking out the spread Lilei brought, and he's particularly impressed by how plump and round her dumplings look. Lilei tells him she can make dumplings, soup, the whole menu, and she'll cook for him every single day as long as he lets her. The sparkles around this girl right now are doing serious work. And Chen Yuan is immediately on board. Free homemade breakfast every morning? This man has never agreed to anything faster in his life. He even offers to make it official and hire her as his personal assistant with a salary. Which honestly sounds like a very corporate way of asking someone to be your girlfriend. But Lilei shuts down the salary idea immediately and says she'll do it for free, happily, every single day. This woman is operating on pure devotion and it's honestly kind of terrifying. And then she does this little move where she lightly scratches his palm with her fingers, which is basically the universal signal for flirting at maximum intensity. And our boy is sitting there trying to eat his dumpling while internally screaming about how no man in his 20s could possibly resist this level of temptation. He's fighting for his life right now. He focuses on the food instead, and admits the dumplings really are incredible. Sometimes the safest thing to do when a beautiful woman is destroying your composure is just keep eating. Meanwhile, Lilei is over here earning her legendary title of Straight Man Slayer. This woman's flirtation game has no weaknesses and she knows exactly what she's doing. She's literally humming love songs behind his back while he eats. This is what total battlefield control looks like in a romance manhwa. But then his phone lights up with an incoming call from Gao Xuanyin. Chen Yuan's wondering why she's calling out of nowhere. And on the other end is Gao Xuanyin herself, sitting in her office looking absolutely stunning in a sparkly blue dress. Chen Yuan doesn't even stop eating. He just tells her to cut to the chase because he's busy. The man is prioritizing dumplings over a celebrity's crisis. She insists that he's literally her only option right now and she had no choice but to call. Whatever this problem is, it's clearly serious enough to make a celebrity beg. Here's the issue. Her company needs to shoot director Yang's new film, but Shudian Film City is refusing to cooperate and making things impossible for them. Chen Yuan just stares blankly and asks which director Yang she's talking about, like the man literally cannot be bothered to remember anyone in the film industry. So she reminds him it's the heavyset guy who always calls him Papa, and she stresses that every day of delayed shooting is burning through cash like nobody's business. Chen Yuan barely hesitates before casually agreeing to help. Just like that, mid-bite, not even a second thought. And then he drops the most absurd line of the episode. He says he'll give her 500 billion yuan and suggests they just build their own film and television city from scratch. And before she can even process what he just said, her phone pings with a bank notification confirming that 500 billion yuan has just landed in her account. He wasn't joking. She's sitting there counting the zeros one by one. Hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, and her brain is short-circuiting trying to comprehend the sheer scale of what just happened. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is just casually sipping his drink, telling her the money's been sent, and he'll swing by the company in a few days. Zero urgency, zero stress. Gao Xuanyin is completely floored. 500 billion yuan, and this man talks about it like he's lending someone bus fare. The wealth gap between Chen Yuan and normal humans is genuinely astronomical. Back at the table, Chen Yuan thanks Lilei for the amazing breakfast. The man just dropped 500 billion yuan and now he's back to being a polite houseguest. But then he hits her with something unexpected. He tells Lilei that he thinks it's better for him to move out of this place. And Lilei's reaction is immediate and catastrophic. The girl looks like she just got hit by actual lightning. She asks if she did something wrong, looking completely devastated. And the manhwa is really leaning into the visuals here because Lilei has never looked more unfairly gorgeous while being sad. But Chen Yuan actually has a reasonable explanation for this. It's about the apartment complex itself. He tells her that if she keeps showing up without knocking or even announcing herself, things are gonna get awkward, which, considering last time she walked in on him shirtless, is a fair point. So he asks her to hand over the spare key. He's thinking if she can just walk in whenever she wants, there's no telling what kind of situation that could lead to. Lele reluctantly hands the key over, looking like someone just took away her most prized possession. But then she casually mentions that she has more than one spare key. This girl came prepared with backup plans for her backup plans. Chen Yuan immediately calls her out, saying he knows about the extra keys and if she can't respect his privacy, he'll just move out entirely. Lele surrenders instantly and agrees to behave. He gives her a charming smile and tells her he knows she understands, then waves goodbye as he heads out. This man just boundary checked his landlord/future wife. Lele's left thinking she needs to hold on tighter before things slip away, while Chen Yuan walks off with complete confidence. The power dynamics in this relationship shift every 5 minutes. Outside, someone's calling out to Chen Yuan as he reaches his car. Time for the next item on today's pack schedule. It's his buddy Lu Wenjie and a girl named Du Xiaoyu, both waiting for him. Wenjie is thrilled to see him and Xiaoyu gives him a friendly wave. But Chen Yuan's a bit thrown off because he wanted to have a private conversation with Wenjie about some personal matters, and now that's clearly not happening with company around. Wenjie notices he's got a new car again and asks where they're gonna eat. Chen Yuan just tells them to get in and they'll figure it out on the way. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoyu is in the back seat calculating everything. She's thinking that with Chen Yuan's wealth, they're probably heading somewhere ridiculously fancy, and she's glad she did her makeup today. This girl has an agenda. But reality is about to hit her expectations like a freight train, and you can already see the disappointment building. Because Chen Yuan takes them to the most rundown, beat-up-looking Sichuan restaurant she's ever seen. Xiaoyu is standing there questioning her entire life, wondering if this is a horror movie set. But Wenjie is loving it. He says the food here is authentic, and he's relieved Chen Yuan didn't drag them to some pretentious fine dining spot. Chen Yuan says he's all about keeping it relaxed, while Xiaoyu silently mourns her truffles and caviar dreams. Wenjie tells Xiaoyu she's in for a treat once the food arrives, and she puts on her best fake smile and pretends to be grateful. Academy Award-level performance from this woman right now. Internally, though, she's starting to doubt everything. She's wondering if Chen Yuan is actually just some broke dude pretending to be rich, eating at roadside stalls. Did she misjudge this entire situation? But then a TV in the restaurant starts broadcasting a live press conference, and the announcer mentions Gao Xuanyin's company has a major announcement. Chen Yuan's ears perk up immediately. And there she is on the old TV set, Gao Xuanyin herself, announcing that she has something major to reveal to the public. Chen Yuan is already irritated. He's thinking, does this woman not understand the concept of staying under the radar? Why does she always need to make a spectacle of everything? And then the bomb drops. The announcement reveals that the renowned tycoon Mr. Yan is investing 100 billion yuan to build the largest film and television base in all of Asia. Chen Yuan literally spits out his drink. Wenjie immediately turns to Chen Yuan and asks if that Mr. Yan she's talking about is, well, him, and whether he's seriously planning to build a film and television base. The cover is getting blown in real time, and Du Xiaoyu's eyes literally light up with yuan signs. 100 billion? Chen Yuan is actually wealthy beyond comprehension. Her entire world just got flipped upside down. Her brain does a complete 180. Now she's thinking a wealthy guy who still eats at roadside stalls must have incredible character. The gold digger logic pipeline has never been this efficient. Chen Yuan, meanwhile, is absolutely fuming. He's ranting internally about how Gao Xuanyin just blew his Mr. Yan identity wide open, and now how is he supposed to stay low profile and live his best life? Wenjie is starstruck, asking about celebrity connections and the film base, while Chen Yuan nervously laughs it off, saying it's really not a big deal. He's in full damage control mode. When Wenjie starts yelling about the 100 billion, Chen Yuan literally shoves chopsticks full of food into his mouth and tells him to shut up and eat. Crisis management at its finest. And Du Xiaoyu has made her decision. She's now internally calling Lu Wenjie the cash cow of her lifetime, because through Wenjie she can get close to Chen Yuan. She immediately starts wiping his face like the most devoted girlfriend on earth. Her eyes are blazing with yuan symbols as she vows to hold on to this connection no matter what. She's thinking even leftover crumbs from Chen Yuan's wealth would make her rich for life. The scheming is operating at maximum capacity, so she pivots into full waifu mode, wiping food off Wenjie's face and telling him to eat more carefully. Poor Wenjie has no idea he just became a strategic asset in this woman's wealth acquisition plan. Meanwhile, news of the 100 billion yuan investment is spreading across the city like wildfire, and it's reaching some very important people. We cut to a group of familiar faces walking through what looks like a corporate building, watching the press conference on a big screen. One of them questions how Chen Yuan supposedly only had 50 billion, but now also knows Gao Xuanyin. But one of the women just smiles and says this is completely normal behavior for Chen Yuan. Like casually investing hundreds of billions is just a Tuesday for him. The group starts analyzing everything. They mention Chen Yuan met Gao Xuanyin at a charity dinner before, and someone asks if maybe he's just spending this money to impress women. The gossip mill is running hot, but the sharp one in the group pushes back. She says a 100 billion yuan project isn't something you decide on a whim. This had to have been planned well in advance, and the Gao Xuan Yin announcement is just the reveal. Everyone agrees that spending 100 billion just to chase women would be insane even for Chen Yuan. They praise Miss Xiao's analysis, saying his moves always have deeper strategic meaning behind them. She starts connecting the dots out loud. From koi fish technology to Big Cat TV and now a film and television base. What exactly is Chen Yuan building toward? But even she admits she can't fully figure him out. Chen Yuan remains an enigma wrapped in unlimited funding, and that might be the scariest thing about him. Then one of the girls has a brilliant idea. If they revealed right now that Big Cat TV is also backed by Mr. Yan, wouldn't that attract a flood of talent and industry insiders wanting to join them? The other girl immediately calls her a genius. They figure that with a billionaire backing them, everyone in the industry will see Big Cat TV as having limitless potential. After all, the boss's investment instincts never miss. Xiao Ruoyu pauses and asks the real question. Is this also part of Chen Yuan's master plan? The rest of the group goes completely silent, because in their minds, Chen Yuan has ascended to final boss territory. This man's moves are so far ahead of everyone else that they can't even tell if they're part of his strategy or just reacting to it. Genuinely terrifying energy. And then we cut to someone new at the office. A woman with glasses walks up and asks what everyone's so worked up about. Wait, is that Shen Shui from last episode? The girls catch her up to speed, explaining that Gao Xuan Yin's press conference just announced a massive investment from the mysterious Mr. Yan. Shen Shui's ears immediately perk up at that name. Shen Shui leans in and asks which Mr. Yan they're talking about. The concern on her face suggests she might have an idea, but she needs confirmation, and then they drop the real bombshell. Not only is it the Mr. Yan, the most famous one, but their company, Big Cat TV, is also invested by the same person. Shen Shui's jaw hits the floor, and Shen Shui, the woman who just joined this company after her entire life fell apart, nervously asks if it's too late to resign. Girl, you just landed the most accidentally overpowered job in the entire city and you want to leave? Back at the Big Cat TV office, the girls are desperately trying to talk some sense into their newest recruit. Xiao Yuqi is pulling out every card she's got, reminding Shen Shui that she was the one who helped her become an anchor in the first place. But the second she hears the name Mr. Yan, Shen Shui practically short-circuits. She confesses that the entire reason her old company went bankrupt is because she offended Mr. Yan, and if he finds out she joined this company, she's terrified of what happens next. Xiao Yuqi is completely lost. She says she's just a bit sensitive and doesn't want to be a burden, and honestly, the girl looks like she's about to cry. But then Xiao Yuqi asks the obvious question, did Mr. Yan actually cause her company's bankruptcy? Because the Chen Yuan she knows is more of a motorcycle-riding, piano-playing free spirit than a corporate hitman. She starts thinking it over and decides Chen Yuan actually seems like a pretty easygoing guy with a good temper. Which, to be fair, is mostly true as long as you don't cross him. So she grabs her phone and tells Shen Shui not to worry, that she'll personally call Chen Yuan and sort this whole thing out. This girl's confidence is honestly admirable. Meanwhile, we cut to the most humble roadside stall you've ever seen, where a certain 100 billionaire was just finishing his dinner like a regular civilian. Wenjia and Du Xiaoyu wave goodbye, saying they'll keep in touch by phone. Chen Yuan heads off, completely unaware of what's about to land in his inbox, and right on cue, his phone rings. It's Xiao Yuqi, and she says she has something important to discuss. Chen Yuan casually tells her to go ahead, but before she can even finish her first sentence, Chen Yuan cuts her off. He asks if she's calling about the 100 billion investment with Gao Xuan Yin, because word travels fast apparently. Xiao Yuqi gets right to the point. She asks if Shen Shui offended him before, and if he had her company blacklisted. Chen Yuan genuinely has no idea who she's talking about and asks which department this person is even from. So Xiao Yuqi spells it out. Shen Shui, the woman who ran a live streaming agency and had the audacity to use his name to scam people. And suddenly Chen Yuan's memory clicks into place. He remembers now, that arrogant woman who went around dropping his name like it was a free coupon. He confirms he taught her a lesson because she dared to use his reputation to deceive people, which is honestly a perfectly reasonable reaction. Xiao Yuqi then carefully reveals that Shen Shui is currently working at her company. You can practically feel her holding her breath waiting for his response. She explains that Shen Shui has learned her lesson and asks if Chen Yuan can forgive and forget. And just like that, he says fine, let her apologize. That was way easier than expected. Chen Yuan even adds that if this woman truly recognizes her mistakes, he sees no reason to be ruthless. And there it is, that magnanimous energy that makes everyone around him fall even harder. Shen Shui immediately gets on the phone and delivers the most thorough apology of her entire life. She promises to be a model employee and never cross him again. The survival instincts on this woman are impeccable. Crisis averted. Shen Shui thanks Xiao Yuqi from the bottom of her heart, and Yuqi cheerfully declares them all one big family now. From almost fired to family in under 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is thinking to himself that Shen Shui is actually quite capable and adaptable. He figures she'll be a valuable asset for Xiao Yuqi's company. This man turned an enemy into an employee without even trying. He reflects that not everyone has high emotional intelligence, and some people just need to get knocked down before they understand how the world works. Honestly, that might be the most accurate life advice in this entire series. Now here's where things get spicy. We cut back to Gao Xuanyin's press conference, which is still very much live and very much destroying Chen Yuan's low-profile lifestyle. She's in the middle of discussing the location for the new film and television base when she suddenly stops and says she needs to take a phone call. The entire press room goes silent, and it's Chen Yuan on the other end absolutely losing it. He accuses her of selling him out, and she stammers that she didn't. He demands to know how he's supposed to stay under the radar when she's broadcasting his 100 billion investment to the entire country. But Gao Xuanyin fires right back. She asks him if he really thinks he's been low-key when he spends his days playing piano, throwing money at streamers, and fighting villains. The woman has receipts and she is not afraid to use them. Chen Yuan realizes arguing is pointless, so he pivots. Since she already went and held this press conference, he tells her to at least make it useful and help him with one specific thing. Keep an eye on this request because it's about to change everything. Gao Xuanyin is intrigued. She's wondering what Mr. Yan could possibly be scheming this time, because with this man, nothing is ever straightforward. Whatever he told her, she immediately agrees. No pushback, no questions. She just says she understands and will handle it. The man's authority is something else. She turns back to the press with that gorgeous composed smile and announces that she just received a very important phone call from Mr. Yan himself. Every single reporter in that room perks up instantly. The reporters are going absolutely feral. They're calling this exclusive breaking news, speculating that the mysterious Mr. Yan might finally be revealing himself to the world. And then she drops the payload. She announces that Mr. Yan has just acquired a live streaming platform called Big Cat TV, and it's about to relaunch. Remember last episode when the girls at Big Cat TV had that idea? Chen Yuan just made it happen in real time. She doesn't stop there. Her own film company will become a strategic partner of Big Cat TV, and she tells everyone to stay tuned for her upcoming movie on the platform. This is a full-blown corporate combo attack. The press room erupts into chaos. Reporters are shouting over each other, asking about Mr. Yan's relationship with Gao Xuanyin, his future plans and which industries he's targeting next. The hype is completely uncontainable, and the shockwaves are already spreading. Over in the anchor resting area of a competing platform, people are asking if Mr. Yan is really entering the live streaming business. 3 female anchors are already doing the math. If Mr. Yan is this generous throwing money at other streamers, imagine how well he treats his own talent. They're literally planning to jump ship to Big Cat TV right now. Penalty fees be damned. And over at the Shark Platform headquarters, the big competitor in this space, the news just landed like a tactical nuke. Mr. Yan is officially coming for their territory. The silver-haired boss is watching the press conference with mild contempt. He scoffs that the industry is already divided up and even unlimited money can't change the landscape. This man has absolutely no idea what's about to hit him. And not even 30 seconds later, an employee comes crashing through his door screaming that the entire research and operations departments just mass resigned and their top anchors are already jumping ship. The speedrun from arrogance to catastrophe here is genuinely breathtaking. The boss's face melts into pure horror. He finally understands that this is how Mr. Yan breaks through in an established market. You don't compete with the industry. You just steal everyone who works in it. Back at Redco Town, the Big Cat TV girls are watching all of this unfold in real time, and someone is shouting that Zhao Ruoyu called it perfectly. Zhao Yuki is practically vibrating with excitement. She says Gao Xuanyin just gave Big Cat TV the biggest free advertisement imaginable, and only Chen Yuan could have orchestrated this whole sequence in advance. But Zhao Ruoyu just plays it cool, saying she was honestly just guessing and didn't expect to actually be right. Meanwhile, this is the second time her analysis of Chen Yuan has been spot on. Respectfully, her pattern recognition is elite. And then we get this absolutely cinematic shot of Chen Yuan's silhouette reaching over the entire city skyline like he's about to grab the world in the palm of his hand. This might be the hardest flex in the entire series so far. The entire group now fully believes Chen Yuan is a business mastermind playing 4-dimensional chess. They're saying all of his seemingly random behavior was actually a calculated setup from the very beginning, intentional all along. But then one of the girls asks the question that's been burning in everyone's mind. If Chen Yuan is truly this calculating, then was all his flirting and spending money on them just part of his investment strategy too? Zhao Ruoyu connects the dots out loud. If all that money he spent wasn't about romance, then it was purely for business returns. The room goes quiet as every single woman in it processes what that actually means. And then the devastating conclusion lands. He didn't spend money on them because he wanted to pursue them romantically. He just saw their potential as future employees. That is simultaneously the coldest and most business-efficient thing a man has ever done in fiction. The emotional damage is immeasurable. All 3 of them are mentally screaming at Chen Yuan, asking if he actually has feelings for any of them or if this was all just corporate recruitment. Would you rather be loved or be scouted? Because these girls got scouted. Zhao Ruoyu looks around at everyone's faces and realizes they're all thinking the exact same thing. Every woman in this room just got collectively friend-zoned by a man who wasn't even in the room. But Xiao Ruoyu refuses to give up. She thinks if she hesitates now, she'll definitely lose. She admits she doesn't know who Chen Yuan actually likes, and that uncertainty is what makes this a competition. He might like all of them, or he might not like any of them at all. And that ambiguity is what's keeping every single one of these gorgeous women locked in and competing. Chen Yuan accidentally built the most intense romantic battle royale imaginable. Xiao Ruoyu makes her declaration. Even if he's a womanizer, she'll stay by his side until he makes his choice. Is this devotion or delusion? Honestly, at this point the line is completely blurred. The other girls just stand there in complete silence, each one clearly running the same calculation in their heads. The tension could be cut with a sword, but then someone claps their hands and says enough, they're tabling this conversation for now. Probably for the best, because that room was about 30 seconds from becoming a full-blown soap opera. And Shen Shui, the newcomer who nearly quit 5 minutes ago, drops the most base take in this entire episode. She says women should prioritize their careers, that self-reliance is the only real power move, and excellence naturally attracts respect. Every woman in that room agrees. They'll compete on their own merits. Whoever proves most valuable to Chen Yuan's empire earns the right to stand beside him. The romance arc just became a corporate performance review, and honestly that's the most galaxy brain pivot I've ever seen. Now the scene shifts somewhere completely new. A man walks up to a front desk and asks to pick up a package. Pay attention to the receptionist here, because she's about to matter a whole lot more than you'd expect. The receptionist, a girl named Shu Tong, retrieves the package and offers to help open it. Everything seems perfectly normal and mundane, for about 3 more seconds, because her coworker comes running over screaming about how Gao Xuanyin's press conference just broke the internet, and the 100 billion yuan investment is trending #1 in under 30 minutes. Shu Tong barely looks up while cutting open the package. She casually dismisses it, saying Gao Xuanyin was just that celebrity who had scandals recently, and there's no way she actually has 100 billion. Her co-worker insists that Gao Xuanyin definitely has a mysterious rich backer behind her. Shu Tong finally looks up and asks who this wealthy mystery person is, and the instant she hears the name Mr. Yan, her hand slips, and she slices her finger open with the box cutter. Her coworker is gushing about how Mr. Yan invested 100 billion in a film city and acquired Big Cat TV, calling it the most powerful move she's ever seen from a wealthy person. Stars are literally in this girl's eyes. Another coworker chimes in saying they once saw Mr. Yan on a live stream sending 1,000 rockets, and they all agree Shu Tong is incredibly lucky to have supposedly met someone that connected. But Shu Tong's reaction is not what they expected, because Shu Tong is internally screaming, Chen Yuan. It's Chen Yuan again. And this time he's invested 100 billion. Her entire brain is collapsing under the weight of whatever history she has with this man. She literally drops to the floor in despair, crying that she kicked away everything. Whatever chance she had with Chen Yuan, whatever connection they once shared, she apparently threw it all away herself. The regret is radiating off this panel like nuclear fallout. We pull out to a sweeping shot of the Shanghai financial district, because this story is about to shift from romance and comedy into something much more dangerous. Someone has just hurled a glass at Gao Xuanyin's image on screen, snarling about how unreasonable it is that this Yan person keeps showing up everywhere. Whoever this is, they are not a fan. And there he is, a new player. This man is absolutely furious, ranting that he explicitly forbade the Film City collaboration with Gao Xuanyin, and yet Mr. Yan went and built his own base entirely from scratch just to spite him. He calls it a direct slap to the face. His assistant, and let me just say the character design department went absolutely unhinged on this one, tells him to calm down, and that she's already sent people to investigate Mr. Yan. This woman is dangerously attractive and apparently dangerously competent. He stares at a portrait of Gao Xuanyin on his wall and demands to know if she's Mr. Yan's puppet. He connects the dots, realizing this Yan person also helped take down Wang Hu and Fang Jingyuan, 2 names that clearly meant something to him. But then he dismisses them completely, calling Wang Hu and Fang Jingyuan nothing more than 2 dogs he raised. The casual cruelty in that statement tells you everything about this man's power level. He stands at the window overlooking the entire Shanghai skyline and declares that the Li family has been scheming for years, and whatever Li Jiamu desires will eventually belong to him. So Chen Yuan just gained a genuine final boss-level antagonist, and this man does not look like he plays fair. Back in the heart of Shanghai's financial district, the power players are making their next moves. Li Jiamu's assistant reports that none of the major tycoon families have anyone named Yan Zong in their ranks. He's baffled, wondering where this mysterious man's fortune even came from. His assistant gets real cozy and tells him not to worry, insisting Mr. Yan is just some local tycoon trying to compete out of jealousy. Li Jiamu is not convinced. She reminds him that the Li family has deep roots in the entertainment industry, that their Shendian film base is unmatched. In terms of resources, connections, and wealth, Mr. Yan simply cannot compete. But Li Jiamu is sharper than his assistant gives him credit for. He suspects Mr. Yan knows his own weaknesses perfectly and that his real goal has nothing to do with entertainment at all. He declares the film base is just a cover, and what Mr. Yan actually wants is real estate development. His assistant offers to send people to dig into Yan's true background within 3 days. Keep this investigation in mind because it is absolutely going to come back around. Lee Jae-moo grins and says he wants to see exactly what kind of person this Yan really is. Villain arc loading at full speed. Meanwhile, at Chen Yuan's apartment, a completely different kind of drama is unfolding. Someone is offering Brother Yuan some homemade soup, and the domesticity of this scene is honestly kind of adorable. And here is the full picture. Chen Yuan is aggressively button mashing on his controller while Lei literally spoon feeds him soup. This man is living a lifestyle that most people only see in their wildest fantasies. Lei is cheering that Brother Yuan won again, pointing excitedly at the victory screen. She is genuinely more invested in his gaming session than most coaches are in their players. Chen Yuan finally pauses and asks Lei something important. She has been taking care of him for 3 solid days while he just played games non-stop. Does she seriously have no objections? And when he says taking care of him, he means everything. Cooking, cleaning, doing his laundry, making full-course meals. He admits even his own mother has not pampered him this thoroughly. Lei just smiles and tells him it is his home so he can do whatever he wants. Chen Yuan is stunned, asking if she does not think he is some lazy shut-in with no ambition. Instead, Lei is absolutely amazed that his gaming rank jumped from 700 to 9800 in just a few days. She calls him the most ambitious man she has ever met. Ma'am, his ambition is a gaming leaderboard. Chen Yuan is internally losing his mind. He is thinking, since when do girls praise guys for playing games all day? He is literally slacking off and getting worshipped for it. The confusion on this man's face is priceless. But eventually our boy slides into his flip-flops and heads for the door because there is actual work to be done. Lei asks if she can tag along, but Chen Yuan tells her it is not convenient since he has business matters to handle. Pay attention to Lei's reaction here, because this girl has a strategy cooking. She waves him off sweetly, but internally she is running calculations. She reminds herself that men value personal space and being too clingy only pushes them away. Her master plan is to silently make herself indispensable. Once Chen Yuan gets used to having her around, he will not be able to leave her. Honestly, this girl is playing the long game better than most corporate strategists. Now the scene shifts to Gao Xuanyin's entertainment company, where employees are buzzing because apparently the investor himself is visiting today. Even CEO Gao personally came down to greet him. And there she is, Gao Xuanyin walking down the red carpet in a sparkly blue dress, looking like she is about to accept an award. The entire company has rolled out the full VIP treatment for Mr. Yan's arrival. She rushes to the car shouting that Mr. Yan has finally arrived. A whole celebrity personally running to welcome a guy stepping out of a van in casual clothes. Chen Yuan is honestly a little embarrassed, telling her that a big star personally coming to pick him up is way too extravagant. She playfully insists that as their investor, a little courtesy is absolutely necessary. But while she is playing the professional hostess on the outside, Gao Xuanyin is having a full internal meltdown. She admits to herself that she is finding Chen Yuan more and more attractive, that being around him makes her feel secure. She thinks she is genuinely starting to fall for him. The entire company is lined up to welcome manager Yan for his guidance and inspection. Chen Yuan is getting the full head of state treatment, and honestly this man showed up in a black t-shirt and green joggers. He looks at all the flowers and employees and tells Gao Xuanyin that this is way too much and to please not do this next time. The humility is real, or at least it looks real. Gao Xuanyin gives him a knowing smile and says she understands. He prefers to keep things low-key. And can we just appreciate how effortlessly devastating she looks right now? But Gao Xuanyin sees right through him. She is thinking that this man is such a hypocrite because it is plastered all over his face. Now they get down to actual business. Today's meeting is about choosing the location for the 100 billion yuan film and television city project. The first advisor suggests building in a first-tier city where talent is concentrated, making it easier to attract partners and boost surrounding development. Standard corporate thinking. Gao Xuanyin pushes back immediately. Land prices in first-tier cities are way too high. She suggests second- or third-tier cities would be far more practical for a film city. A third person chimes in, suggesting they build it in Shenangjia, a remote forestry reserve, arguing it would be closer to nature and more convenient for outdoor filming locations. With 3 options on the table, everyone turns to Mr. Yan and asks which plan he thinks is best. All eyes are on our boy. Chen Yuan looks genuinely caught off guard and laughs, asking if his thoughts are actually important. This man who casually drops 100 billion is acting surprised that people want his opinion. Gao Xuanyin confirms that of course his thoughts matter. He is the investor, the final decision lies entirely with him. Everyone in this room is essentially working for him. And that is when Chen Yuan drops his verdict. He rejects all 3 plans entirely. None of them are viable in his eyes. The room goes silent. He walks up to the map and casually circles a random spot, declaring that they should build it right here. No analysis, no spreadsheets, just vibes. The room erupts because the spot he picked is Tianmen City, a remote backwater with no airport, no university, and 0 development potential. But Chen Yuan argues that is exactly the point. Cheap land means they can plan something massive. The room is split. Some people agree that it is his money and he can spend it however he wants. Others insist, and then one guy who is actually from Tianmen City stands up looking physically ill, declaring that this 100 billion investment is doomed. He says even divine intervention could not save a project in that city. The despair is radiating off this man. But here is where Chen Yuan reveals his true reasoning, and honestly it is unhinged. He says their plans have too much potential for profitability. What he wants is to spend money, spend it extravagantly. The more the better. Is this genius or insanity? That is genuinely the question of the century. Decision made. 100 billion yuan investment in Tianmen City. Chen Yuan kicks back in his chair with the energy of a man who just ordered takeout, not someone who committed the GDP of a small nation to a backwater town. After the meeting, the employees are absolutely dumbfounded. They expected the meeting to last all night, but it ended in minutes. Someone says it felt like they were discussing a 1,000 yuan deal, not 100 billion won. This is quite possibly the fastest 9-figure business decision ever made. Gao Xuanyin watches him leave and admits she cannot tell if this man is a genius or a devil. He is truly unfathomable. Honestly, both options seem equally plausible at this point. But now we get to hear what Chen Yuan is actually thinking, and it all clicks into place. He chose Tianmen City specifically because they will suffer heavy losses there, and when they do, he can inject more funds and trigger an even bigger cashback from his system. This man is not bad at business. He is intentionally sabotaging profitability for personal gain. Right on cue, his phone buzzes with an incoming video call. It is Zhao Yuqi, and Chen Yuan seems surprised by the video format. Zhao Yuqi wants to discuss the recruitment matter they talked about before and asks if he is free for a phone conference right now. Zhao Yuqi immediately notices he is outside and asks why he is on the street. The man just finished casually deciding the fate of 100 billion yuan and is now wandering around town like a tourist. She asks him if he forgot about this matter entirely, and the tone of her voice makes it very clear she already knows the answer. Chen Yuan throws up an awkward peace sign and insists that of course he did not forget. He claims he came outside because the signal is better out here. The man is fumbling so hard right now, but internally he is admitting that he almost completely forgot about this. The man who remembers to strategically lose billions almost forgot a basic meeting. Priorities, am I right? Zhao Yuqi starts her briefing. Since the press conference, tons of people are paying attention to Big Cat TV. But the platform is also facing some serious challenges that need to be addressed immediately. The biggest issue is profit sharing with anchors. The industry standard is 50-50, and some scummy platforms even take 70%. Zhao Yuqi proposes a generous 60-40 split in the anchor's favor to attract top talent. Smart, reasonable, professional. But the experienced management team at Big Cat TV immediately pushes back through the video conference. They argue that giving away more than 50% would be too detrimental and increase operating costs significantly. A senior manager insists that 50-50 is already generous enough. She warns that any more concessions will lead to significant losses for the company in the long run. And can I just say, the character designers went absolutely wild with this woman's outfit for a business meeting. And that is when Chen Yuan's ears perk up like a dog hearing a treat bag. He asks, "Wait, did you just say loss?" The way this man's entire demeanor shifted at the word loss is genuinely terrifying. The manager confirms that Big Cat is already in a critical financial state. Any further losses would create a massive funding gap. She has no idea she just said the magic words. Chen Yuan is holding his phone with the most devious smirk imaginable. He acknowledges that it is indeed a critical state and difficult to handle, then immediately thinks to himself that losing money is fantastic and he absolutely loves losses. This man is clinically allergic to profit. He drops his decree. 82% for the company costs, 20% for company members, and 80% for the anchors. Then he adds with a straight face that Big Cat is a platform of integrity and they could never exploit women. Would you trust this man with your investments? Be honest. The entire meeting room is nothing but question marks. Every single person in that room is trying to figure out if their boss just deliberately chose to hemorrhage money. But then Chen Yuan delivers his grand vision speech. He says he started Big Cat TV to create the world's top streaming platform and change the lives of every girl who dreams of becoming an anchor. They need to think long-term. A crow literally lands on his shoulder like he is some kind of Disney protagonist delivering a sermon. He explains they will use this aggressive strategy to rapidly capture the market while competitors are fighting amongst themselves. He declares through the video call that in the present chaos of competing factions, they need to make a ruthless breakthrough. And money is not a concern because he has plenty. The management team can do nothing but stare at their screens in disbelief. And then he finishes with the most alpha CEO line possible. Whoever agrees, agrees. Whoever opposes, opposes. The entire management team sits in stunned silence. Nobody dares say another word. When the man writing the check speaks, everyone else becomes an audience. Zhao Yuqi, meanwhile, is just sipping her tea with a subtle smile, watching the chaos unfold. This woman has clearly learned to just let Chen Yuan do his thing. And then her phone buzzes with a notification that nearly makes her heart stop. An account transfer of 5 billion yuan has just been deposited. Zhao Yuqi is in absolute disbelief. She is asking how this happened so fast. The man was literally just walking down the street 5 minutes ago and he casually transferred 5 billion like it was a Venmo payment for lunch. And here is the real kicker. Chen Yuan is thinking to himself that the bigger the loss, the bigger his cashback. He is actively praying for financial disaster. This man weaponized bankruptcy as a business model, and honestly, it might be the most galaxy-brained scheme in fiction. Back in the office, a senior manager notices Zhao Yuqi's stunned expression and asks what happened to surprise her so suddenly. Zhao Yuqi plays it impossibly cool, casually sipping her tea while mentioning that Mr. Yan just transferred 5 billion to her. Just now. No big deal. The room absolutely loses it. Everyone is screaming about how casually he transferred that kind of money. 5 billion sent like a text message. These people are witnessing money being treated as a toy. The senior manager is now completely re-evaluating everything. He admits he initially thought Zhao Yuqi was too young to expand the business, but she is clearly connected to someone whose power level he massively underestimated. And the manager who was just arguing against Chen Yuan's plan. She is now in full regret mode, admitting she must have been blind to mess with Mr. Yan in the past. She is thanking the heavens he is magnanimous enough not to hold grudges against small fry like her. The attitude shift is giving whiplash. Zhao Yuqi takes a moment to reflect. She acknowledges Chen Yuan's ideas seem absurd but are actually genius. But something catches her attention. Why did he transfer the money to her personal account instead of the company's corporate account? She looks around the room at all the management team members who were just arguing against her decisions moments ago, and then it clicks. He sent the money to her personally so that she controls the distribution. With 5 billion in her hands, every single person in this room has to obey her unconditionally. Chen Yuan just gave her absolute power without even being in the building. Zhao Yuqi is genuinely moved, thinking about how meticulously he considered her position. She calls him truly gentle and admits she is deeply touched. Another one falls deeper into the Chen Yuan gravitational field. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is walking down the street and suddenly remembers that the 5 billion was actually supposed to go to the company's corporate account, not Zhao Yuqi's personal one. He pauses and thinks about what to do about this accidental transfer situation. Because asking for 5 billion back from a woman's personal account is not exactly a smooth conversation to have. And then he checks his phone and Zhao Yuqi has already sent him a message that says, and I quote, "Husband, thank you." She went from CEO to confession in the span of one bank transfer. Chen Yuan is completely thrown off. He is wondering what is going on with President Zhao suddenly confessing like that, and whether it was specifically because of the 5 billion he just sent. The accidental 5 billion just bought him a wife declaration. Talk about return on investment. But Chen Yuan decides not to worry about the mix-up and instead celebrates. His internal monologue is all about spending money wisely and splurging extravagantly. The man is speedrunning financial ruin and having the time of his life doing it. And then we get his ultimate fantasy. He imagines that once they squander all the money and their businesses fail, both Gao Xuanyin and Zhao Yuqi will become emotionally dependent on him. This man is planning to speedrun corporate failure specifically to unlock romance flags. That has to be the most deranged dating strategy in all of fiction. He is dreaming about breaking through the 100-point favorability rating with both of them. Our protagonist is literally treating real women like dating sim characters, and the scariest part is that it is actually working. Back at Big Cat TV, Zhao Yuqi steps out to address the entire company. She announces that their investor just injected 5 billion yuan into the operation. She declares this money will serve as their strategic fund for the next phase of growth. The entire development team is locked in and ready to go. And then she drops the real bombshell. Starting today, the company adopts a new work system. Everyone's salary doubles and year-end bonuses double as well. She is literally raining money on the employees. Then she looks at her team and asks them directly, do they have the confidence to make Big Cat TV the #1 streaming platform in the industry? The entire office is buzzing with energy as everyone processes the magnitude of what just happened. 5 billion in funding and doubled salaries will make anyone believe in a vision. And the employees scream in unison that they absolutely do have confidence. Their eyes have literally turned into yuan signs. Nothing motivates a workforce quite like the promise of doubled pay. Zhao Yuqi makes a silent vow to Chen Yuan that she will not let him down. She is going to make Big Cat TV shine brighter than anything the industry has ever seen. This woman went from confused CEO to war general in one afternoon. Later that evening, Chen Yuan comes home and immediately notices something is off. He calls out for Lele, but the apartment is empty. He spots something on the bed, a letter sitting there in the dim light, and suddenly the whole atmosphere shifts from comedy to something far more serious. He picks it up and realizes this is what Lele left behind. The girl who spent 3 days silently making herself indispensable just vanished without a word. The note reads that she has something to attend to at home and asks him to take care of dinner himself. Remember her whole strategy about making him dependent? Well, now she has removed herself from the equation. And if Chen Yuan suddenly feels how empty that apartment is without her, then Lele might just be the most dangerous player in this entire competition. Chen Yuan is still staring at Lele's note, and the man is actually smiling. He calls her out for playing Tom and Jerry, running away just to make him miss her. Shoo Lele, how intriguing. He is replaying it all in his head. At first, she used the excuse of taking care of him to worm her way into his daily life. She made him rely on her for everything, and then she just ripped herself away without warning. And now the apartment feels genuinely uncomfortable without her. And here is the wildest part. He knows she is playing mind games. He sees the entire strategy clear as day, but he still cannot bring himself to dislike her. That is how formidable Shulele truly is. Keep an eye on this dynamic, because it is far from over. So he just lies there on his couch, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out when exactly he became the kind of man who notices when a girl stops cooking for him. And then his thoughts shift to something surprisingly vulnerable. He is thinking it has been a long time since someone stayed with him so peacefully. That loneliness hits him like a freight train, and suddenly all he can think about is home. He is wondering how his parents are doing and whether they miss him as much as he misses them right now. And just like that, Chen Yuan packs up and heads back to his hometown. The train pulls into Tianmen Station, the same city he deliberately chose for his doomed investment project. From the train he transfers to a bus that is winding through mountain roads so steep they would make a GPS reconsider its career choices. And this man is just sleeping through all of it. He finally steps off the bus and takes a deep breath of that hometown air. He is thinking he never realized just how exhausting the journey home actually is. And then it hits him. Has he been living too comfortably lately? The man went from a village bus ride to casually transferring billions in Shanghai. The culture shock of returning to reality is real. He is thinking he cannot exactly roll into the village in a Rolls Royce, because his parents would immediately ask if he latched onto some rich person's coattails. So he is dragging his suitcase down a dirt road like a regular college student. This man has billions and is traveling by foot. But then a car comes up behind him and starts honking. Someone apparently recognizes our protagonist from behind. A guy is yelling his name from the car like they are long-lost friends. Chen Yuan turns around and recognizes him immediately. That is Zheng Biao, his elementary school classmate. Zheng Biao immediately starts asking if he is still studying and whether he has achieved anything remarkable. Chen Yuan plays it cool and says he is just a college student back for the holidays. The restraint on this man is Olympic level. Zheng Biao tells him to hop in, claiming he is going to broaden his horizons. The condescension is already dripping off this man and the car ride has not even started. Chen Yuan gets in and immediately notices this is a Mercedes. He is genuinely surprised, asking Zheng Biao when he started driving luxury vehicles. Zheng Biao corrects him to use brother Biao, and then launches into his success story. He is making a fortune selling seafood through live streaming. Meanwhile, he is roasting Chen Yuan for wasting years on books with nothing to show for it. Chen Yuan plays along, praising brother Biao for being so awesome. And Zheng Biao eats it up completely, bragging that his old man always said he was no match for Chen Yuan, and now he gets to prove who really made it. This man peeked at a Mercedes and thinks he won the war. But then both of them spot someone standing on the road ahead, and the entire energy in this car shifts instantly. There is a girl waiting there, and even from a distance something about her is stopping traffic. Literally. And there she is up close. Blue twin tails, crimson red eyes, and the kind of face that makes you forget what you were doing 3 seconds ago. Chen Yuan is trying to place where he knows her from, and then it clicks. He flashes back to the grumpy little girl from his childhood, and the name escapes his mouth. Wang Mengmeng. That is the same girl? The glow up on this woman is genuinely unreasonable. Meanwhile, Zheng Biao is drooling so hard his suit might need dry cleaning. He is gushing about how old Wang's daughter outshines every city girl he has ever met, and fantasizing about making her his girlfriend. This man has zero subtlety. But Mengmeng completely ignores Zheng Biao's existence and lights up at the sight of Chen Yuan. She is calling him Big Brother Yuan, complimenting how tall and handsome he has gotten. The favoritism could not be more obvious. Chen Yuan is internally losing it. He is thinking her transformation is comparable to a genetic mutation, because there is no natural explanation for someone changing this drastically. And honestly, looking at her right now, he might have a point. And our boy is getting a nosebleed. He cannot believe that on top of everything, she is completely natural. No enhancements, no modifications, just pure hometown genetics going absolutely wild. The village water supply must be different. He pats her on the head like she is still the little kid from his memories, asking if she has finished her homework. He is still treating her like a child, and she is very clearly not one anymore. Mengmeng immediately corrects him. She already graduated high school, there is no more homework, and she is not a little girl anymore, so he cannot just go around patting her head. The Sunder energy is already through the roof. And then Zheng Biao opens his mouth and makes everything worse. He tells Mengmeng to forget about studying and just marry him instead. With brother Biao, she will enjoy the finest things in life. The confidence on this man relative to his actual standing is staggering. Mengmeng does not even hesitate. She tells him straight to his face that he is not her type because he is too chubby. The rejection is so clean and immediate that it should qualify as an execution. I need everyone to appreciate this girl's savagery, but Zheng Biao is not done. He grins and says he can lose weight. The man just took a direct hit to the ego and bounced back in under 1 second. That is either resilience or delusion, and honestly it is probably both. Mengmeng hits him with the double tap. She says he is too old at 22 and calls him a dirty thing. This girl just called a grown man ancient and disgusting in the same breath. Zheng Biao's emotional health bar is critically low, and then the system activates. The dog-licking operation pops up with Mengmeng's profile. Appearance rating 9.5 out of 10. Current favorability toward Chen Yuan, 30 points. But here is where things get interesting. The system explains that to bind a target, their favorability needs to start low. The reward would be 35 strengthening points plus master level singing proficiency. But then it dings with a failure. Binding failed because her favorability is already too high. She likes him too much for the system to work. Chen Yuan is stunned. The binding failed? Since when is being too likable a problem? Only in this man's inverted universe does a girl liking you too much count as a setback. He cannot believe the system rated Meng Meng's looks at 9.5. Could it be because she is all natural with 0 modifications? The system apparently values authenticity, which is a surprisingly wholesome metric for a tool that requires you to make women despise you. And then this man gets the most deranged idea. Since the favorability is too high to bind, he just needs to lower it. And he claims he is a professional at making women dislike him. The confidence with which he says this is both impressive and deeply concerning. So Chen Yuan immediately switches sides. Zheng Biao starts scolding Meng Meng for her attitude, saying Brother Biao is doing her a favor by showing interest. And Chen Yuan just stands there backing him up. The betrayal is instant. Chen Yuan goes all in. He tells Meng Meng that studying is pointless, that she should look at Brother Biao's luxury car, and asks if she really wants to be stuck as a village girl forever. And the system immediately registers -10 favorability. The man is speedrunning her hatred and loving every second of it. Zheng Biao is ecstatic. He calls Chen Yuan his true brother for speaking his heart's desires. Meanwhile, he is internally gloating that Chen Yuan may be a college student, but he still has to call him Brother Biao. This man has no idea he is being weaponized. Zheng Biao is now standing there like he just won a Nobel Prize, adjusting his jacket with the swagger of a man who genuinely believes a seafood livestream makes him royalty. But Meng Meng is on the verge of tears. She is asking why Brother Chen Yuan is acting like this. And the system registers another -10 favorability. Her heartbreak is fueling his stat gains, and that has to be one of the most morally bankrupt game mechanics in fiction. And there it is. Favorability drops to 0, and the system confirms successful binding as a licking dog target. Chen Yuan throws up a peace sign with 0 remorse. He just emotionally devastated his childhood friend for strengthening points. Meng Meng runs off crying, screaming that she hates Chen Yuan. She is genuinely devastated, and Zheng Biao is just standing in the background like a confused side character. Is it messed up that I feel bad for her? Yes. Do I also respect the grind? Also yes. Chen Yuan internally apologizes to Meng Meng, but admits the strengthening points were just too tempting. This man will shatter a childhood friendship for stat upgrades without losing a minute of sleep. His moral compass does not just spin, it has left the building entirely. He finally makes it to his family home and yells for his mom and dad, announcing their kid is back. Something about this whole scene feels warm and wholesome for about 3 seconds, but the gate is locked. Nobody is answering. He is confused, wondering why no one is home and what is going on. And I need you to brace yourself, because what comes next is genuinely insane. A voice calls out from next door. It is a neighbor telling him to stop shouting and come over immediately because she has something important to tell him. Chen Yuan recognizes her as Aunt Luo from next door and asks what the matter is. The question marks floating around his head perfectly capture the confusion of a man who came home expecting dinner and instead got a neighborhood intervention. Aunt Luo comes out looking deeply concerned. She tells him he cannot go home right now because something serious has happened at his place. The way she says it has the energy of someone about to drop a bomb they cannot take back. Chen Yuan's mind immediately goes to the worst-case scenario. He asks if the village is planning demolitions and whether they are going to forcibly tear down his house, which, to be fair, is a reasonable concern in China. Aunt Luo immediately shuts that down. She tells him to stop daydreaming, that nobody is demolishing anything, and to stop reading so many manhwas. Yes, the aunt from the village is calling out his reading habits. Even the side characters in this story are self-aware. And then she drops the actual bomb. Chen Yuan's dad and Wang Mengmeng's mom, Aunt Tang, have run off together. Elopit, gone. And his own mother was so furious she packed up and went back to her parents' house. Let me repeat that. His father eloped with his childhood friend's mother. Aunt Luo continues with the backstory, and her expression makes it clear this is not gossip she is enjoying delivering. Turns out Chen Yuan's dad and Aunt Tang were first loves since they were young. Everyone in the village knew they were the perfect couple, but Aunt Tang's family looked down on his dad for being poor, refused to let them marry, and forced her to marry Uncle Wang instead. This is Korean drama levels of backstory. Chen Yuan's dad had to stand there and watch the love of his life marry another man. That silhouette watching from behind as the wedding celebrations happen is genuinely painful. The village drama runs deeper than any corporate boardroom could match. But here is where it gets really messy. After Meng Meng was born, the whole village noticed she did not look anything like Uncle Wang. She looked like Chen Yuan's father. The village gossip mill went into overdrive, and Uncle Wang eventually got suspicious enough to order a paternity test. The paternity test confirmed it. Wang Mengmeng is not Uncle Wang's biological daughter. And before Uncle Wang could confront anyone, Chen Yuan's dad and Aunt Tang had already eloped. The truth coming out and the escape happening simultaneously is straight out of a soap opera playbook. Chen Yuan's brain is short-circuiting. His dad eloped. Meng Meng is not Uncle Wang's daughter, which means Wang Mengmeng is his biological half-sister. The man just did the math in real time, and the answer is making him physically ill. Aunt Luo confirms it. Most likely 9 times out of 10, Meng Meng is his sister. Both of them are just sitting there against the wall processing the magnitude of this revelation. And then the full horror dawns on him. He just bound his own sister in the system's licking dog mechanic. He deliberately made her hate him. He was getting nosebleeds over her. The system basically tricked him into trying to romance his own blood relative. This might be the single most catastrophic system malfunction in any manhwa ever. Chen Yuan starts slapping himself and screaming that he is a monster. Aunt Lua is panicking, telling him not to blame himself because this is his dad's wrongdoing. But Chen Yuan knows things Aunt Lua does not, and those things are eating him alive right now. He tells Aunt Lua not to worry about him and takes off running. His hand is bleeding from how hard he hit himself. Aunt Lua is calling after him, begging him not to do anything reckless. Aunt Lua watches him go and sighs. She says the kid is good in every way, but he is too uptight and morally rigid for his own good. She predicts it will cause him trouble someday. Lady, that day is literally today. But then Chen Yuan pulls himself together. Now that he knows Meng Meng is his sister, he vows to protect her no matter what. And Zheng Biao, that creep who was hitting on her earlier, better not lay a single finger on her. Big Brother mode has been fully activated. Meanwhile, Meng Meng is back at her home doing chores, watching Chen Yuan's tiny figure disappear in the distance. She is still rattled by what he said earlier, wondering how a few years of school changed his personality so completely. She is even questioning whether studying is actually pointless. She hangs up the laundry and asks herself out loud whether studying really is useless. The seeds that Chen Yuan planted for his system exploit are actually affecting her worldview, and that makes the whole thing even worse. And then someone kicks the front door wide open. The mood shifts from slice of life to genuine danger in a heartbeat. Someone is demanding to know where everybody is. It is Uncle Wang, and he is absolutely wasted. He is stumbling around with a beer bottle, cursing about having a terrible day. Meng Meng calls out to him asking if he is back, still not realizing the truth about their relationship. Meng Meng scolds him for getting wasted in the middle of the day. She has absolutely no idea that this man just found out she is not his biological daughter. The innocence of this confrontation is about to shatter completely. Uncle Wang pauses. He repeats the word dad with a bitter laugh that has nothing warm behind it. The bottle is shaking in his hand, and you can feel something terrible is about to happen. And Uncle Wang snaps. He grabs Meng Meng and screams that she has no right to call him dad. He is not her father. The 20 years of suspicion, the paternity test, the elopement, it all explodes out of him in one violent moment. He raises his fist while Meng Meng screams for him to stop. She is trying to shield herself, but she has no idea what she did wrong or why the man she called father for 18 years suddenly wants to hurt her. But then Chen Yuan comes bursting through the gate, and Uncle Wang's eyes lock onto him. In his drunken rage, he mistakes Chen Yuan for his father Chen Jianming, and the fury redirects completely. Chen Yuan quickly realizes Uncle Wang thinks he is his dad. The man is so wasted he cannot tell father from son, and that raised fist is not for show. Uncle Wang pulls out an actual sickle and swings it overhead, screaming for blood. This man went from drunk uncle to attempted murder suspect in about 4 seconds flat. The situation just escalated to a place nobody expected. Meng Meng screams at Chen Yuan to watch out and get out of the way. Despite everything he said to her earlier, despite the way he crushed her feelings, her first instinct is still to protect him. That girl's heart is made of something special. Uncle Wang comes down at Chen Yuan with the sickle, calling him by his father's name and telling him to go meet the king of hell. He is trying to commit murder in broad daylight over a betrayal that has been festering for 2 decades. Uncle Wang is swearing to kill Chen Yuan first and then go after Meng Meng next. But Chen Yuan is not the helpless college kid he appears to be. Remember those strengthening points he has been collecting all this time? Chen Yuan takes him down and pins him to the ground in one swift motion. The sickle goes flying. Uncle Wang is screaming in pain and telling him to let go. But our boy has the situation completely under control. Even pinned to the ground, Uncle Wang is still threatening to chop Chen Jianming to death. The rage in this man is so deep that a physical takedown cannot even slow it down. Chen Yuan calmly explains that he is not Chen Jianming. He is Chen Yuan, the son. He asks if Uncle Wang is really trying to throw out his back fighting at his age. The composure on this man while sitting on top of a sickle-wielding lunatic is genuinely impressive. Uncle Wang does not care. Father or son, it is all the same to him. He tells Chen Yuan to either kill him right now, or he will slaughter their entire family. The man's pain has turned into something genuinely terrifying. Chen Yuan is internally fuming that any other person talking this much trash would already be unconscious. But this is his dad's mess, so he has to handle it with maturity. He tells Uncle Wang he will let him go only if he promises to calm down, reminding him they live in a society with laws. But he is not stupid enough to just let the man loose. He turns to Meng Meng and tells her to go find a rope. The girl is standing there in a daze, probably because her entire reality just collapsed. But she snaps to it and agrees. And of course the entire village has gathered to watch. Multiple people have their phones out recording. Chen Yuan yells at them to stop staring, claiming he was just practicing wrestling with Uncle Wang. Nobody believes him, but points for trying. The villagers are walking away, whispering that Chen Jianming's son moved like something out of an action movie, and they are already saying today's drama was the best entertainment the village has had in years. Small towns never change. Now we are inside Meng Meng's house, and Uncle Wang is tied to a chair. Chen Yuan stands over him and apologizes on behalf of his father. The visual of a college student having a diplomatic negotiation with a man bound to furniture is something I did not expect from this series. Uncle Wang is not having any of it. He demands to know how an apology fixes 20 years of betrayal. He asks if Chen Yuan can even call himself a man if he just endures something like this. And honestly, the pain behind the rage is completely understandable. This man is a victim. Chen Yuan tries a different approach. He says revenge is meaningless at this point and asks if there is anything he can do to compensate Uncle Wang. He tells him to name his price, and Uncle Wang's ears perk up at the word compensate. Uncle Wang's demand is absolutely unhinged. He tells Chen Yuan to castrate himself and says he wants Chen Zhenming dead. The man is so consumed by rage that his compensation request is medieval-level punishment. Chen Yuan fires back without missing a beat. He points out that even if he castrated himself, it would not end his dad's bloodline since, Meng Meng exists. Uncle Wang's confused face shows he did not think that comeback through. Wait, is Chen Yuan just casually acknowledging Meng Meng as his sister right in front of Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang slowly looks over at Meng Meng, and the realization that this girl standing in his house is living proof of the betrayal hits him all over again. The tension in this room is suffocating. Meng Meng is standing there with her eyes hidden, blushing from embarrassment and pain. She just learned in the worst possible way that the man who raised her is not her real father. The weight of that truth is crushing her quietly. Chen Yuan pivots to what he does best. He asks Uncle Wang how about he just compensates him financially instead. The man who treats money like a toy is about to deploy his greatest weapon in a family dispute. Uncle Wang erupts. He screams that money cannot bring back his family or his daughter of over 10 years. He asks whether Chen Yuan can even comprehend his pain. And then, dripping with sarcasm, he demands $1 billion. Because obviously no college kid can produce that. And Chen Yuan, without a single change in expression, says fine. If $1 billion will make him let go of the hatred, then $1 billion it is. He pulls out his phone like he is ordering takeout. Uncle Wang has no idea what he just walked into. Uncle Wang loses it. He screams that Chen Yuan is just like his dad, all talk and no substance. He demands to know if a broke college student can actually produce 1 billion yuan. The mockery in his voice is about to age very, very poorly. Chen Yuan hands him the phone, and Uncle Wang starts counting. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. His eyes go wide. The number is real. The money is actually there. 100 million yuan, sitting right there on the screen. The man who just mocked a college student for being broke is now staring at more money than the entire village will see in a lifetime. And that is where we leave it, because this family drama just became a financial negotiation, and Chen Yuan always wins those. Uncle Wang is sitting there with the ropes still around him, and you can see the gears turning in his broken brain. He is thinking, if there is indeed a chance to start over. And this man's fantasy is absolutely wild. He is imagining a whole new life where he gets a gorgeous young wife, has his own biological child, and lives in a mansion. 20 years of pain, and he is already window shopping for a replacement family, but then reality kicks in. He realizes that going to war with the Chen family is a losing play. He is still young, he has options, and more importantly, 1 billion yuan can open a lot of doors. The handcuffs imagery says everything about where the alternative path leads. And there it is. Uncle Wang looks up at Chen Yuan and asks, "Are you really gonna give me 1 billion? The rage is still simmering, but greed is winning the fight, and honestly, greed was always going to win. Chen Yuan lays out the terms like a corporate negotiator. He will transfer the billion to Meng Meng's account since Uncle Wang did raise her, and she should repay him. But here is the kicker, 10 million up front, and the rest spread over 10 years. Uncle Wang immediately protests. Why not give it all at once? And Chen Yuan does not miss a beat. He says he is spreading it over 10 years because he does not trust Uncle Wang to keep his word and leave his dad alone. This kid is 21 and already structuring payment plans with revenge insurance built in. And internally, Chen Yuan is hoping this money can actually ease the old man's suffering. He knows funneling it through Meng Meng is the only way to make this work. Underneath all the negotiation tactics, there is a kid who genuinely feels guilty about what his father did. Meanwhile, Meng Meng's brain has officially crashed and rebooted. She is processing everything at once. She is not her father's biological child. She is Uncle Chen's daughter. Chen Yuan is her brother. The girl looks like she just opened 17 browser tabs of trauma simultaneously. But then something shifts. Despite not understanding where Chen Yuan's money comes from, she realizes he did not hesitate to help her. And there it is, the system pings. Meng Meng's favorability jumps up by 10, and then by 10 again. This girl's heart just did a full 180 in record time, and Chen Yuan notices something different about Meng Meng's favorability. It is not romantic attraction, it is family affection and trust. The system is literally telling him this is a sibling bond, not a love interest flag. For once, the system is actually being wholesome about something. The notification hits. 100 million yuan has been deposited into the account. Uncle Wang is sitting there with his head down, and you can feel the fight leaving his body in real time. Money did not fix his pain, but it definitely sedated it. Meng Meng sees the same notification and her jaw drops. 100 million yuan just appeared in her account like it was a food delivery order. This village girl went from worrying about her next meal to having generational wealth in the time it takes to send a text. Uncle Wang glances to the side, and you can see the internal war playing out on his face. Pride versus practicality, revenge versus retirement. The money is real, the offer is real, and deep down he knows this is the best deal he is ever gonna get. Chen Yuan stands over him and tells him the money has been transferred. He is going to untie him now, and he asks that they put this behind them. The composure on this man while conducting a billion yuan peace treaty in a farmhouse kitchen is genuinely something else. And then Meng Meng presses close to Chen Yuan and asks if she can stay at his place tonight because she is scared. Which, after everything that just happened, is completely reasonable. But remember, she now knows he is her brother, so this is fully in sibling territory. Fully. Chen Yuan gives her a head pat and agrees. And honestly, this might be the most genuinely wholesome moment in 46 episodes. No system manipulation, no financial warfare. Just a brother taking care of his sister. Keep this warm feeling in mind because this story never lets us stay comfortable for long. Now we cut to a completely different world. A massive corporate tower in some big city, and someone inside just found information on our boy's secret identity as Mr. Yan. Keep your eye on this storyline because it is about to complicate things significantly. A pink-haired secretary in a business suit is presenting her findings. She reports that Mr. Yan's real name is Chen Yuan, born in Tianmen City, 21 years old. The background seems ordinary, but there is something strange about it. And this woman is clearly not just an assistant, she is someone's loyal operative. She dug deeper and found a medical examination report on Chen Yuan's mother, Ma Qiumei, from 20 years ago. The man she is reporting to, Li Xiao, is sitting behind his desk, looking like he runs at least 3 illegal side businesses. This whole setup has corporate villain energy radiating off the walls. Li Xiao steeples his fingers like every corporate antagonist in the history of fiction. He is processing this information, and you can practically hear the schemes forming in real time. Whatever he is planning, it involves our protagonist, and that never ends well for the schemer in this story. And here comes the bombshell. The doctor's diagnosis from 20 years ago states that Ma Qiumei was not capable of bearing children. Let that sink in. Chen Yuan's mother physically could not have kids, which means Chen Yuan is not her biological son. And there is the confirmation. Chen Yuan is not the child of Ma Qiumei, so now we have a situation where Meng Meng is not Uncle Wang's biological daughter, and Chen Yuan is not his parents' biological son either. This entire family tree is built on secrets and lies, and somehow Chen Yuan is at the center of all of it. Li Xiao leans back and summarizes what they have found. Chen Yuan is not the biological child of his parents, so the real question becomes, who is he actually? Where did this kid come from? And more importantly, who is backing him with unlimited money? The secretary confirms the findings, but even she seems uncertain about where this trail leads. The information raises more questions than it answers, and Li Xiao is clearly not the type to accept incomplete intelligence. And Li Xiao completely loses it. He calls the findings useless garbage and physically lashes out at the secretary. All that effort just to learn that some kid has no blood ties to 2 farmers? He wanted the real dirt, the money trail, the power behind the throne, and she gave him a Wikipedia summary. The secretary is on the floor, and Li Xiao is screaming down at her. He wants to know where Yanzong's funding comes from. What kind of influence is backing him? His real background. This man is obsessed with cracking the mystery of Chen Yuan's wealth, and his methods are as ugly as his personality. He leans over her and demands she understand what actually matters. This is genuinely one of the most repulsive power dynamics we have seen in this story, and that is saying something considering we just watched a man try to murder someone with a farming tool. The secretary, with visible bruising on her face, promises that this time she will approach Chen Yuan personally. She is going to infiltrate his circle directly. Remember this woman because she just got assigned a honey trap mission, and she is heading straight for our protagonist. But before she goes, Li Xiao grabs her and delivers the most dehumanizing threat imaginable. He tells her she is a dog the Li family raised since childhood, not the only one. And if she disappoints him again, she will have no value left. The casual cruelty of this man is genuinely stomach-turning. He dismisses her but tells her to stay in contact. She walks out holding her files, and you can see the fear mixed with determination on her face. Is she genuinely loyal to this monster, or is there something else going on? Either way, she is on a collision course with Chen Yuan now. Back at Chen Yuan's family home, it is nighttime. The patter of bare feet on the floor tells us someone is moving around the house, and the scene shifts to something much more domestic after that corporate horror show. Chen Yuan is standing outside a door holding a bundle of his mom's clean clothes. He is being a proper older brother right now, making sure Meng Meng has everything she needs. The contrast between this soft domestic energy and the Li Xiao scene we just watched is absolutely wild. He calls through the door that he found some of his mom's clothes and left them outside. Meng Meng calls back from the shower, thanking him and calling him brother for the first time. She stumbles over the word like she is still getting used to it, and that small detail hits harder than it should. And alone with her thoughts, the weight of everything crashes down on Meng Meng. Her mom abandoned her. Her dad is not even her real father. She is wondering why the universe chose to stack all of this misery onto one 18-year-old village girl. The vulnerability in this moment is genuinely heartbreaking. But then she finds something to hold on to. At least she has an older brother now. And then her brain goes somewhere practical. Where does Chen Yuan get all that money? His family sells fruit. She is starting to worry he might be involved in something illegal, which is adorable and concerning at the same time. And Meng Meng makes a silent vow. If Chen Yuan is mixed up in anything criminal, she is going to pull him back from the edge. This girl went from existential crisis to protective older sister energy in about 5 minutes. She is not even the older sibling and she is already trying to save him. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is trying to call his dad, and of course the phone is switched off. Both parents have gone completely radio silent, and our boy is sitting here like a teenager whose parents left for the weekend, except the weekend involves billion-yuan settlements and attempted murder investigations. And then Meng Meng steps out of the bathroom. She is wearing one of his mom's nightgowns with a towel still wrapped around her head, looking like she just walked off a magazine cover. Even in borrowed clothes after the worst day of her life, this girl is unreasonably gorgeous. And there is the up-close shot the artist clearly spent extra time on. Those crimson eyes peeking out from under the towel, the still damp hair framing her face. This manhwa is absolutely not playing fair with these character designs. Certified visual warfare against the reader's focus. Chen Yuan immediately switches to responsible brother mode. He tells her to take the parents' bedroom and he will go sleep in his own room. If she needs anything, just yell. Gentleman behavior under very confusing circumstances. But Meng Meng grabs him and begs him not to leave. She says she is too scared to be alone and she will sleep on the floor. She does not care. After the day this girl has had, can you really blame her? She just watched her father try to kill someone with a sickle and found out her entire identity is a lie. Chen Yuan lets out a deep sigh and agrees. He knows this is going to look extremely questionable, but the girl is genuinely terrified and he is supposed to be her brother now. Sometimes the right choice and the awkward choice are the same thing. He rationalizes it perfectly. Since they are siblings, sharing a room should not be a big deal. He lies there staring at the ceiling, and you can tell his brain is working overtime to convince itself this is normal. And as they both settle in, Chen Yuan reflects on how absurd his life has become. In the novels he used to read, he was always cleaning up after his fictional sons, but now he is cleaning up after his actual father. And on top of everything, he actually has a sister now. The man sounds almost happy about it. Now here is where things get very interesting. A stunning blonde woman flanked by bodyguards is making her entrance, and the energy she carries is pure corporate royalty. Blue sparkly dress, ice-cold expression, security detail that could staff a small military operation. Who is she? Hold that thought. She arrives at Tiananmen Station and her first words are, "This place is terrible." The culture shock of a Shanghai-level celebrity arriving in a rural Chinese town is giving fish-out-of-water comedy, except the fish has a billion-dollar film company. She stands there looking at the station like it personally offended her. The contempt on this woman's face could curdle milk, but she is here for a reason, and whatever that reason is, it connects directly back to Chen Yuan. A local government official rushes over to greet her. He addresses her as Ms. Gao Xuanyan and welcomes her to Tiananmen on behalf of the city leadership team. When local politicians are personally receiving you at the train station, you know this woman carries serious weight. She agrees to follow his lead with the politeness of someone who knows she could buy the entire city if she wanted to. The power dynamic here is crystal clear. She is not a guest, she is an investor, and Tiananmen needs her money more than she needs their land. A convoy of white SUVs rolls through the countryside, and the visual contrast between these luxury vehicles and the farmland they are driving through could not be more dramatic. Big city money is rolling into this little town, and everything is about to change. She meets with the local leadership, handshakes are exchanged, and the deal-making begins. Gao Xuanyan's Xuanyan Film Company is scouting locations for a massive film and television production base, and Tiananmen just made the shortlist. The scale of this project is no joke. We are talking cranes, heavy machinery, full-on construction infrastructure being mobilized. This is not a small film studio. This is a billion-yuan development that could transform the entire region. Gao Xuanyan tours the potential site with officials as her team confirms the area has already been surveyed. But here is something to pay attention to. Someone in the background is recording everything on their phone, and that is going to cause a massive problem very soon. There it is. Someone is sneaking photos of the entire survey operation. The location of the film base is supposed to be confidential, but in this world, secrets are just currency that have not been traded yet. The leaked information travels fast. Back in some city office, a message confirms that the Xuanyan Film Company has selected the general area for their base in Tiananmen. The planning can begin, and the vultures are already circling. An older man with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses reads the message with a grin that screams opportunist. This is Han San Shui, and the wheels are already turning in that scheming brain of his. He sees dollar signs where everyone else sees farmland. He texts back confirming receipt and promises the money will arrive that afternoon. The speed of this transaction tells you everything. He already had this play prepared. He was just waiting for the where. Han Sanshui gets giddy. The film base location is confirmed in Tiananmen, so he orders his people to buy up all the surrounding land immediately. The plan is textbook speculation, purchase cheap land, wait for the development to drive prices up, and sell it back to the Swan-Yin group at a massive markup. His subordinate nods and gets to work. The machine is already in motion. But here's the thing, Han San-shui is not the only shark that smelled blood in the water. Han San-shui leans back with a cigar and monologues about how he cannot afford to mess with Mr. Yan directly, but he can absolutely ride the wave of his influence to make money. The smugness on this man is going to age spectacularly poorly, and I genuinely cannot wait. And now the domino effect begins. Someone calls to report that Han San-shui already found the film base site and is buying up land. The caller says they need to move quickly before the opportunity disappears. The leaked information is spreading like wildfire. Another player picks up the phone. Tianmen City, received. The word is out, and every speculator with capital is mobilizing toward the same tiny rural area. This quiet little town is about to get invaded. Another one. This guy is literally sitting on a beach somewhere and he is already allocating funds toward Tianmen land. The speed at which money moves when there is a profit opportunity is genuinely terrifying. Another businessman is quoting Sun Tzu about speed being the essence of warfare while scrambling to send people to Tianmen. When real estate speculators start quoting ancient military strategy, you know the situation has gone completely off the rails. Another one heading to Tianmen City right away. The pipeline of opportunists is now a full flood. Every land shark in the country is converging on this one tiny town because someone could not keep their mouth shut at a survey site. And this woman is already there. She says she has arrived in Tianmen City, ready to go. The race to buy land around the film base location has officially started, and nobody thought to check if the actual person funding the project might have opinions about this. And now Tianmen City has a traffic jam. This rural town that probably has not seen more than 10 cars at once in its entire history is suddenly gridlocked with luxury vehicles all trying to reach the same land offices. The locals must think the apocalypse is happening. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the financial warfare happening in his backyard, someone is just picking watermelons. The juxtaposition between a billion-yuan land speculation frenzy and fresh produce farming is peak comedy. Chen Yuan is squatting in his family's watermelon patch, thinking about how his dad left in such a hurry that all the crops are gonna waste. This man has billions in his account, and his biggest concern right now is rotting watermelons. The duality is genuinely impressive. And then his phone rings. It is Gao Xuanian, and she is absolutely losing it. She tells him someone leaked the location of the film base, and land prices in Tianmen are going through the roof. Every speculator in the country is swarming in. Would you panic here? Or is this actually good news? And Chen Yuan, this magnificent financial psychopath, lights up like a Christmas tree. Land prices are rising, so they have to spend more money. That is fantastic news. Remember, his system requires him to spend money, not save it. A price increase is literally a win condition for him. Gao Xuanian's face is priceless. She is surrounded by floating question marks, completely baffled. She asks if the signal is bad because she could have sworn he just said rising land prices are a good thing. The disconnect between a normal business person and Chen Yuan's inverted financial reality is comedy gold. Chen Yuan quickly covers himself, saying she must have misheard, and that he meant this matter is easy to handle. He will just give her more money. But inside his head, he is celebrating. Another opportunity to burn through cash has fallen right into his lap, and he is absolutely taking it. But then the system throws a wrench into his plans. He tries to transfer money to the Xuanyin Film Company, and it fails. The system explains that since the company's beneficiary is actually him, the host, it considers the transfer self-dealing. Chen Yuan cannot believe what he is reading. He starts piecing it together. Gao Xuanian is the legal representative on paper, but the system recognizes him as the actual beneficiary behind the company. So every transfer to the company is technically just moving money from his left pocket to his right. The system is smarter than he gave it credit for. So he tries sending it directly to Gao Xuanian's personal account instead, and the system shuts that down too. It flags it as money laundering. Chen Yuan's jaw drops. The system just accused a 21-year-old watermelon farmer of financial crimes. The irony of having infinite money but nowhere to spend it is genuinely cruel. Chen Yuan goes into deep strategic thinking mode. There has to be a loophole somewhere. The system blocks self-transfers and flags laundering, so he needs a legitimate third party who can receive the money and operate the business independently. And that is when it clicks. He looks over at Meng Meng in the distance, and the plan forms perfectly. If she establishes a separate company and handles the land purchases, the system would count it as real spending. He completes the system task, gets massive cash back, and Meng Meng stays in sister territory. He calls it 2 birds with 1 stone, and honestly, it might be 3 or 4 birds. Meng Meng walks over holding a watermelon and asks who he was talking to on the phone. Was it his girlfriend? The innocent curiosity of this question, combined with her holding a watermelon bigger than her head, is the most adorable image this episode has produced. Chen Yuan grins and casually drops that it was Gao Xuanyin on the phone. And if she wants to be his girlfriend, well, he might need to consider it. The audacity of this man sitting in a watermelon patch claiming a celebrity might be into him is objectively hilarious. Meng Meng immediately shuts him down. She tells him Gao Xuanyin is a massive celebrity who is building her own film empire. And even if he is wealthy, he should not be delusional about someone that far out of his league. Little does she know he literally owns that film empire. Chen Yuan casually bites into some watermelon and pivots to business. He tells Meng Meng that he heard Gao Xuanyin's film base might be coming to Tianmen, and since she has some money in her account now, maybe she should invest in some local land. The man is engineering a corporate takeover while eating fruit out of the dirt. Meng Meng's eyes go wide. In Tianmen City, how would they profit from this? She is hooked. The girl who was crying in the shower 2 hours ago is now discussing real estate investment strategy with her secret billionaire brother. Character development speedrun right here. Chen Yuan lays out the full vision. Buy up village land. If the film base sets up here, the value skyrockets. Even if it goes elsewhere in Tianmen, the tourism spillover means they can develop rural hospitality, farming experiences, greenhouse vegetable cultivation. This is genuinely the most coherent business pitch anyone has delivered from a watermelon patch. And here's where Meng Meng really impresses. She thinks about how the money in her account is from Chen Yuan's support, so it is not truly hers. She resolves to become self-sufficient and build her own financial foundation. This girl just discovered she has a trust fund, and her first instinct is to earn her own keep. We have no choice but to respect it. Meng Meng spins around with the brightest smile we have seen from her all episode and says she is going to talk to the village committee right now to set up a meeting. She went from traumatized orphan to aspiring real estate mogul in the span of one afternoon. This is genuinely the most satisfying character arc progression of the entire series. Chen Yuan watches her go and thinks that if things really work out between them as siblings, living out here in the countryside, building their own little paradise away from the chaos, that would not be half bad. Our protagonist just caught feelings for the quiet life. And honestly, after 46 episodes of insanity, he has earned it. But the quiet life is not going to last, because a fleet of luxury cars is tearing down the rural roads heading straight for the village. The land speculators have arrived, and they are not coming for the watermelons. Chen Yuan looks up from his watermelon patch as sports cars and luxury sedans screech to a halt on the village street. The dust is still settling, and he is already trying to figure out what kind of circus just rolled into town. This quiet farming village is about to become the busiest real estate market in all of Hubei province. And then a pair of legs steps out of one of the cars, and the camera angle is doing absolutely everything it can to make this entrance memorable. Black stockings, red heels, the kind of slow reveal that tells you this character is about to matter a lot. She steps out in full gothic Lolita fashion with bodyguards holding umbrellas over her like she is actual royalty visiting the provinces. Her first words are complaining that this place does not even have a decent road. The entitlement is radiating off this woman in waves, and yet the outfit choice alone tells you she is not your average heiress. She walks right up to Chen Yuan and calls him by name. He has never seen this girl before in his life, and he asks who she even is. But the fact that she came specifically looking for him means someone sent her, and we already know who has been investigating our boy. She introduces herself as Lin Jiluo, and the close-up the artist gave her is absolutely lethal. Purple eyes, sparkle effects, gothic accessories perfectly framed. She says hello to Mr. Yan, and then drops the line, "We meet again." Except Chen Yuan has absolutely zero memory of ever seeing her before. This woman is either confused or playing a very specific game, and Chen Yuan's face says it all. He is thinking, what do you mean we meet again? And who exactly are you trying to flirt with right now? A mysterious beauty just appeared at his doorstep knowing his secret identity, and that is exactly where we leave off. Is she connected to Li Xiao's operation, or is this something else entirely? We will have to find out next time. Chen Yuan hits her with the most casual dismissal possible, saying his memory is not great and he does not believe they have ever met before. And Lin Jiluo's entire composure just crumbles. She cannot believe this man has zero memory of her. She starts rapid-firing context. It was at the car exhibition. She was with her brother, and her brother is Lin Xiao. Now that name should ring some bells, because Lin Xiao is the same guy who has been investigating Chen Yuan behind the scenes. Chen Yuan thinks back and vaguely recalls there was indeed a girl standing next to Lin Xiao at that event, but clearly she did not leave much of an impression, which is genuinely hilarious given how hard she is trying right now. She puffs up and says she heard Mr. Yan is quite the flirt, but somehow he does not remember her at all. The wounded pride on this girl is almost tangible. She declares she will make sure he remembers her this time, and then immediately pivots to asking why they are conducting business outside. She wants an invitation to his home, and Chen Yuan has no idea what kind of chaos he is about to let through his front door. Chen Yuan glances around at the gathering crowd of curious villagers and realizes having a gothic Lolita princess and a squad of bodyguards standing in the middle of his farming village is not exactly low profile. So he agrees to move this indoors, but not before telling her people to park on the roadside and absolutely not damage any of the villagers' crops. Billionaire priorities: protecting the neighbor's cabbage patch. And now Chen Yuan's humble family home has suited bodyguards stationed at the entrance like it is a foreign embassy. The villagers are standing there in complete silence, trying to process what is happening to their quiet little neighborhood. Inside, Chen Yuan gets straight to the point and asks her what she actually wants. Keep your eye on this girl because something about this visit feels a little too calculated for a casual social call. And Lin Jiluo drops a bomb with the sweetest smile on her face. She asks if Mr. Yan is scheming to exploit the incoming investors. This girl came prepared, and she is not pulling any punches. Chen Yuan's face goes through about 6 different emotions in 1 second. She just read his entire playbook out loud and he was absolutely not expecting that. She doubles down and tells President Yan to stop playing dumb, because he might fool everyone else but he will not fool her. The confidence radiating off this 18-year-old girl in a maid outfit is honestly kind of terrifying. She lays out the evidence. Chen Yuan announced a 100 billion yuan investment in a film and television base, then handed the entire business plan to a startup company. She is talking about Gao Shuanian's operation, and the picture she is painting makes it look incredibly suspicious. She adds that Gao Shuanian is just an actress with zero business experience, and her company is packed with amateurs drowning in paperwork. And honestly, that is a fair criticism. The visual of Gao Shuanian crying under mountains of documents kind of proves her point. Then she connects it to the land rush. The news leaked. Everyone is mortgaging their city properties to snatch up land in Tianmen, and the speculation frenzy has turned this farming town into Wall Street with rice paddies. And she ties it all together with one devastating conclusion. His plan is to let the speculators overpay, then swoop in and acquire their assets at a discount. She calls it a cunning strategy, and Chen Yuan is sitting there thinking, wait, am I actually that smart? So Chen Yuan does what any caught-off-guard genius does. He clears his throat and goes, so what if I am? What does it have to do with you? He is literally taking credit for a strategy he never planned, and the audacity is spectacular. And Lin Jiluo completely buys it. She is thinking that his composure after being exposed proves how deep his cunning truly runs. She even says it explains why her domineering brother backed off once he understood Chen Yuan's scheme. This man is speedrunning a reputation he never earned. And then she arrives at the conclusion that matters most. This person must never become their enemy. She is genuinely afraid of Chen Yuan's perceived intelligence, and the irony that he was just eating watermelons yesterday is something I need everyone to appreciate. So she flips the energy entirely and says she is here on behalf of the Lin family to discuss cooperation. If you cannot beat him, join him. And from a business perspective, this is actually a pretty smart move for Chen Yuan. But before they can get into the details, someone starts yelling outside, "This is my home, let me in." And Chen Yuan immediately recognizes that voice. It is Meng Meng, and she is being physically manhandled by Lin Jiluo's bodyguards. They are grabbing her and calling her a wild girl, which is probably the worst thing you could say to a young woman who just found out her entire identity is a lie. The bodyguard says there is a meeting inside and he cannot let her in. This grown man in a suit is restraining a teenage girl outside her own house, and every second this continues is making things worse. Chen Yuan storms out and his protective instincts kick in immediately. He shouts that this is his sister and demands they let her go right now. Whatever business composure he had 2 seconds ago is completely gone. The bodyguard turns to Lin Jiluo and asks if he should let go. He is waiting for her order, not Chen Yuan's. And Lin Jiluo is watching this whole situation unfold with a very calculating look in her eyes, because she is thinking that the usually unshakable Mr. Yan is suddenly blazing with fury over his sister, and this is the perfect moment to test his boundaries. This girl came here to do business and is already running psychological experiments on our protagonist, and Chen Yuan does not wait for her permission. His aura shifts completely as he steps forward, and whatever patience he had just evaporated. He straight up decks the bodyguard. No warning, no negotiation, just a clean hit that sends a grown man in a suit flying backwards. And he is not done. He launches the guy with enough force to make an action movie choreographer jealous, screaming at them to let go of his sister. Would you have the guts to throw hands with professional bodyguards to protect your family? Everyone freezes. Lin Jiluo's jaw drops and the remaining bodyguards look like they just witnessed a car accident. Nobody saw this coming, least of all the guys who are supposed to be the muscle. Lin Jiluo starts spiraling internally. She is thinking, wait, he is supposed to be just a womanizer, but he just demolished one of the family's bodyguards who are all retired special forces soldiers. Chen Yuan immediately switches back to gentle mode, patting Meng Meng's head and telling her everything is okay. And Lin Jiluo is in the background thinking that her brother breaks a sweat climbing 2 flights of stairs. But this guy fights like a Saiyan. And that is the exact moment Lin Jiluo's brain short-circuits. She is internally screaming that this is the real man, this is the type she has been longing for her entire life. She went from business negotiations to full romance mode in under 30 seconds, and honestly the speed of this character pivot might be a new record. And the system picks up on it immediately. A new quest activates called the dog-licking operation, targeting Lin Jiluo. She is 18, rated 9 out of 10 in appearance, and her current favorability toward Chen Yuan is a flat 0. If he can get that number to 95, the system rewards him with painting, singing, and strategy game skills. Chen Yuan just accidentally started a dating sim side quest by punching a bodyguard. Chen Yuan turns to Lin Jiluo with genuine anger and asks if this is how she approaches cooperation, by having her people bully his family in his own home. Meanwhile, Meng Meng peeks out from behind him and innocently asks who these people are. He explains to Meng Meng that this is Lin Jiluo. She came to discuss business, but her professionalism is clearly non-existent. The tiny chibi version of Lin Jiluo in the corner looking defeated while Chen Yuan roasts her is genuinely hilarious. But Meng Meng is not focused on the drama at all. She is looking at Lin Jiluo with absolute wonder, saying she looks even younger than her and is already running a business. The girl is more impressed by Lin Jilua's career than concerned about almost getting body slammed by security. Lin Jilua scrambles to apologize, explaining the bodyguards were hired by her brother and they were not very obedient. She asks if he is satisfied now, and the shift from scheming negotiator to apologetic girl is giving whiplash. Chen Yuan does not budge. He tells her he is not pleased, there will not be a next time, and they can forget about any future cooperation entirely. This might be the coldest rejection this girl has ever received in her entire pampered life. But Meng Meng immediately undermines his entire power play by scolding him for being too fierce and scaring the little sister. She then introduces herself directly to Lin Jilua with the most enthusiastic greeting possible. Chen Yuan just got overruled by his own sister, and Lin Jilua suddenly turns bashful, shyly introducing herself and saying hello. The difference between her business personality and her social personality is absolutely night and day. And just like that, the two girls are already deep in conversation. Lin Jilua asks how old Meng Meng is, and when Meng Meng says 18, they discover they are the exact same age. It gets better. They share the same birthday, June 29th. The excitement is off the charts and they are bonding like they have known each other for years. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is standing in the corner thinking, "Did you forget your brother is still right here?" Chen Yuan is fully exasperated, wondering if all girls become instant best friends with strangers this quickly. He literally mutters that he might as well not exist right now. Welcome to the Third Wheel Experience Protagonist Edition. And so while the girls are off bonding, Chen Yuan ends up sitting alone on a stool preparing green beans by himself. The secret billionaire has been reduced to kitchen prep duty because nobody is paying attention to him anymore. The girls are absolutely lost in their own world, sharing stories and getting increasingly excited about whatever they are talking about. The friendship speedrun continues at an alarming pace. Then Meng Meng runs over and tells Chen Yuan she had no idea how outstanding he is until Jiluo told her. Lin Jiluo calls him a hidden gem with so much more to discover. And look at that, Meng Meng's favorability jumps by 10, bringing her total to 35. Lin Jiluo is accidentally doing his marketing for him. Meng Meng starts teasing him, saying he is getting flustered from a few compliments and asking if he is really that narcissistic. The dynamic between these three is weirdly domestic for a group that met under threat of bodyguard violence 20 minutes ago. And Lin Jiluo watches the sibling dynamic with a soft expression, thinking that the relationship between Chen Yuan and his sister is genuinely good. There is something almost wistful about the way she is observing a family closeness she clearly does not have at home. She is watching him prepare vegetables and her internal monologue goes philosophical. She is thinking that despite having billions, he chooses to live in the mountains like a hermit, which means his mindset has transcended to some higher level of enlightenment. Ma'am, he is literally just snapping green beans. She is questioning whether someone this outstanding and flawless can actually exist. Lin Jilua is building an entire mythology around a college student who picks watermelons, and I cannot decide if that is romantic or delusional. She thinks he is full of secrets, and she wants to uncover every single one. And the system confirms it. Lin Jilua's favorability just ticked up by 10 to reach her first milestone. The gothic Lolita princess is officially catching feelings, and Chen Yuan has no idea the clock is ticking on a brand new conquest quest. Night falls, and then Lin Jiluo casually drops that she wants to spend the night. Chen Yuan is absolutely not having it, asking if she is joking and pointing out they are nowhere near that close. He tells her to stick to business and stop dragging him into whatever this is. She is free to leave and does not need to say goodbye. Our protagonist is trying so hard to maintain boundaries, and the universe keeps sending him women who refuse to respect them. But Lin Jiluo pulls out every excuse in the book. She wants to experience rural life, she rarely gets to go out and play, and there is plenty of space in his house. The sheer entitlement of an heiress demanding a sleepover at a stranger's farm is genuinely something. And then Meng Meng jumps in as backup, tugging on Chen Yuan's arm and begging him to let Luo Luo stay for a few days. She even volunteers to help set up a room. Chen Yuan is now outnumbered 2-1 and his defenses are crumbling fast. Meng Meng locks eyes with him and goes full puppy dog mode. The sparkles and stars in the background tell you exactly how this is going to end for our protagonist. Those eyes. Those gigantic, sparkling, weaponized red eyes. This girl has refined emotional manipulation into a fine art. He caves. Of course he caves. He tells them to do whatever they want as long as they do not cause trouble. And the two girls immediately start celebrating like they just won a lottery. Our protagonist has been fully domesticated in a single afternoon. But Chen Yuan gets the last mental victory. He is thinking that she wants to experience rural life, but the countryside is not all scenic Instagram content. Give her a couple of days and she will be begging to go back to the city. Famous last words. But here is the part Chen Yuan is missing. Lin Jiluo is not here for a vacation. She is thinking that she needs to keep a close eye on him because she is determined to unearth the big secret he is hiding. The girl is on a spy mission dressed as a gothic maid, and honestly the commitment to the bit is impressive. Later that night, Chen Yuan is trying to sleep, but the girls are chattering away in the next room complimenting each other's outfits. He is lying there thinking that women are noisy regardless of age, and the exhaustion on his face is very real. But his brain is still in business mode. He figures that collaborating with the Lin family is not actually a bad idea. They can handle all the dirty and tiring grunt work while he stays behind the scenes pulling strings. The girls keep chatting and he keeps scheming. Classic multitasking. But then a thought creeps in that should concern everyone. The Lin family only sent this girl by herself. Why would Lin Xiao trust a stranger with his own sister's safety? That is either extreme confidence or something more calculated. Remember this question, because the answer is coming. He decides to stop overthinking it. Either way, he is guaranteed to profit from this arrangement. He pulls the covers up and tries to sleep through the girls' ongoing slumber party in the next room. The next morning, Chen Yuan gets jolted awake by a racket outside that sounds like a construction zone. He grabs his phone and starts yelling about what all this commotion is at this hour. And Lin Jilua is standing there fresh as a daisy, cheerfully wishing him good morning like she did not just orchestrate whatever catastrophe is happening outside his window. He rushes outside and finds heavy construction equipment tearing into the property. This girl brought in bulldozers and cranes overnight. He is screaming at her, asking what the hell she is doing, because he kindly let her stay one night and she is literally demolishing his family home. Lin Jiluo corrects him with zero shame. It is not demolition, it is renovation and improvement. Since she is going to be staying for a few days, naturally the place needs to be up to her standards. The entitlement is genuinely operating on a different frequency than normal people. She installed an imported luxury toilet and completely renovated the bathroom with marble everything. Chen Yuan is standing there in chibi form trying to process how his rural bathroom became a 5-star hotel restroom while he was sleeping. This has to be the most unhinged houseguest behavior in the history of fiction. She is not done. She drags him around to show that she also addressed the pigsty situation, calling it dark and depressing and an absolute crime against the animals. Chen Yuan is just silently following along at this point, completely overwhelmed by the hurricane of renovation energy this girl has unleashed. She bought the pigs individual massage bathtubs. Let me say that again for the people in the back. This girl purchased high-end spa equipment for farm animals. The pigs are living better than most humans at this point, and I am not sure if I should be laughing or filing a complaint. Chen Yuan's brain has officially blue-screened. He is asking if this is really what wealthy people do, because he simply cannot comprehend this level of casual spending. And this is coming from a man whose entire life mission is to burn through money as fast as possible. Lin Jiluo stands by one final door with the smudgiest smile on her face and says there is one last thing to show him. At this point, what could possibly be left to renovate? She opens the door to reveal a fully furnished luxury bedroom suite that looks like it was airlifted out of a palace. This is the room where the young lady will be staying, and it has more square footage of premium design than most people's entire apartments. Meng Meng is already claiming one of the chairs and raving about how incredible it is. She is absolutely thriving in this upgraded lifestyle, and her excitement about furniture comfort is oddly wholesome. Shen Yuan just forces a laugh and says as long as they like it. The man has been reduced to nervous laughter in his own home because a girl he met yesterday renovated the entire property while he slept. This is objectively the funniest power dynamic shift we have seen all series. And she is still going. She starts listing upcoming additions including underfloor heating, satellite phones, and top-grade materials with zero formaldehyde. Lin Jiluo has essentially turned his countryside home into a smart house and she is only getting started. Chen Yuan finally starts to appreciate it, admitting she really does live up to her status as a young lady of quality. But then he realizes that when his parents eventually come home, they will not even recognize their own house. That is going to be one interesting family reunion. Lin Jiluo then announces that she is not here to relax. She is here to play the role of a maid, and both girls start celebrating again while Chen Yuan watches from the sideline. A billionaire heiress voluntarily becoming a housemaid for a guy she just met is either the most romantic or the most suspicious thing that has ever happened. Outside, one of the bodyguards is standing alone, listening to the girls praise Lin Jiluo's renovation skills from inside. And then he makes a phone call. Remember when I said something felt too calculated about this visit? Here we go. The bodyguard reports directly to Lin Xiao that the plan is a success. The young lady has successfully infiltrated Chen Yuan's inner circle, and Mr. Yan is showing keen interest in collaboration. Every single thing that just happened was planned from the start. The cute meeting, the bodyguard confrontation, all of it. And the person on the other end is not Lin Xiao but someone new entirely. This is Lin Yi, the eldest son of the Lin family, and he orders them to keep her safe and maintain constant communication. This man sent his own sister as bait to reel in Chen Yuan, and is sipping wine while he does it. Another call comes in asking how things are going. The web of communication around this operation runs deeper than Chen Yuan realizes. Multiple parties are monitoring the situation, and our protagonist thinks he is the one playing chess. Lin Yi confirms everything is going smoothly. He explains that since Mr. Yan has a reputation for appreciating beauty, he deliberately sent his sister to bait him, and naturally Chen Yuan took the hook. Using your own sister as a honey trap to secure a business deal is genuinely one of the coldest moves we have seen in this story. Is that strategic brilliance or is it just terrible? But now here is where it gets really interesting. A pink-haired woman standing behind him comments on Lin Yi's methods, calling him capable for using his sister as bait. And then she drops a proverb about how there is always a bigger predator watching from behind. This is Yu Ling Shuang, secretary to the Li family, and she is already plotting her own move against everyone in this room. She explains that when the Lin family and the Li family join forces to betray Chen Yuan, he will regret everything. She calls his scheme futile, saying he is just making the wedding dress for someone else to wear. So Chen Yuan thinks he is manipulating the investors, the Lin family thinks they are manipulating Chen Yuan, and the Li family thinks they are manipulating everyone. This is a three-layer scheme sandwich, and nobody knows who is actually on top. Yuling Shuang declares that since this part of the plan is proceeding smoothly, it is time for her to attend to the next matter. This woman has a full schedule of schemes to manage, and Chen Yuan was just one checkbox on the list. Lin Yi gets close and asks if she is leaving already, whether something is wrong, whether his wine is not good enough for her. The energy between these two is somewhere between business partnership and something far more personal, and neither one seems interested in drawing a clear line. She tells him the wine is fine, but it will taste even more exquisite once everything is said and done. The tension between these two could cut glass, and Lin Yi is clearly wrapped around her finger whether he knows it or not, and she walks away thinking that if Mr. Yan is anything like this Lin Yi, her charm offensive will break him completely. So now we have a new player heading straight for Chen Yuan, armed with looks that could stop traffic and a scheming mind to match. The Lin family thinks they planted a spy. The Li family thinks they planted a better spy. And Chen Yuan is at home watching his pigs enjoy massage bathtubs. Something tells me next episode is going to be absolutely wild.